Okay, everybody, it's 9 o'clock. We'll begin with our public comment session. Good morning, everyone. I am Rob Bizzle, Chairman of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission, and would like to welcome you to our public comment session where you have a unique opportunity to, on the record, give state public trust estuarine to give comments, in regards to the MFC's management of the state's public trust estuarine and marine resources. I ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. You'll be reminded when you have approximately 30 seconds left. Please state if you represent any group. If you addressed the commission last night, you will not be allowed to at this time. Remember, this is a time to share a concern or gather information, not to be confrontational. First up this morning is going to be Stuart Crichton, followed by Ron McCoy.
I know 3 minutes.
No, you don't.
Good morning, everyone. It's always an honor to speak with all of you. And there are several things I'd like to remind you of and go over this morning. Let me start by saying that I'd like to remind the commission members of the strong support for the potential new ALBI regulations at the February meeting. And as you consider that vote during this session, that support has not waned. I'm going to talk mostly about speckled trout today. And regardless of my other comments, I must emphasize that ultimately, speckled trout must be granted game fish status. That would solve all the issues that we're facing currently. As a member of the Speckled Trout Advisory Committee, I do not agree with the initial recommendations from DMF. They should not be approved. The Advisory Committee recommended for the recreational component a 16 to 20 inch slot with one over 24 inches, keeping a 4 fish per day limit and no closure. That provided roughly a 33% reduction on that user group. For the commercial industry, it was recommended that there be a closure from January through March. That provided roughly a 29% reduction. Overall, giving a 32% reduction, again approximately, as compared to the 39.6% reduction that is recommended from DMF. I prefer the AC recommendations because they provide a comparable reduction without a closure on this $500 million annual recreational economic engine. As far as the concern over dead discards in the speckled trout fishery, for the public sector, that could be easily addressed by requiring circle hooks for those using natural bait. According to the division, the benefit is unquantifiable at this point, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. We have to be especially cautious when talking about closures in the speckled trout public fishery, and the reason is because of problems in other fisheries, most notably striped bass and southern flounder. Anglers are left with little else to take home during the months of this proposed closure. For example, in the rivers in the wintertime, with the current restrictions that recreational anglers are under, one redfish could be kept January through February.
30 seconds.
Golly. Most leave with the black drum and sheep's head, and that would leave you with just perch and crappie. Guys, there's a lot more here. One thing I would say is that while originally intended for striped bass recovery, the gill net restricted areas should be codified into the amendment because of the benefit to trout and other species. Yes, it's a side benefit.
Time.
Yes, it's not what was originally intended,
Time.
but it is there.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ron McCoy, followed by David Sneed.
I'm Ron McCoy from Hampstead. I grew up fishing the Crystal Coast, and now living in Hampstead, I fish the inshore Cape Fear. I started attending MFC meetings 10 years ago, 2014. Since the 1997 Fisheries Reform Act created this commission, there has continued to be a dramatic decline in the population of the 13 saltwater resources that you manage. I believe this decline is directly related to your meeting agenda. Your agenda format has not changed in the past 10 years, but commission members have. The agenda drowns in 5-year fishery plan updates. The agenda drowns in committee reports. And yes, the agenda drowns in public comments. The Fisheries Reform Act gives you the authority to dictate your agenda. Where should you start with a new agenda? We all know the most destructive inshore gear is large mesh gill nets. Large mesh gill nets are a major root cause of our saltwater resource decline. Large mesh gill nets are indiscriminate killers. I fish in North Carolina. I fish inshore. I mainly catch lizardfish and pinfish. I rarely catch a flounder, trout, or redfish. In North Carolina, there are large mesh gill nets inshore used by not just true commercial fishermen who report their catch on trip tickets, but also recreational fishermen too lazy to bait a hook. I've even heard that a recreational fisherman can rent a commercial license and a gill net by the day in North Carolina. In May, I fished South Carolina. I caught a limit of fish. There are no large mesh gill nets inshore. In June, I fished Florida. I caught a limit of fish. There are no large mesh gill nets inshore. In June, I fished Mississippi. I caught a limit of fish. There are no large mesh gill nets inshore. This November, I will fish Louisiana. I always catch my limit of trout and redfish. There are no large mesh gill nets inshore. I have not fished Georgia, Alabama, and Texas. In 2008, Georgia, Alabama, and Texas banned the use of large mesh gill nets inshore. Every other state on the Atlantic and Gulf Coast banned this destructive root cause from their inshore waters. You choose not to address root causes, but hide in your decades-old agenda and divide up the catch between user groups. If your divide and conquer fishery management plans were working, we would have more fish. Last meeting, you divided southern flounder, so this meeting, you're dividing speckled trout. What's more important, the resource or your user group? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Sneed, followed by Thomas Coltrane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, and welcome to Commissioner Kloss. My name is David Sneed, and I'm with the Coastal Conservation Association, North Carolina. I attended the Speckled Trout FMP AC workshop. The AC supported the use of a slot limit as a means to reduce harvests over reduced bag limits or seasonal closures. I think that the public angler being shut out of the flounder fishery played a role in their thinking. The very idea that the public has no access to harvest a flounder, southern, Gulf, or summer, while the for-profit sector continues to harvest is unconscionable. Think about that. Historically, the most popular species sought after by public anglers can now only be accessed through a restaurant or a seafood market. And that should not happen again. The AC supported a recreational 16 to 20 inch slot limit, 4-fish bag limit with 1 fish over 24 that would achieve roughly a 30% reduction. The AC recommendation should be in the options considered by this commission. And if you're going to implement a slot limit for public anglers, then there should be a slot limit for commercial fishers as well. The use of a slot limit for reducing commercial harvest was rejected by the division because of gill nets. The use of a seasonal closure for commercial harvest reductions is the only option being presented by the division. However, there was support at the AC workshop for consideration of alternative measures to reduce commercial harvests that are not included in the draft amendment. One was setting an annual cap on total commercial harvest. 2 was eliminating the use of gill nets in the spotted sea trout fishery and allowing a hook and line only fishery. These options deserve your consideration. So can we have a commercial spotted sea trout fishery without gill nets? Certainly, many states already do. Are there questions about latent commercial fishing licenses being used by recreational anglers? Of course, but a hook and line commercial permit for speckled trout requiring the sale of fish in combination with a commercial harvest cap would control this abuse. I looked at how other states manage their spotted sea trout fisheries and have provided a summary here for your consideration. I skipped Georgia for some reason, and Mississippi's not on here because I couldn't understand their website and find what I was looking for. So kudos to DMF for having a website
30
where you can
seconds.
at least find information. Most of our neighboring states that allow the commercial harvest of spotted sea trout do so by hook and line. The other option is game fish designation. And I would like to also reiterate on false albacore, CCA's continued support for rulemaking for false albacore, and I encourage this commission to vote yes on moving it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Coltrane, followed by Matthew Wallen.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Coltrane. I'm here to speak to you about your proposal on spotted sea trout. This proposal would do to trout what you have done to every fish you have tried to manage over the years when you manage for $1 and not for the resource. You want to reduce the recreational creel limit to 3 fish, 14 to 20 inches, one over 26. Most male trout do not get much over 20 inches, so you want everyone to kill one big female trout, which will produce more eggs than 6 smaller trout. That should help reduce the stock and cause more dead discards. Why not one fish over 20 inches and none over 24? Maybe the netter can reduce their mess size and tournament fishermen will not kill the big females for a trophy and $1. Closing the season in January and February will do very little to the netters reduction because most trout are in inland waters controlled by the North Carolina wildlife and no nets allowed. They may leave it open for recreational fishermen just like they're going to do for the flounder. What happened to the recommendations from the advisory committee that met in Newberg? They were on the right track to protect the fish with reduction for all. Dollar must have overruled them. Commercial proposal, no netting on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. What if they net for some other fish those days and 75 trout get caught in their net? Are they going to sell them as bycatch? Gill nets have no dead discards. Why close the season in January and February? Why not close it in April and May when all the fish are moving out of inland waters to go spawn? You have one fish left, and if your track record comes into play, and I see no reason it will not, will you continue to kick the can down the road until the trout are all gone for the almighty $1? As good as I like to trout fish and eat some, if I could save this fish, I would shut it down for everyone until a plan and enforcement was in place to ensure the survival of the spotted sea trout and protect it from the almighty $. One last thing, you almost saved the roe mullet from going in a can, but for $1, the dollar won again, and the mullet will be decimated by your plans. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John McQuaid.
My name is John McQuaid. I live in Raleigh, but I've fished the North Carolina coast in Carteret County since 1998. I'm here to voice my dissatisfaction with the DMF proposal for speckled trout regulation. I do support reducing commercial and recreational harvest for speckled trout to eliminate overfishing, and I think the proposal developed by the Speckled Trout Advisory Committee is the best approach for keeping trout harvest at a sustainable level. I want my children and grandchildren to be able to fish for speckled trout in North Carolina. Therefore, I request the Marine Fisheries Commission either adopt the proposal developed by the Advisory Committee or ask DMF to come up with a new proposal. My specific comments on the DMF proposal are, 1, I'm willing to reduce the daily bag limit to 3 trout. I'm willing to do my part to stop overfishing. 2, I have no problem with the 14 to 20 inch slot. I already release any trout I catch over 20 inches. 3, I don't like the total closure during wintertime. I don't often fish for trout in January or February, but when I do have the chance to go, I'd like the fishery to be available. 4, I agree with eliminating the captain crew allowance on for-hire trips. 5, I don't like the proposed commercial weekend closures because I don't believe they will have any impact on catch. They will merely concentrate the effort on the fewer days of the week. I am skeptical of the estimate that commercial fishing only accounts for 6% of the harvest, and I think commercial pressure on trout will grow as the other available species continue to decrease. We must have commercial regulations that have meaningful impact on harvest. For example, I favor banning inshore gill netting. Anglers know that one gill net can take virtually all the trout in a creek. I'm in favor of allowing commercial fishing using hook and line. 7, I don't think that stop net regulations go far enough. One stop net haul can exceed the season quota. I favor eliminating this fishery. My final comment is not specific to this proposal. It is that commercial striped mullet and commercial speckled trout fishing are commingled. I favor regulating the two together rather than as separate fishery management plans. To recap, I request the Marine Fisheries Commission either adopt the proposal developed by the Speckled Trout Advisory Committee or ask DMF to come up with a new proposal.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Has everybody had a chance to address the commission this morning that wants to? Got a new one? Okay. Come on up here and state your name, please.
Good morning. I'm Matthew Wallen from Newbern, and I had to throw these together this morning. I had a lot to say and realized I couldn't fit it all on one piece of paper, so I kept them short and sweet. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Marine Fisheries Commission for bringing guardrail management to the table for false albacore. You all are taking the lead on enacting management for such a valuable recreational fishery and a huge economic driver for North Carolina. These fish deserve the highlight, and we appreciate your willingness to manage albies for future generations to continue to enjoy this incredible fishery. I encourage you all to do the right thing for false albacore. I wish I could say the same thing for speckled trout and southern flounder. The recreational speckled trout fishery has the highest economic value to our state compared to any other fishery. You just shut down a $250 million recreational flounder fishery, cutting out access to the public angler while propping up the commercial flounder fishery. The public angler should never be cut out of a fishery while allowing commercial harvest. We cannot afford to have speckled trout go the way of southern flounder. Consider ourselves lucky that spotted sea trout are quick to mature, prolific spawners, and incredibly resilient fish. While I do not disagree that our trout fishery has seen an increase in fishing pressure, both recreational and commercial over the past 5 years, we are still not overfished, and the stock is healthy. I encourage the Commission to follow the recommendations of the Advisory Committee for Amendment 1 to the Speckled Trout FMP, and I fully support their proposed slot limit, a 4-fish bag limit, and absolutely no recreational seasonal closure. That's all I got for you this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to overlook you. Now, has everybody had a chance to address the commission that cares to? Great. So our public comment session has ended. We got a new commissioner to swear in, and look forward to doing that. Would you come up here, please? Commissioner Claus, welcome. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes,
Make sure your little green light's on your microphone. Yeah, there you go.
I was born and raised in North Raleigh, just shy of Crabtree Valley here. And I moved to Durham to accept a job. And after that point, I purchased property in Hatteras Village. And that has been my second home. And I actually learned about fishing, saltwater fishing, from a guy in New Jersey who, on my first job, said, "Oh, you're from North Carolina?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, my dad and my brother, we come to North Carolina every summer, and we deep sea fish out of Oregon Inlet for tuna." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Don't you know about saltwater fishing in North Carolina?" And I said, "Well," he said, "especially the Outer Banks." And I said, "Well, I know about the Wright brothers and the Lost Colony." But he said, "Well, it's like in the top 10 best places to fish in the world." And I said, "Okay." So anyway, he gave me a book, a soft-bound book. It was called Pier Fishing in North Carolina. I mean, we're talking like 35 years ago. I read that book cover to cover, asked my dad to get me a surf rod for Christmas, and I went out and fished on the pier in Nags Head. Caught, 2 at the time, 35 years ago. And it was just amazing. And from that point, I went from all the way to offshore fishing myself, by myself, on a 25-foot boat, center console, deep dropping for a group of 37 miles offshore of Hatteras, purchased a second home in Hatteras Village, became active in the Hatteras Village community, including I'm a consistent Saturday volunteer fish fry. What do you call it? The bread, fried bread? Can't call it. Hush puppy maker. And just love it. And that's my story. I have 11 saltwater fishing citations, all offshore, including 3 blue marlin, all of which I caught by myself on the boat, by myself, as well as the other citations, wahoo and so forth. So I have been a fanatic fishing person, but now my fishing has gone down substantially because my boat is over 25 years old. I'm substantially older myself. But coupled with that, I found that I cannot catch nowhere nearly, the fish that I used to be able to catch back in the day. So much so that I'm almost discouraged from even going out there and spending the time and the money on gasoline and so forth, or taking my kids out and disappointing them that we go fishing and don't catch anything. So that's my story.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. We'll look forward to your input on the commission going forward.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Would everybody? Yes, we do need to do that. Give us a statement of his economic interest, please.
So the State Ethics Commission completed a review of Mr. Claus's statement of economic interest and did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Claus will fill the role of an at-large member of the commission. He is a board member, or was a board member of the Coastal Conservation Association of North Carolina. As such, Mr. Claus has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving the Coastal Conservation Association of North Carolina come before the commission for official action.
Okay. Thank you. Would everybody please stand with me and let's thank our higher power for guidance in this meeting and any other special needs, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call attention to North Carolina General Statute 138A-15GE, which mandates at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under Chapter 138. The chair also shall inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. Does anybody have any possible conflict of interest? Good. There being none, I'd like for y'all to reflect also on North Carolina General Statute 143B-289.54G2. Okay, roll call. Who is Jesse? Please do our roll call.
Commissioner Bethay,
Present.
Commissioner Blanton,
Here.
Commissioner Claus,
Here.
Commissioner Corbett, Commissioner Gardner,
Here.
Commissioner Hopgood,
Here.
Commissioner Rader,
Here.
Commissioner Roller,
Present.
and Chairman Bizzle.
Here. We have a quorum. We may conduct business. We have a very special guest here with us today. Department of Environmental Quality Secretary Beiser would like to come and address the commission. Secretary, we're glad to have you here today.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's always wonderful to see you all here in Raleigh. We ordered up some really good weather for you too, so you picked a good time. Just wanted to start out by welcoming Commissioner Claus on your first day. Glad to have you here on this commission, and Commissioner Hopgood, who joined the commission in May. On behalf of Governor Cooper, I would like to thank you all for your service as we work together to conserve and protect our marine estuarine resources. I also want to thank our dedicated marine fisheries team that's here and supports the commission and our work every day. I often like to say we have the best team in state government, and the Division of Marine Fisheries team certainly exhibits those qualities every day, so thank you to the division. You're going to be hearing updates over the next couple of days about the multi-species tagging program and the carcass collection programs, which are excellent examples of the work that the division does to involve the public as we continue to build our understanding of the different species and their movements. These citizen science opportunities provide additional information as well to our staff and for our programs. I'm going to keep this brief today because I know you've got a full agenda, but before I wrap up, I also wanted to recognize our Marine Patrol and Swiftwater Rescue teams who deployed in response to Tropical Storm Debbie earlier this month. They volunteer and train for this duty, and they put themselves at risk in order to help our fellow North Carolinians stay safe. And so I just want to take a moment to thank them for all of their work as well. I know that the issues that we work on at DEQ are complex and sometimes even controversial, but I appreciate the professionalism of our staff and also appreciate how this commission continues to work with us to support the mission of the department and the people of North Carolina. So thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Feel free to come back anytime.
Thank you.
Before you is our agenda for today and tomorrow's work. If there's anything anybody wants to change, please let me know now, but otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to accept the agenda as printed.
So moved.
Commissioner Roller, is there a second?
Second. Rader.
Okay, right. All right, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes without dissension. And you should have received the minutes of our last meeting. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions that need to be made? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve them.
So moved.
Okay, by Commissioner Roller and second by Commissioner Hobgood. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes without dissension. Okay, going on into the chairman's report. Most of my stuff is in the briefing materials. But we do need to elect a vice chairman. This is something that we do by statute at the beginning of each new fiscal year. And so, Chair would entertain nominations for vice chair.
Is it possible to remain with who we have?
Yes, it is. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion to accept our current vice president as vice president going forward. You sucker. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Roller. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes without dissension. You must be doing something right. I don't think that's it. Okay, let's move on into the director's report. Director Rawls?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commission. Welcome, Commissioner Claus. It was a pleasure to meet you last week, and Jesse and I thoroughly enjoyed our conversations and trying to get you oriented to your role here on the commission, and we look forward to working with you. So I'll start off with a few discussion about mandatory reporting. We'll try to update you on that as we're working on that. The staff continues to work towards implementing the harvest reporting requirements that were set out in session law that passed last fall. This is a huge undertaking for the division, and it requires a significant part of our resources, and we talk about that every time, and I know that kind of seems like I'm beating a dead horse, but it is important to note, and I will keep on noting it until I don't. As a reminder, the law requires any person holding a commercial fishing license who is engaged in a commercial fishing operation to report all fish harvested to the Division of Marine Fisheries, and this is regardless of sale. So all fish means finfish, shellfish, and crustaceans. It also requires any person who recreationally harvests red drum, flounder, spotted sea trout, striped bass, and wheatfish to report that harvest to the Division of Marine Fisheries. The legislation requires the Marine Fisheries Commission and the Wildlife Resources Commission to adopt temporary rules to implement the requirements of the legislation. Each agency gave final approval to their rules on June the 6th, and the rules were approved by the Rules Review Commission on June the 26th. The initial implementation of the harvest reporting requirements was set to begin December the 1st of this year, and we reported at the last meeting that we were asking for an extension. That was granted in Session Law 2024-45, and that became law on July the 9th, and it extended the date by 1 year. So implementation will now begin on December the 1st of 2025. So this extension will give DMF and WRC staff some additional time to work with stakeholders, inform them about the requirements, and to ensure that the reporting process and the tools are robust and user-friendly as we can possibly manage. So this past spring, we set up a mandatory harvest reporting webpage to serve as a hub for information pertaining to these requirements. There is a link to this on the division's homepage on our website. We also have a frequently asked questions webpage that answers some of the questions that we commonly get from the public while we're out in the field and whatnot. And we encourage everyone to check out this information on the webpage whenever you get a chance. Staff continues, I say we, it's staff, not me, continue to develop the recreational harvest reporting tools that the public will use to actually report their harvest. We're trying to make sure that these tools are simple and as easy to use as possible. And we're almost to the point where the tool itself, the tools are ready to be shared with the public, so we're getting there. I do want to emphasize that these are just the initial reporting tools. We will apply what we learned from the initial phase of this development to hopefully a more dynamic harvest reporting system that will continue to be easily accessed by the public, but also provide the ability to store hundreds and thousands of data records and allow fisheries managers to be able to analyze that data as well. This will be a multi-year process. This is not going to be quick, not going to be painless, and not going to be easy. But this is a multi-year process, and it will require a lot of our resources and funding and time to complete. Staff from both agencies, the Division of Marine Fisheries and the Wildlife Resources Commission, have also been working on an interactive map that will allow the public to zoom in on different water bodies to determine if they are fishing in an area where they are required to report their harvest. Staff has been identifying stakeholder groups and planning outreach meetings to talk about mandatory harvest reporting and the impacts that individual fishermen have on the resource, but also to get input from those fishermen on what they need to comply with the law and also what businesses need to assist their customers. So we have scheduled a series of 4-hour stakeholder meetings in the beginning of September to talk with the captains about how the division can best assist them with educating their customers on the requirements. We have scheduled meetings in Wilmington on the 4th of September, in Manio on the 11th, in Hatteras on the 12th, and in Moorhead on the 13th. That's what we have scheduled so far. Staff has been brainstorming other innovative ways to get the word out about the harvest reporting, and we are using social media and notifications for that, and we'll continue to develop those things as we move along. As I said earlier, mandatory harvest reporting takes up a significant amount of our time. We are striving to make this program work and to not be too burdensome on the public. But I would like to remind everyone that we still need the public's participation in the Marine Recreational Information Program. The information gathered in the new recreational reporting mechanism will not replace MRIP. So it is important that anglers continue to cooperate with our MRIP samplers out in the field. So this harvest reporting that we're working on is a starting point for us to look at additional ways of understanding our fisheries, and I want to emphasize that this is a starting point. Again, it's going to be a long process. This is not easily solved overnight. It is entirely possible that what we have in place today as the mechanism, or what we have in place starting next year in December, doesn't look the same as what we'll have in place 5 years down the road, and that's okay. Because we do want to develop this as we go along. We know that mandatory harvest reporting is a big task of the fishing public. It's a lot to ask from them, and it is clear from public comment that many folks are not on board with this extra reporting requirement. But addressing the potential addressing the data gaps, or not potential, in both the commercial and recreational fisheries is a priority for this division, and really it should be a priority for anybody who has concerns about the long-term conservation of our marine and estuarine resources. And just kind of moving on to, in that same discussion about recreational reporting in general, there's a lot, the need to better understand recreational reporting is not a North Carolina thing. It is a thing throughout the entire East Coast, and I try not to tend to what's going on the West Coast, but I'm sure there as well. We need better recreational data. That is absolutely, I think, something that we can all agree on. Our state partners And just about all of our fisheries management councils and commissions are looking into better, alternative, additional recreational reporting. There's a lot of activity underway to address the various issues of in particular, recreational reporting. Trish Murphy and Trish is South Atlantic Council rep and the vice chair of the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. She and I attended the American Sport Fishing Association's ICAST meeting back in July in Orlando, and we had the opportunity to meet with some of our state partners to our south to talk about some of their alternative recreational data collection approaches, and I think we're planning to get back together with some of those folks in November to continue those discussions. Brandy Salmon, who is our License and Statistics Section Chief, she and her staff have had some recent meetings with the folks in Louisiana to talk about their LaCreel program, which is their alternative to MRIP, and we will be having some internal discussions at the division to talk about what they have learned from that discussion. In June of 2024, and I think most people are aware of this, I think we've discussed this a little bit, NOAA Fisheries began undertaking a nationally coherent, their words, not mine, and a regionally specific federal-state effort to re-envision the recreational fisheries data collection program. We got an update on this at the directors' meeting, at the ASMFC meeting, their last meeting, and our staff has been participating in those conversations. I think this is a good move for NOAA, that they recognize some of the issues with their program, and they are trying to, I think they're hearing the concerns from their state partners, and they're trying to work on addressing those. So we have been involved in those conversations. So with all of this that's going on with recreational reporting, I want to say that at your November meeting, we do plan to come to the division, to the commission, with a presentation on MRIP and share some more information about various projects that are going on in recreational reporting in more detail with you. So I feel like that is going to lead to a lot of good conversation, and I'm looking forward to that presentation from staff as well at your next meeting. So select staff from North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida all met in Charleston in May for the National Marine Fisheries Service Southeast Fishery Disaster Workshop. The purpose of the meeting was really to discuss Fishery Resource Disaster Improvement Act of 2022 and how that affects fishery resource disaster requests, which North Carolina, much to Brandy's dismay, has a lot of experience with. They discuss the types of information and data that each state has, or really, more importantly, what they lack in relation to the overall fishing industries in their states, particularly for-hire and head boats, commercial seafood processors, and subsistence fishermen. They presented some examples of successful disaster relief applications across states and sectors, and they offered some guidance for future applications. Jason Walsh, who is our economist, gave a presentation on North Carolina's for-hire industry, and Brandy Salmon, who is our License and Statistics Section Chief, she gave a presentation on the subsistence waiver that is offered in North Carolina to residents that qualify. So staff noted some of the takeaways from that meeting. There was a lot of variability between individual states and also between the states and NOAA when it comes to available resources, data gaps, and definitions. NOAA received feedback from states that some definitions should be further reviewed and to achieve the relief goals that people are expecting to achieve. All states strongly supported getting back together for future workshops and collaboration. I think this is a tough issue for most all states when it comes down to these programs being implemented. So we look forward to continue those conversations with our state partners as well and NOAA. Just a little bit about the CCA lawsuit. This is ongoing. The parties are continuing to take depositions through the middle of September. Summary judgment motions will be heard on January the 21st of 2025, and the trial is scheduled to take place over multiple weeks beginning in mid-April. I would like to give a shout out to division staff for the work that they are doing on this. I know what it has taken. I have watched this every step of the way. I see you, and I appreciate your efforts. Talking about DMF outreach and education, since your last meeting, the 31 division staff members have reached over 31,000 stakeholders at outreach and educational events encompassing about 7 counties. We're doing what we always do. We're visiting fishing clubs and summer camps, attending festivals, and taking part in different community events. Some of these include large events where we reach lots of folks, like the National Black Bear Festival. And some of those include smaller scale events like the Carolina Beach Presbyterian Church Men's Breakfast, where we really get to sit down and one-on-one talk with anglers and fishermen in their communities. And I've said this a million times, outreach and education has been a priority of mine since I became the director in 2021. Our staff continues to focus on that as best we can with the resources that we do have. It is a difficult part of our jobs at times. I and we still believe that outreach and education can lead to better management, and certainly that leads to better fisheries. And I say this all the time. We talk about it internally. Knowledge is power, and in this line of work, that's not just something that we say. It's something that we live every single day. As I always do, I want to continue to encourage all members of the commission and the public to reach out to our staff, meet with them on the job, go out sampling with them, call to talk to them about the work they do at the division and how it fits in to the overall mission that we have. You will be met with knowledge, dedication, integrity, and a passion that you will be hard-pressed to find anywhere else. I appreciate all of the commissioners that have taken the time to go out and work with division staff and get a view of what they do firsthand. We've had quite a few of you that have taken the opportunity to do that. We welcome anyone else, and if you've been once or twice and you want to go again, please get in touch with us, and we'd be more than happy to do that. And I've heard from most all of you that have been out with our staff directly about your experiences, and the reports are glowing exactly as I expected them that they would be. So thank you very much for doing that. And speaking of education and outreach, we do have a lot of items in the hallway that I'm sure you have noticed. So we also have staff here that are very eager to share with you information about these programs that are out, that they've got displayed out in the hall. So please, over the next day and today and tomorrow, take time to go out there and visit with them and talk about these programs. You'll be glad you did. Personnel updates. This is really, though, they're beating the dead horse, but this is something we talk about at every meeting, and it's something that continues to plague this division. We are struggling with vacancies, and we don't seem to be making much ground, but we have had some good things happen, I will say, but this division is greatly impacted by their vacancies, like any other business would be. When we lose an employee, for whatever reason, it impacts our operations, and particularly, and it doesn't matter whether it's a technician, whether it's a biologist, whether it's a section chief, right on up the chain, it impacts our operations. So please keep that in mind as we go through our meetings and discuss things that we need to work on together. There is a discussion to be had about our resources. So I do want to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Roller, did you raise your hand?
May I ask a question, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yes. I know, we talk about this a lot, and personnel issues have been really big for the division lately. Where are we with stock assessment staff? Have you made any hires?
That is a terrible question.
I'm sorry, Director.
But no, yes, we're nowhere good. I think we have re-advertised. Have we re-advertised, and do we have candidate, something that we are getting ready to interview for in the near future. The last advertisement, we had a candidate that we interviewed, and we actually offered the position to, and they declined.
So no stock assessment staff currently employed by the
We have
division?
no stock assessment staff currently.
So as we know, this is an ongoing issue because those jobs are just not comparable to federal agencies, private sector, and university. Have you had any discussions about, being that North Carolina is really one of the only state agencies to conduct stock assessments like we do, that maybe that we have to go to another direction than continuing to conduct stock assessments if we cannot have the personnel in which to do so?
Yes, we absolutely have been having those discussions to talk about what are our alternatives, because it is a very real possibility that we are going to have to figure that out here sooner rather than later, because we have had some, potential candidates that we were hoping we could attract to the Division of Marine Fisheries, and we just haven't had any success. And I'm marginally hopeful that we will have some, but it's not looking that way. So yes, we are having those internal discussions to see what we do next, because we're going to have to come up with a plan. We'll continue to advertise, we'll continue to try and spread it far and wide and to attract stock assessment scientists, but we just are not having any luck at all. And you mentioned the resources and the salaries compared to what the federal government is paying. It's just, we can't compete with that, and we're going to have to probably take an alternative approach.
And thank you, Director. I've raised this question many times, and I guess I continue to bring it up to show that particularly some of these particular specialized jobs is the state needs to be more competitive for us to be able to do our job and manage these fisheries better. But thank you for your answer, and I'm sorry for the terrible question.
No, sir, it's fine, thank you.
Director, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
We are having a salary savings by not having the staff totally filled up. And I think I know the answer to this question. But is there any way that we can pool the savings that we have felt because of these positions not being filled and use it as a signing bonus?
So we do have options that we can look at for that, and we have been having those discussions as well. How can we make this more attractive? And some of the issues that we have overall is that the overall salaries of division employees, starting at the very top, are just not where they should be. So that's just kind of the issue overall that we're having. But there are absolutely discussions that we can have to try and attract candidates, but we've got such a long way to go to be competitive, especially in those positions. That it's just not an easy fix. But we really are working on it to try and get to something that we can work with and that candidates would be working with. At our last advertisement was for complete remote. I mean, we are offering complete remote work. So we're offering some flexibility for folks, and that attracts folks this day and age particularly. But we haven't had much luck, but we're going to continue to work on it. All right, let's see. I just did want to say that the Division of Marine Fisheries staff, as we suffer through these vacancies, staff does a great job to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks, and this does not come without considerable struggle and cost to the staff that are here and dedicated to the work here at the Division of Marine Fisheries. We have been lucky, we have, and we've reported on this as well, we have been lucky to quickly fill some of our section chief vacancies that we've had over the last year or so, and so that is good. So we're going to keep our eye on the positive things and continue to move in that direction. And I said this earlier, I can't overstate the work that this division and the staff do at this division. And this is from every section that we have, our maintenance and administration section, our biologists, our technicians, our Marine Patrol, our supervisors, everybody, the director's team, everybody at this division works together to try and get the work done. And I see you, staff. I appreciate what you do. And I don't say this enough, and I can't say it enough, but I do, and this is the best most hardworking group I've ever worked with in my life. So again, I appreciate everything that the staff is doing. So on that note, at the conclusion of your May meeting, after that meeting was over, Steve Poland, who was our Fisheries Management Section Chief, left the division for a job with NOAA Fisheries. And luckily, we were able to fill that position quickly, and I would like to introduce Jason Rock as our new Fisheries Management Section Chief. Yep. You're just going to go from applause to a crying towel pretty quickly here. But Jason is not new to the division. He's been here for about 16 years, and he brings a wealth of knowledge to this position, and he has to the division for the last 16 years. So we are looking forward to working with him in this new capacity. And I think during his section report, he's going to talk a little bit about himself later on, so I won't do that. But welcome, Jason, and good luck, buddy. Just real quick about Atlantic Bonita. At your May meeting, you passed a motion requesting that the division develop an issue paper for that, and including some landings information and proposed rule language. And we're using the 2013 Sheepshead issue paper as a model to follow. So it's certainly easier for us to have a little bit of a template to work with. So we feel like we do have that for Atlantic Bonita, and it's going to still require our staff to compile data and get this together. So we're working on it. Rest assured that we are working on it. We'll be bringing it to you as soon as we can get it together. Just a couple of things that also, at your last meeting, passed a motion requesting that the commission send a letter expressing concern about NOAA's proposed rule addressing vessel strikes on North Atlantic right whales. That letter was sent to Dr. Caroline Good with NOAA's Office of Protected Resources, and Jesse and the chairman worked on that and sent that out on July the 10th. We will continue to update. We have not gotten any responses to that letter. I don't know that we really expect any, but if we happen to get some, we'll certainly let you know. And another piece of that, the Division of Coastal Management is currently reviewing the NOAA's federal consistency submission to determine if the proposed amendments for that are consistent with enforceable policies of the North Carolina Coastal Management Program. This is nothing out of the ordinary. This is what they have to do. So if you would like a copy of NOAA's consistency determination submission or want more information about that, Jesse, get with Jesse and he can get that information that you need. But we did just want to let you know that that is still ongoing. So next, I'm going to move on to the folks that really know what's going on around here. And I'm going to start with Chris Bat-Savage for his report on Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council business.
Hey, thanks, Kat. Good morning, everyone. As Kat said, my name is Chris Bat-Savage. I represent the division on the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. In your briefing materials, you'll find meeting summaries from the last meeting, well, the June Mid-Atlantic Council meeting and the ASMSC meeting that was just held a couple weeks ago. As always, I'll just hit the highlights, and for this one, I'll just focus on ASMSC issues. The Mid-Atlantic Council meeting in June didn't really have anything of big importance. So I'll start off with Atlantic Menhaden. The Atlantic Menhaden Management Board established a work group to consider and evaluate options for further precautionary management of Chesapeake Bay Menhaden fisheries, including time and area closures, to be protective of piscivorous birds and fish during critical points of their life cycle. This was in response to concerns from the public and researchers about the decline in nesting success of ospreys and lower menhaden availability in the Chesapeake Bay area. The work group will provide a progress report to the board at their meeting in October. Next is Atlantic Sturgeon. The Atlantic Sturgeon Management Board received the results of the coastwide Atlantic Sturgeon Stock Assessment Update. Although the coastwide population remains depleted relative to historic levels, the population has shown signs of improvement with a significant positive trend over the time series, and appears that abundance in 2022 was greater than when the coastwide moratorium began in 1998. However, the results at the distinct population segment level were mixed, with a higher probability that the Carolinas and New York DPSs, their indices were higher than their reference points. And just as background, there's 5 distinct population segments of sturgeon ranging from Maine down to Florida. No management from the stock assessment results was initiated because this fish remains on the endangered species list and probably will be for the foreseeable future. However, several states are considering applying for Atlantic sturgeon incidental take permits to legally cover sturgeon interactions in their commercial state waters fisheries. All right, on to river herring. The Shad and River Herring Management Board received the results of the river herring benchmark stock assessment. And when I talk about river herring, I'm collectively referring to alewife and blueback herring. The coastwide populations of both species are depleted compared to historic levels. However, the population trends have varied along the coast and among the different rivers along the coast. Most of the indices of abundance for both alewife and blueback herring are likely higher now than they were in 2009 when the current coastwide management program was implemented, but total mortality is too high for most populations of both species. In North Carolina, there was a high probability that the total mortality was higher than the reference point for blueback herring in the Chowan and Neuse rivers, but it was likely the total mortality was lower than the reference point for alewife in the Chowan River. No additional management was recommended from the assessment because moratoria remain in place for states without sustainable fishery plans for river herring. And in addition, the New England Fishery Management Council is proposing the development of measures to reduce river herring bycatch in the federal waters fishery for Atlantic herring, which has shad and river herring bycatch in it. Okay, on to spot, croaker, and red drum. The Cyanage Management Board reviewed the results of the latest traffic light analyses for spot and croaker. Traffic light analyses assign a color, either red, yellow, or green, to categorize the relative levels of indicators based on the condition of the fish population, which is the abundance metric, or the fishery, which is harvest metric. In 2020, the traffic light analyses for the 2019 fishing year indicated that both species triggered at the 30% threshold, which resulted in management measures for both the commercial and recreational fisheries. The latest traffic light analysis for spot shows that the abundance metrics did not trigger at any threshold in the past 3 years, which means management measures implemented in 2020 are no longer required. However, the board agreed with the technical committee's recommendation to maintain the current spot management measures because results from a benchmark stock assessment are expected in the next couple of years, and there's still continued concern with the low commercial and recreational spot harvest. The latest traffic light analysis for croaker showed abundance metrics exceeded the 30% threshold in all 4 terminal years, but the board agreed with the technical committee's recommendation of maintaining current management measures because there's also a benchmark stock assessment underway for croaker. And speaking of assessments, the board also received updates on the benchmark stock assessments for red drum, spot, and croaker. The red drum stock assessment peer review workshop was last week, and the stock assessment results and peer review report will be presented to the board in October. The Atlantic Croaker Stock Assessment Subcommittee has been conducting modeler calls to develop the stock assessment model for croaker, and that assessment is expected to be completed in the latter half of 2025. It's due to limited stock assessment scientists' resources, as Kat was just talking about. Work on the spot stock assessment has been paused until the croaker assessment is completed and peer reviewed, but the expected completion date for that assessment is late 2026. Okay, I'll wrap things up with cobia. The Coastal Pelagics Management Board approved Addendum 2 to the cobia FMP, which addressed recreational allocation, harvest target evaluation, and a timeline for setting management specifications. The allocation of the recreational harvest limit is now regional instead of state-specific, with one region stretching from Rhode Island to Virginia and the other from North Carolina to Georgia. States in a region must have the same size and vessel limits, but can have different seasons. The new regional allocation framework is intended to reduce the uncertainty in harvest estimates by using harvest estimates based on a larger sample size by combining the multiple states in a region instead of looking at just state-by-state harvest estimates. The base years for setting the regional allocations are from 2014 to 2023, excluding 2016 and 2017 due to federal waters closures, and 2020 because of COVID-19 impacts on the recreational data collection. The allocations were previously based on harvest from 2006 to 2015, so we're looking at more recent years. In these more recent years of data shifts a lot of the recreational quota to the northern region because of the high recreational harvest in Virginia over the last several years. But despite this large allocation shift, the northern region will still have to change management measures that reduces harvest in 2025. And although the southern region allocation is smaller than it was before, recent harvest is below the allocation, so that means the states in the region, that includes North Carolina, can maintain their state-specific regulations until the stock assessment is completed, or if harvest exceeds the regional allocation. So basically, no new recreational regulations for cobia next year. And then other things in the addendum is the evaluation of the region's harvest to its target will be based on a 5-year average of regional harvest to account for uncertainty in the recreational harvest estimates. It was a 3-year average previously. And the board can set harvest limits for up to 5 years at a time, which better aligns with the stock assessment schedule. The public comment period and public hearings for this addendum were in June and early July. And overall turnout at the in-person and webinar hearings and the number of written comments that were received was poor, especially for a management action that includes reallocation. And turnout was especially poor for the Virginia and North Carolina hearings. But to be fair, participation from the Virginia and North Carolina advisory panel members at their meeting to provide management recommendations was good. Low engagement from North Carolina anglers leads me to believe that while cobia is an important recreational species in general, it's pretty far down the list of important species in North Carolina. And I guess that makes sense when considering the fish are in North Carolina's waters for a shorter period of time compared to 15 to 20 years ago. But regardless, North Carolina anglers missed an opportunity to weigh in on how the recreational fishery will be managed over the next several years or until we look at this issue again. So that concludes my report. Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Chris on the ASMFC update? Okay, proceed on, please. Oh, you did? Yeah.
So, Chris, thank you for your report. Regarding cobia, it's kind of like this is rhetorical, and again, it's kind of interesting that we're not seeing as much recreational interest in North Carolina anymore, which to me indicates that there's just a lot less fish here, and there's a lot less people targeting them. So,
yeah, and I think that's the case. Instead of a real targeted fishery for 6 to 8 weeks, it's maybe 3 to 4 at the most, sometimes less depending on the weather. They are shifting their migration patterns and other things. So I think that's partly there. And I think that's also, there was people concerned about allocation shifting so much to the north. But if you're not catching the fish, that's kind of how allocation works. And when I talked about the base years from 2006 to 2015, that was when we had a 33-inch size limit, 2 fish bag limit, and no vessel limit in a year-round season. And now it's 36-inch size limit and vessel limits in a shorter season. So the landings that established those allocations for North Carolina and other states was at a time with more liberal regulations, and we're not going back to those liberal regulations. So, it's kind of how it worked out.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I did get a lot of after-the-fact input from cobia fishermen in my area, and yes, it really is disappointing to see and to hear about the poor attendance in the meetings. But I think a lot of people felt that the regulation was a foregone conclusion and that they didn't really have a lot of say in it. And then I think a lot of people were really concerned with, yes, the population is shifting, but we've also had some really, really bad weather events in the last 5 years that have really reduced the amount of small boat pressure on the cobia fishery, especially in the northern Outer Banks. And people were concerned that that is playing a larger role in what the allocation may be when it appears that there isn't an interest, but in fact, there's the desire but they can't go. And when you look at the Hatteras Inlet fleet and the Oregon Inlet fleet, those are two of the most dangerous inlets in North Carolina, and a lot of boats are kept from the ocean to fish for those fish. So shame on us for not showing up, but there is a lot of care and concern.
Yeah, two things on that. Definitely not a foregone conclusion. And I think if anyone listens to the audio recording of the meeting, there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of motions to postpone, motions to substitute, a lot of talk, at caucus time to figure out what was the best option forward. I certainly didn't come in. Some thoughts I had as far as what I would recommend was not ultimately what passed. This was allocation's complicated. But I think also on allocation is we're at a point now where we don't set allocations for 20, 30 years and forget about it. This isn't like in the past, and that creates a lot of inertia when things change and you do have to make allocation decisions. It's hard to change something that's been in place for 20 to 30 years. I can't predict how long this allocation scheme will remain in place for cobia, but knowing that ASMFC and other councils look at this stuff more frequently, I don't think it'll be set in place for a long time, especially the way these fish are moving. So, if we start seeing a shift in higher harvest in the southern region, and maybe the fish are moving out of the Chesapeake Bay or just something like that, we could be revisiting this again in the near future, and just kind of put in perspective with cobia. The original allocation measures we had set up were in place for maybe 5 years. So, just a couple, just to kind of add a little more context to this issue, and just allocation is never easy. This one wasn't as hard as others, but it still wasn't easy. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Move on, please.
That is all I have,
Okay,
Mr.
you're not
Chair.
gonna
Yeah,
do
Mid-Atlantic
the
Council
Mid-Atlantic?
was not much to it, so that was all ASMFC. I'm
Okay,
good. Yep.
great. Okay, thank you. Director.
Thank you, Chris. Next up is South Atlantic Fishery Management Council Chair, Trish Murphy. Vice Chair, sorry, Trish,
Don't go crazy. Is this working? Okay, it is. So good morning, everyone. I'm Trish Murphy, and I am the Executive Assistant for Councils, and I serve on the South Atlantic Council. And I'm going to just hit on the highlights from our last meeting that was held in June at Daytona Beach. The first thing I was going to talk about is a couple of things going on with the for-hire industry. We voted to begin a Southeast for-hire integrated electronic reporting program improvement amendment, or else called CFIRE. So you don't have to say all that all the time. Basically, this is beginning so we can start looking at addressing compliance issues with reporting requirements. In the meantime, we have ACCSP, or the Atlantic Coastal Cooperative Statistics Program. They are doing a technical review of for-hire sampling methodology to get MRIP certification. So while that's going on, we'll be working on this amendment that will help us their work will help inform us as we go forward with this amendment, as well as we will be putting together an advisory panel to also help us with this amendment. The other thing with the for-hire is we have been discussing limited entry in the for-hire fisheries in the South Atlantic. Our advisory panels have they're supportive of limited entry. They've got concerns about professionalizing the fisheries, concerns about being able to have access to different resources, especially snapper grouper. So in our discussion, it got kind of into the weeds about purpose and need for limited access. So we did decide to postpone any further discussions, and because
a piece of data that we're missing right now is National Marine Fisheries Service, bless their hearts, they cannot get their data, they can't get access to their data. They did some sort of migration, and so they're unable to get to data post-2021. So hopefully they will be able to get to their data at this upcoming meeting in September, and that will help us go ahead and discuss the need for a limited entry further, but that will help see what trends we'll be seeing in the number of permits. Of course, I can't come up here without talking about red snapper. As you all probably are aware, red snapper was open for one-day recreational on July 12th, and the commercial season was open July 8th and has already closed August 6th. What happened there is National Marine Fisheries Service implemented an interim rule that reduced the catch limits for the 2024 season based off the last stock assessment. So that's why everything kind of got contracted to one day and a couple of weeks. The regional administrator, Andy Strelchek, he did throw in a caveat at being looking at the weather and if there'd be small craft advisories or not. And long story short on that, as you guys are probably aware, North Carolina was under small craft advisory that day. Parts of South Carolina was, but Georgia and Florida they weren't. And so Andy decided that he would stick with that day because the majority of the area was not under small craft. So I know our North Carolina fishermen were upset with that decision because I think it was pretty rough out. I did hear some head boats got out down south, but some of the folks might have been green coming back in, but they got some out. The next thing I was going to tell you about is black sea bass. This has kind of been a never-ending saga recently. So black sea bass south of Hatteras are overfished, but not overfishing. However, National Marine Fisheries Service sent us a letter stating that they were going to continue to list black sea bass as not overfished and overfishing not occurring, and this is because of the status determination criteria. So what the status determination criteria is based off spawning potential ratios, and the Science and Statistical Committee used a 40% SPR. The criteria is 30%. So because of this technicality, that's why it's going to be listed not overfished, overfishing. However, there are still issues with it. We will still be going forward with reducing ABCs. Also within this amendment, it's a regulatory amendment 56, we will be addressing that criteria as well and making it 40% SPR. We were hoping the SSC is supposed to be working on projections. My understanding is they have not quite finished that. We were supposed to get that in September. I'm not sure we are. The intent was to go ahead and get this amendment out to public scoping, but if we don't have the projections, we're not going to be able to set the ABCs, so this may be put on hold a little bit longer, but what we'll see, maybe SSC will come through for us. In the meantime, too, we're working on regulatory amendment 36, which is correcting the gag and black grouper vessel limits. It's also addressing gear transiting and storage for the ropeless gear for black sea bass pots. And the deal with correcting the gag and black grouper vessel limits, the previous amendment, the intent was to have an aggregate vessel limit of 2 fish, regardless of species. The federal regs came out with 2 fish per species, so we are correcting that to be an aggregate. And in discussing the vessel limits, it kind of got the council going into talking about different vessel limits for head boats versus charter boats. And we had heard from our APs and also the public concerns about how head boats and charter boats are operated differently, and so we did ask our staff, the council staff, to look more into this, and we will be hearing back from them on maybe looking at a more comprehensive approach to handle the charter boats and the head boats. So we are also working on scamp and yellowmouth. This is Amendment 55. That did go to public hearing last week. Unfortunately, we did not get any public hearing or any public comments, and we had 2 meetings. The council did make a couple of tweaks to the preferred alternatives as far as season. The original preferred alternative for scamp and yellowmouth was to have a May and August open season. However, the APs had weighed in, and so we're falling back to just the spawning season closure, which is January through April, and that's for all the shallow water groupers. And we also are, the preferred option is a bag limit of 1 fish instead of vessel limits, and that also ties back to that discussion of the for-hire industry and the differences between charter boats and head boats. We also have discussed the recreational permit for snapper grouper. We are tabling that discussion until the December meeting. As Kat had mentioned, MRIP is looking at a revisioning and improvement plans, and they will be doing a listening session with the South Atlantic Council that Thursday afternoon of the meeting. So, if you're interested, please tune in. But we want to hear more about that. We want to hear more from NMFS, or National Marine Fisheries Service, on, what are other potential measures we can look at as far as improving recreational data. So we will pick this discussion back up in December. And then the council did form a commercial snapper grouper management subcommittee, and this is to inform a future amendment that would be addressing the commercial snapper grouper fishery. The subcommittee is going to be reviewing things from the snapper grouper visioning document that came out I think that was worked on in 2015. Other topics that we'll be looking at is the 2-for-1 requirement to have a permit, a commercial permit. We'll be talking about regional management, trip efficiencies, infrastructure, things like that. Tim Greiner, who's our commercial representative on the South Atlantic Council for North Carolina, and I are both members of this subcommittee. And that's pretty much it for the council meeting. Our next meeting is going to be in September 16th through 20th through 20th in Charleston.
Questions? Trish? I've got one question. Of course, it's obvious there's a much longer commercial season on red snapper than recreational season. Is that because there's an allocation, or what is the thought process behind that?
It's just based off the ACLs. The recreational fishery is mostly a discard fishery, so that comes into play. Whereas the commercial fishery, they can just, they're easily monitored. They can get to their ACL, and once the ACL is close to being reached, it can be closed. So it's just the ability to, in season management, basically. It's just difficult with on the recreational side.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Rader.
So I'm interested in the visioning commercial snapper grouper process, and wondering the degree to which that is looking into shifting stocks and stock structure out, including out of the area of the South Atlantic Council management. I was going to ask the same question related to black sea bass, since they're moving north relatively fast, and it's not clear to me as a scientist that the old stock structure assumption about Hatteras and South and North will stay in place, and for that matter, the prevalence of red snapper, vermilion snapper, many others like that. And I just wonder how that mechanism will recognize those shifts and interact with the Mid-Atlantic Council and the ASMFC in thinking through climate change and other factors that are shifting stock structure. So is there a mechanism within that to look at how those allocations and biological and ABCs and other things would have to change, or?
Well, it's complicated.
No, it is.
But we did ask staff to go through and look at different aspects, environmental aspects, and so to see what may be going on. Chris probably knows more as far as the genetics and everything, but I think the genetics has it separate. And my understanding, and Chris may be able to chime in as well, that they just don't go past Hatteras. So this group just doesn't go for whatever reason. It just doesn't go past Hatteras. I know they're thick up north, but they're just.
Well, that's always what they said, but to be blunt, I don't believe it going forward. I mean, I just don't believe it. And so, I just want, those changing patterns are going to be really important in terms of building in flexibility when the fishing responses are not what management expects.
And NOAA's working very hard on, climate scenario planning, getting more into the EBFM, the ecological benchmark, I forget what it stands for, but ecologically, managing beyond the single species. So, those are come into play. I think it's going to be a slow process. The governance of it, the FMP process is slow process, and those are some of the discussions we've had as far as the addressing climate change, is trying to be a little bit more agile at that issue of movement.
Let's talk about it later, but I know that there's coast-wide discussions about that among all the jurisdictional elements. And I just wondered if at some point we could be briefed on the degree to which those discussions by NOAA, by the ASMFC, and by the councils and the states are planning for, first of all, recognizing those problems as they begin to manifest on the ground and then remediating them. I think it would be useful for us to know.
Yeah, I think that's doable. And but one of the things you may just want to just Google up real quick is the climate scenario change work that was done over a period of 2 years. They had, we had workshops, and some good stuff came out of that, and you may want to check at that, but we could probably.
Yeah, I'm actually familiar. I just wondered where it's going.
Yeah.
Because that's a scenario planning process that then brings rubber to the road. And so all these day-to-day processes then at some point become less effective based on those shifts. And so how you move to the next step, and I guess it's a matter of operationalizing the theoretical thinking that was in that.
Yeah, and I think NOAA's trying to get there. It's just going to be, I think it's just going to be a little difficult. But that's the goal. That's what their vision is, so to get there.
Okay, Commissioner Roller.
2 questions. First on the black sea bass, as being a South Atlantic Council member, it's, the recruitment is collapsing from Florida through South Carolina, right? I was just curious, Commissioner Rader, this is my first question, why you don't believe the genetic stock issue?
It has to do, in my view, again, with, so one of the great mysteries in all of this is recruitment patterns. Nobody really understands the non-population-based effects on what brings a good year or a bad year. There are correlations back to temperature, sea surface temperature, and a bunch of other things. But I believe that there are a large number of factors, including the adequacy of nursery provisioning in each of the component substocks. And so what we're finding is as the temperatures shift in inshore waters and as habitat availability and portfolios of habitats to need to provision different life history stages for those fish shift, then there would be expected to be all kinds of nonlinear effects as the inshore nurseries become less able to sustain offshore. So in effect, the relative power in substocks would change. And so if you're looking at it from the perspective of a fish, where you as an adult go to spawn and then will change as sea surface temperature patterns change and other things. So I don't think we have the data to support that, and the genetics is at least 10 or 15 years, maybe more than that, behind the times in terms of looking at patterns and process. So I totally believe that the genetic assessments in black sea bass were true at the time, in the past. I just don't believe that it'll maintain. Things are moving north. I mean, we know they are.
So, it's interesting is, as a liaison to the Mid-Atlantic Council, and, we do have Chris here, the Garfo Science Center has a new climate-based model or whatever for black sea bass where they're modeling recruitment based, I believe, off of bottom temperatures. And I've asked the Southeast Science Center if they know about that, and they told me they didn't. So I was a little frustrated with that and talking to NIMS. But my second comment, I want to go back to Chairman Bizzle's comment about red snapper and kind of ask Trish a question. So when it comes to red snapper, I don't think a lot of North Carolina fishermen realize is that Florida catches, including discards, like 96%. And we're like, what, less than 0.5% or something like that over a harvest. And I guess my frustration is that I believe that the current structure in these short seasons is either further disadvantaging North Carolina fishermen. And so I guess my question is, do you think there's anything the council can do to address that sort of disadvantage to North Carolina based off these short seasons? And it was slick calm in Florida, but we had 35 knots out of the southwest that day. So, and I did send that weather report to the regional administrator. So.
Oh, that was a question?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
that was a question.
I have a
Do you think that we
question,
can do anything at the council to address the fact that these short seasons are further disadvantaging North Carolina's access to this fishery when it comes to state-by-state allocations and stuff in the future? No, we don't, I poorly worded that, but is there any way that we could address that at the council level to better?
Well, we can always look at regional management. I mean, I know that sometimes is a bad word in the South Atlantic Council, but I think a dolphin too is something that may need to be considered regionally. So there may be things that, start looking at some regional aspects that we could do. I think the council seems to have moved a little bit more to being open-minded about it. I mean, you've seen it. I think that people seem to be a little more open-minded towards regional management. And then as far as red snapper, Florida's doing a lot of work trying to look at different ways to manage these aggregate bag limits of a mix of snapper and grouper, and other ways to kind of allow people to be able to harvest them and keep them instead of instead of catching them and throwing them back, because that's the issue there with red snapper is it's discards. So, that may be something, once they get through a year of that work, we'll see, I think that's going to help inform us a lot too. So.
Commissioner Corbett.
So, and I don't know if this will help or not, but, in 1975, I started with grouper boats out of Wrightsville Beach, and we fished from Virginia all the way down to Mayport, Florida, and I did that till about probably 2008 or 9, I think is when I got out of it. And, when you fished up from Hatteras up, the sea bass you caught don't look anything like the sea bass that you catch off of Wrightsville Beach. I mean, it could almost be considered a different species when you're catching them all the time and looking at them. I mean, they don't look alike. They might be the same fish, and everybody says they are, but they don't look alike. And then the grouper, we fished them every day we could fish on them. We'd stay out there. Back when I first started, we'd stay out there 5-6 days before we come in. And the grouper tend to migrate inshore, offshore. They move back inshore to the ledges when they're going to spawn, and then when you catch them 10, 12 miles off the beach, most times when they're coming in with roe. And then when it gets colder, they move offshore as to where the cobia, the Spanish, the king, and everything we see that's off New Jersey now, they're migrating north-south. And so as the water stays good, they just keep going further to the north. And as snapper grouper, as you say, you don't notice, you believe that those fish aren't off there, and it was a long time ago, but I had a lot of years fishing for them and caught a whole lot of them, and those fish just seem to move east and west. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's why we're not seeing the snapper grouper migrate up above, the Virginia line and into New Jersey like we're seeing with Spanish and Kings and Wahoos and everything else.
Yeah.
Just one dumb crabber's opinion.
No, thank you. And it just dawned on me, Dr. Rader, there was discussion of whether there's a regime shift. There's one paper out there that they use to judge whether there was a regime shift or not. And I think if it had scored a 7, it would have been a regime shift. I think it scored a 6. So, that question is still out there, but that's another thing that's being talked about.
Yeah, all I was getting at, that science is emerging. Gray snapper are definitively moving north. There's good evidence that the triggerfish mix is changing from mostly gray to gray and queen and other things coming in north. And when you get to the big biological boundaries, Cape Hatteras, Cape Cod, the rest of them, obviously it's slower, but for some things it's moving fairly fast, like alewife nursery capacity seems to be moving north pretty fast. So what I was getting at was just thinking about for the future how we begin to incorporate those, the fact that the fishery management regime is less responsive to what's really happening in a time of change is all I was getting at.
Anybody else? Great. Trish, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Trish, and just a shout out to Trish and Chris both. There's a lot. I think there's a lot going on at the state level. There's a lot going on at the council and commission level as well. That they do a great job of representing the state in our interest on those seats. So thank y'all for all your work on that. It certainly doesn't go unnoticed. So our next thing, we're going to have our section updates. And we're going to ask that all of our section chiefs come up and give you their section updates. This is something that we tried last time, or is this the second time or third time second time we've tried this? And just gives an opportunity for the commission to hear directly from our section chiefs about the work that's going on in their section. We try to keep it to the highlight things, but they're here. These are the leaders of this division, and open to, it's a great opportunity for you to have if you have any questions about what they're working on or what they might be working on, they're more than happy to answer those. And I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of introductions. They can do that, and I'll just turn it over to them.
Personally, I like this format. It's a good idea.
Good. Thank you for that feedback. We appreciate it.
All right. Good morning, everyone. As Kat said, I'm Jason Rock. I'm the new section chief for the Fisheries Management section here at the division. Before I get into the section update, I did just want to take a minute and give you a little bit of background about myself for those of you who may not be as familiar with me. I've been with the division for 16 years. I was initially hired as a temporary technician on our independent gillnet survey project out of the Washington office. And I was able to worked my way up to a biologist position where I was the species lead for several species, including Atlantic croaker, blue crab, and striped mullet. And then for the last 11 years, I've been a biologist supervisor, spending time in our Washington office as well as our Morehead City office, overseeing staff and sampling operations out of those locations. And during my time, I've been involved in the development of fishery management plans for blue crab, shrimp, southern flounder, spotted sea trout, striped bass, and striped mullet. So that's just a little bit about me and what I've been involved with during my time here. As you heard at the last meeting, as well as earlier today, the fisheries management section is dealing with the loss of some key personnel. We're still down our Northern District Manager, as well as staff in our stock assessment shop, along with a few other positions that have come open recently. We are working diligently to fill these positions, and we do hope to have them filled soon. At this meeting, you'll hear a presentation about the update to the South Atlantic Southern Flounder stock assessment, that was recently completed in cooperation with our state partners in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Also, occurring since the last meeting, in partnership with our Habitat Enhancement section staff, we completed the June portion of the Pamlico Sound Survey. And this is a trawl survey that runs twice a year in June and September in Pamlico Sound and its tributaries. And we use this survey to generate relative abundance indices for Atlantic croaker, kingfishes, spot, summer flounder, and weakfish. Also, over the past few months, staff completed a pilot project in cooperation with NOAA Fisheries, where we performed voluntary inspections of bycatch reduction devices and turtle excluder devices in shrimp trawls to ensure that they meet regulatory requirements. We have also partnered with the Marine and Estuary Foundation on a new project. You may recall that we recently partnered with them to fund striped bass stocking in Albemarle Sound. This new project that is just getting underway is to tag adult red drum with satellite tags. And the goal of this project is to investigate stock structure, spawning migrations, and habitat preferences for those adult red drum. And you'll be hearing more, as a note, you'll be hearing more about the division's tagging program later in the meeting. And then lastly, with support from the Licensed and Statistics section, which Brandy runs, we recently completed the annual Fishery Management Plan Review that you'll also hear about later today. And just as a reminder, these updates serve as our annual review of all our state and interjurisdictionally managed species and are excellent resources for anyone that wants to learn more about them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brandy.
Brandy.
Okay, so I'm Brandy Salmon. Like Jason mentioned, I'm the section chief for our license and statistics section. So as Jason mentioned, our section collects and analyzes data to help manage our fisheries resources. So our data comes from 4 main programs in our section, so I'll go over some updates from those programs. So for the license program, pre-sales for commercial and for-hire licenses spanned from April to June, and DMF now officially accepts credit cards as another form of payment for license sales. So I can't say it was smooth sailing, but it happened and we made it and we're still going. So it appears that license sales continue to trend downward over time, and commercial license sales for the past license year are lower than they have ever been historically. So for the Fisheries Economics Program, they are working to, well, I say they, Jason is the only one, is working to secure funding to survey commercial fishers and dealers by region, so like northern, central, and southern region, in the next 2 years. And those surveys are intended to update expenditure multipliers used in economic impact and contribution analyses. So then they're also working on the 2022 socioeconomic survey of the for-hire industry in North Carolina. So that was completed. And Jason Walsh, our economist, is potentially providing a presentation in the November MFC meeting to explain those findings of that survey. So the trip ticket program and the coastal angling program, they collect our commercial and recreational data. They hosted 3 interns over the summer, and they have been fully engaged and great to work with. And we tend to rob Peter to pay Paul around here. And Habitat and Enhancement section has actually hired one of our interns that we had last year as a permanent employee. So that's how we do it. Staff are currently working on updating the Big Book, and we'll be bringing you the final version to your November meeting. If you don't know what the Big Book is, you're going to be in for a treat. So a lot of the data from our section is included in the Big Book, and it also feeds into fisheries management plans, just like Jason mentioned. So we'll be getting a presentation from me and Charlton Godwin a little bit later today on how that process works. So our data is also used in other sections of the division, like the Habitat and Enhancement section's production reports for oyster leases, and that leads us to the Habitat and Enhancement section chief.
Thank you.
Morning, y'all. I'm Zach Harrison, the Habitat Enhancement Section Chief. As Brandy mentioned, we have the Shellfish Lease Program in my section. So this year for the Shellfish Lease application period, we had 21 Shellfish Lease applications by the end date of August 1st. We've had public hearings held in July in Carteret and Craven counties, and we have a public hearing scheduled next week in Onslow County, Wednesday, the 28th. For our shellfish rehab side, the RV Oyster Creek completed their first round of mother shipping to Colch Plant in the Lee-Hutaff area. So first, I just want to say thanks to Commissioner Corbett for coming out and visiting that. If any other commissioners would like to come view the Oyster Creek, it's an incredible operation they're running. They'll be in Englehart for the rest of this year for the season, and then we'll be mother shipping down south again next year. We'd love to have any of y'all. For the Oyster Sanctuary program, we completed this first year's construction of 2 new oyster sanctuaries, one in Ma Point and one on Brant Island Shoals. This is double the work of the past years, and our crews monitored this deployment 7 days a week. So they've been slammed and knocked this out and did a great job. We also had, for the artificial reef program, we sank a 100-foot tugboat, the Thomas Dan, at AR 305. That's about 28 miles off of Beaufort Inlet. And we were hoping to get commissioners out there to observe it, but the weather constraints led to a last-minute call on a very bumpy ride out. So we'll be sinking another one later this fall, and we'd love to take commissioners out. If you've never seen a boat sink on purpose, it's a great sight. And so lastly, we have our aquaculture permits program that's been working with Shannon and his section to educate and safely grow our aquaculture in the state.
Excuse me. Good morning. Again, I'm Shannon Jenkins. I'm the Section Chief with Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality Section. We've had a busy summer in our public health programs. That includes shellfish facility certifications and inspections, shellfish growing area sampling, lab analysis, shoreline survey of pollution sources, and monitoring and advising the public regarding water quality at swimming beaches. Most recently, we've been working to rescind swimming advisories and temporary shellfish closures due to the effects of Tropical Storm Debbie earlier this month. Today, I'd just like to briefly highlight a few additional programs and events. First, I'd like to give an update on the position that the division was awarded by the legislature to support the shellfish industry and division in meeting national health requirements for shellfish aquaculture. This is required by the National Shellfish Sanitation Program. Environmental specialist George Stilson has been conducting field inspections of shellfish leases to ensure that permit conditions and health requirements in rule and proclamation are followed to ensure a safe product for shellfish consumers. Areas covered in the inspections include adherence to operational plans, including bird mitigation, cultivation practices that could elevate Vibrio bacteria levels, required shellfish tagging, and potential harvest issues such as shading of product after harvest and also wastewater. This position will also serve as a resource for shellfish leaseholders, harvesters, industry groups, and division staff regarding education and best management practices related to the health aspects of the shellfish cultivation process. This position should help the North Carolina shellfish industry to continue its great reputation and track record related to the prevention of illness from shellfish consumption. Next, previously this year at a commission meeting, I mentioned we were going to host a training on our coast back in the spring with the FDA engineering team regarding hydrographic study design and implementation. That training was delayed and is now scheduled to occur next month. It'll be at the town of Carolina Beach, which agreed to allow this study at their wastewater treatment plant facility. Our hydrographic studies typically are dye studies of municipal wastewater system outfalls into coastal waters. So what typically happens is a municipality may request through the Division of Water Resources that they be able to increase the amount of treated wastewater that they discharge into coastal waters. Prior to considering the request, DWR will ask us to assess what effect that increase may have on adjacent shellfish growing areas. Conducting a dye study requires significant planning and staff involvement in order that we characterize the wastewater treatment and discharge and determining dilution, dispersion, and the time of transport in the shellfish growing waters. The purpose of the training next month is to introduce new staff to hydrographic study design and methods, and to explore new technologies such as drones and new software. We were awarded funding through a grant to cover the associated staff travel and training cost. Our counterparts from South Carolina and Virginia will also be participating in the training as well. Finally, our inspection staff are partnering to offer a seafood quality and safety workshop in Moorhead on October 10th. The primary audience for this intensive one-day workshop are local health department staff, and the training is focused on providing up-to-date information regarding seafood safety that they're likely to encounter when conducting food safety inspections. Topics include approved sources of seafood, shellfish tagging and illness traceback, common seafood illnesses, seafood product identification, and also how to evaluate seafood quality. Past participants have given very positive reviews of this workshop, and it would not be possible without the participation of our Marine Patrol staff, as well as partnership with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, North Carolina Sea Grant, and the North Carolina Environmental Health State of Practice Committee. And with that, I'll go to Carter Whitten.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Carter Whitten, the Colonel for the Marine Patrol. As Shannon mentioned, officers with the Marine Patrol will be participating in the Seafood Quality and Safety Workshop, something we are excited to do, as the safety of the citizens of North Carolina is one of our top priorities, along with the conservation of our state resources. To that end, Marine Patrol officers continue to work on all fishing activities and have written numerous warnings and citations for various fishing violations. This was the last year of Oyster Relay has been finished. After much work, the Marine Patrol vessel Roanoke has been successfully outfitted with new diesel engines and is now back in the water and underway. We have 2 new officers in new roles of investigators, and we have sworn in 2 additional officers. As you know, our officers participate in numerous training throughout the year, including their mandatory in-service training, as well as many other types of training that helps the Marine Patrol service the citizens of North Carolina. During one of these training exercises, 2 kayakers who were paddling nearby flipped over, and our officers were able to rescue them. Officers with the Marine Patrol Swiftwater team participated in the Catawba flood exercise, as well as joint Swiftwater classes with New Bern Fire Department and Greenville Fire Department. Also, we are very happy to announce that Captain Chris Lee was elected as Vice President of the North Carolina Emergency Management Swiftwater Technical Advisory Group for the state. The Marine Patrol has attended numerous outreach events. Just to name a few, our officers assisted with multiple county fireworks shows and parades for 4th of July celebration. And the one we are most excited about is our first Junior Marine Patrol Academy in June 12 middle school age cadets came to the division headquarters in Moorhead City to experience what it's like to work as a North Carolina Marine Patrol officer and learn responsibilities, boating, and fishing, about the state's natural resources, methods of seafood harvest, and the impact made by conservation law enforcement. It was very well received by the cadets and their parents, and we hope to be able to continue offering this in the future. Lastly, a criminal justice major from ECU completed an internship with us as well. This concludes the section updates. Does anybody have any questions? For any of us.
For any of us.
That's what I was hoping. So, question for Brandy. You said commercial license sales are the lowest they've been. What about for higher license sales this year? Have you been able to look at that compared to past years?
I don't remember off the top of my head the numbers, but in the past couple of years, they have increased significantly. So I feel like COVID really affected the for-hire industry, and a lot of people had a lot of time on their hands and wanted to get into the fishery. So we've actually had quite a bit of for-hire license sales still.
But what about this year? That's what I'm asking about.
I'd have to look at the numbers and see. I'm pretty sure it has increased, but I'd have to look.
If you could follow up with me with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Great, good reports. Thank you all. Director.
Thank you to that team. Again, this team makes up a large portion of our management team at the division, and they've got a big responsibility, and they do a lot of great work for this division. So thank you guys for those reports. And put my glasses on here so I'm doing. And that's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's take about a 10-minute break and stretch our legs a little bit and do what we need to do. Like Woody Durham used to say, go where you go and do what you do.
Bizzle, just want to come say thank you for everything. Appreciate everything you're doing.
I'm trying. I don't know what I've done enough, but I'm trying.
Takes a lot of effort and a lot of time, and
Yep,
I know when you go home, you carry it with you.
you do. Marine Patrol, if y'all see any commissioners out there, would you send them on in, please? Appreciate it.
What's the bag limit of commissioners?
It's increasing every minute. Chairman Hobgood, Chairman Gardner, we can chit-chat later. Okay, we're missing two, but I think we can proceed on with our next agenda item, which is the carcass collection program in the North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament.
Well, good morning. My name's Amanda Masick. I'm the sport fishing specialist based in the Moorhead City office. And at these meetings, as you know, you guys talk a lot about our state fisheries management plans. And I'm just going to introduce you to 3 of those programs that I run that help support those FMP initiatives and also play really critical roles for our stakeholder engagement, particularly with the recreational sector. So I will be talking about the carcass collection program, the North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament, along with the North Carolina Saltwater State Record Fish. Just as a quick overview, all of these programs are housed within the fisheries management section, particularly within the Age and Growth Lab. And the Saltwater State Record Fish is kind of in with the Saltwater Fishing Tournament. To start, I'm going to talk to you about our carcass collection program, which is exactly as it sounds. We take the carcasses from recreational fishermen, and we use that data on the fish length, the sex, and also collecting the age structures to support dependent data needs for our FMPs. The program is funded through the Coastal Recreational Fishing License, or CRUFL. And again, it provides a really important means to get connected with our stakeholders. And we do this at fishing clubs, we go to tournaments, and we also visit tackle shops and fishing piers. I'm going to introduce a little bit of our staff outside of me. So in this picture is Kevin Aman, who we very affectionately call the face of DMF, because no matter where I go in the state, Kevin knows somebody and somebody knows Kevin. He's really part of more of a co-lead in this program. Also in this picture is Sarah Pace, who is our Age Lab biologist. And not pictured, but also a very important team member is Caitlin Borner. This program collects samples from 25 coastal, inshore, and offshore species. And as you'll notice that not all of these are directly state-managed species, but we do a lot of collaborative work with other agencies and universities to get them samples if they need it. This program also specifically, even for us, allows us to do a lot of targeted sampling during limited recreational seasons. So for example, during flounder or during American red snapper, we can utilize this program to try to get more samples. All of our locations, we have 9 across the state, will host a freezer from April to December, and we have 9 currently. These freezers are located at tackle shops, piers, and at other DMF regional offices. And again, that goes from April to December, and we have a decent coverage along the coast where anglers can donate their fish. I'm gonna kind of walk you through the process, but this is a picture of what our freezers look like. They're always marked. Each of these freezers has plastic bags, pencils, and something that we call a catch card or a cut card. This is how we can collect additional information about where, when, and how that fish was harvested. And we do collect a little bit of personal information, but I want to stress that that is for my eyes only, and that is just so that I can send rewards to our anglers, so that doesn't get shared with anybody else. And a little bit of a gore warning, we do have some pictures of fish carcasses coming up. So anglers will find their closest or nearest donation site, bring the carcass of their fish, so hopefully with a head, tail, and body cavity intact. They will use the bags and the pencils that are there at the or at the freezers to donate their fish in a plastic bag, put the catch card in the bag, and leave it in the freezer. Our staff go around about every other week to collect those samples out of there. And then we bring them back to our labs. So in this picture, Kevin is measuring a red drum that was donated. He's taking the fork length and the total length. At this point, he can also look and tell if it is a male or a female fish. If it was a female, we can assess if it was immature or mature, so if that fish was spawning capable or not. Next is the really fun part. We get to take out the ear bones. Ear bones are also what we call otoliths. These are calcium carbonate structures that function just a lot like people's ears and eardrums, so this helps with the fish with equilibrium and balance, also helps them hear. But this is what we use to actually age the fish. So we can go about this in several different ways. We can make a cut, kind of like Kevin did here in this photo with a Spanish mackerel, where he went across the top of the head. We can also cut straight down in front of the operculum, which is that bony plate that covers the gills. Each of our species that we collect from has unique otolith shapes, which is really cool. For example, in that little white circle is where you'll see the Spanish mackerel otolith, and they're very small and they're very delicate. But the otoliths will set on either side of the fish's head and underneath the brain. And if we needed to at this point, we could also take genetic samples or scale samples to support any other projects. Next, all of the otoliths will go through a cleaning and a processing. The big otoliths like red drum and speckled trout, we do have to cut them down using a specialized saw. So we take just a really thin section from the very middle of it, and we mount those otoliths onto a slide. Our age and growth lab ages about 10,000 fish a year, and that's including fish that have been donated to our program or ones that were collected during fishing tournaments. This is an example of what one of those otoliths looks like underneath a microscope. So this came from a 7-year-old spotted sea trout. You can see those areas of light and dark. Each of those represents a year of growth for that fish. So if you count those dark rings, you will get 7. So this fish was 7 years old, and this is actually from the current state record spotted sea trout. And I'll kind of touch again on that in a little bit. A quick 2023 recap. We collected 1,077 carcasses from 104 anglers during the regular recreational seasons. And while we definitely appreciate everybody that took the time to come out and donate to us, when we consider the millions of fishing trips that are happening off of North Carolina and within North Carolina every year, this is a very, very small percentage. Unfortunately, our donations can be influenced by regulations. When we add in the limited season, recreational seasons like flounder and red snapper, we collected 1,531 samples from 18 species. And our staff attended and sampled at 14 different fishing tournaments. We did a lot of outreach at the state fair. We went to 3 fishing and boating expos. We went to multiple fishing clubs, and we also spent 2 days at Jeanette's Pier, which is one of our host sites up in Nags Head. So that was really great. We got to interact with anglers as they were actively fishing and talk to them. 2024 updates for carcass collection. As I had mentioned, we were only getting a very small amount of donations, only 104 anglers out of the millions that do come to our coast every year. So we're always looking to encourage and improve the number of donations that we get. And so this year we have started a tiered prize system. So there's 3 tiers. Each time an angler donates additional fish and they reach those thresholds, they will get those prizes. And they will also have another opportunity to be entered into our grand prize drawing at the end of the year. So anglers that donate up to 51 fish or more will have 3 entries for our grand prize drawing. But in that picture, you can see kind of some of the swag and rewards that we have that we've tried to really up our game with. And I actually believe that you all have a goodie bag In front of you, you have my business card, you have some of our program information, but I also included some of those rewards that we're giving anglers in your bags. So again, just want to reiterate, if you are out fishing, please donate to our program. Commissioners, anybody that is listening online, we really need more samples. We're happy to take more samples. We do go to head boats and grab samples that are coming off. So if you are out fishing and you can't make it to a donation site and you're around Moorhead or somewhere close by, let us know and we'll come grab your fish. Moving on to the saltwater.
Oh, we got a question over here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question or two. One, I'll start with the off-the-wall question. What do y'all do with the carcasses after you analyze them?
So the carcasses, after we take all of our information from them, they do go back to where they came from.
Back to where they came from. So you just chunk them overboard is basically what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. And could you go back a slide?
Sure.
So I like the new initiative and award program for this. I think that's a great idea. However, the number of donations seem to be disproportionate to the amount of reward they get. And so just looking at this, if you only gathered 1,000 or 1,500 a year, but you're going to reward somebody for donating 50 to 100 plus, that would be quite an ask of somebody, of a lot of donations. And so just briefly looking at this, I would maybe recommend to reconsider the reward numbers of what someone would get for a particular number of donations, because in my personal opinion, and that's just my personal opinion, they're kind of high on the upper tier there. And that's just an observation. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely take that under advisement. This is the first year that we've really kind of approached it this way, so there's definitely going to be room for growth. We don't want to do the same thing every year. So, maybe in the future, we can definitely look at increasing those prizes. But as I said, and maybe it wasn't very clear, that each level they hit, they're going to get everything else prior to that too. So they're not going to get just what was there.
I get that. Maybe I just wasn't clear. Then what I'm saying is the total, so you have tiers here, and I guess they're examples, or I don't know how established those particular tiers are, but in proportion to the amount of historic donations and what I see here, offering a reward for 50 to 100 plus donations, that's like 10% of what it is that y'all get in a historic year. They seem to be a little high to achieve to get a little soft plastic lure, okay? And so that's all I'm saying, is that you may want to reconsider the number of donations based on that for what reward they get.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
absolutely understand, and
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
definitely
Chair.
take that under advisement and see what we can do.
Let me kind of do a follow-up question. How many anglers give more than 50 fish?
Actually, quite a few.
Really?
So
Okay.
it's at the fishing pier, at Jeanette's Pier, you're getting a lot of tourists that are coming in just kind of for the weekend. So those are the people that are only giving a couple of fish maybe at a time. But we do have some very, very dedicated anglers, charter captains and head boats that will call us up and let us know, and we will meet them. Or Cape Point, out on Harker's Island, we have a wonderful charter captain out there and his son that donate very, very frequently because it's just there and it's easy to access. So they donate hundreds more fish. I've seen anglers from last year that donated over 200 fish.
Wow, okay.
Is it possible to request a collection site? Like, could Oregon Inlet Fishing Center add a collection bin?
Yeah, absolutely. We're always open to growing the number of freezer sites that we have. I'll say that it's a little bit harder to find places that want to do it because we are bringing a chest freezer We like them to be accessible 24/7 so that anglers can donate. And we like them to be visible and in the front, which tends to kind of be valuable retail space, so to speak. So we're always open to it. Welcome to bring, I'm happy to bring freezers to anywhere that is interested in being a host site. We actually did have one at Seaview Crab Company that just last week, I think they're undergoing some renovations, so we just had to remove a freezer from there, but we were up to 10. But yeah, anybody that wants to talk about being a donation site is more than welcome to come talk to me or reach out to me, and I'd be happy to do so.
Okay. Amanda, continue, please.
All righty. So moving on to the saltwater fishing tournament, which is more commonly known as the citation program. But as I like to tell people, my citations are the good kind. So these are certificates that we send out to anglers that recognize them for their outstanding catches. In general, we send out about 9,000 a year for 38 different species of fish. DMF acquired this program from the Department of Travel and Tourism in the 1980s. And like the Carcass Collection Program, it is also funded through CRUFL. This is also another way, as we were talking about incentives, that we can actually incentivize anglers to donate. So last year we had a lot of success during the limited recreational season to encourage anglers to donate their flounder carcasses by offering them a citation for their donation. We have a network of 80 weigh stations that range from the Virginia border to the South Carolina border. And again, these are tackle shops, fishing piers, places that anglers are likely to be and to encounter. This program does support data collection goals, for our FNPs and our biologists inside the division and biologists outside the division could use this program to gain broad perspectives on what is happening with the recreational fishing in North Carolina. And we do utilize this program, but I really want to stress that this program is for the benefit of our stakeholders. Citations are bragging rights. People will frame them. They will put pictures up on their wall. And as we saw, even one of our commissioners carries it around in a little blue book. So, people are very excited about these. It is memories and connections to the things that they have done with their friends and their families. And honestly, I'm very honored that I get to hear a lot of these fishing stories from our anglers. I've heard some really exceptional stories, and I kind of get to live vicariously through them because I think we can all relate that we don't get as much time to go fishing as we would like ourselves. So I'm always happy to hear those stories from our anglers. This is a list of our 2024 eligible species, and there's just a couple of highlights that I was going to go over with you all. So all of our species that are not limited to release only now have a minimum weight or a minimum length that they can use to qualify for. So previously, sometimes fish only had a minimum length or they only had a minimum weight. We are trying to make this a little easier for everybody and a little more standardized. So everything that is not release only has a minimum weight and or length that they can use to qualify. 4 of our species that are outlined in the blue boxes, so this is barracuda, black drum, false albacore, and crevalle jack, were previously release-only species that we allow if somebody wants to harvest them, they can harvest them for a citation specifically. Kingfish, which is the purple box, that weight was reduced to 1.5 pounds. And the gold boxes are around new species that we added to the program starting in 2024. So this is pigfish, spadefish, vermilion snapper, and white grunt. A quick 2023 review. We issued 8,163 certificates. Our top 3 species were red drum, sailfish, and spotted sea trout, which is about on par with previous years. We did also work really hard to encourage the use of our online application system. So we did this by creating some QR code stickers. We disseminated those at outreach events into our tackle shops. It worked really, really well. About 50% of our applications came in online last year, and that really reduced the staff time that was spent in between those citation applications coming in and when anglers got them. So I was able to print in July last year, which cut most anglers' time down, wait time, by about 6 months. And again, it's been really successful this year in 2024. So in July of this year, I also did another print. So we're working really hard to get a faster turnaround because previously it took a year or more for people to get their certificates. In 2023, we also had the addition of our social media. And we have had a lot of increased positive interactions with the public and with our stakeholders through our Wednesday weigh-in features, weigh-in Wednesdays. We received over 100 pictures that were submitted by anglers voluntarily to us. And this is just a highlight of some of these catches that people were sharing with us.
We got a question here.
How do you set your criteria for the citation?
So a lot of these fish were already there and in place when I took over. I started this position in 2022, the middle of 2022, or no, 23. Anyways, we're going by what is considered a trophy fish. So something that is exceptional in size, that's not just what every other person is catching kind of out there. And then as far as the weight and the lengths, we used weight length keys to try to find weights and lengths that if a fish was this length, it probably weighed around this much.
So when you say trophy, I mean, are you saying like maybe the upper 95 percentile, or what would be considered exceptional?
Yeah, and I think it's something that we are going to have to look at if, regulations change. It's something that we'll definitely adapt to. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly off the top of my head what we would consider the percentile, but just anything that is not super common.
Okay.
Commissioner Roller.
So a question and a comment. Do you know how many bluefish citations have been issued?
Not off the top of my head, but that is something that I can get for you, absolutely.
So I'm just interested because I've raised this in the past, 15 pounds is really big for North Carolina.
Mhm.
Maybe that was a citation or achievable 20 years ago, but
In the past,
in the past, I just don't think it is anymore. I'd love to see that one revised. And I did express my disappointment to your predecessor when Benito was removed, and I'd love to see that added back on personally, but that's just my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm always open to the suggestions and the feedback, and I'll definitely take note of that.
And I believe, one more thing too, I believe citation for a spot is 1 pound.
If I believe so. We'll go back to this slide. Yes.
I'd like to know how many of those citations that can
I
get.
can tell you it's a very few. There's definitely some favoritism, like I said, with our anglers and what fish they like to target. And I also think what fish they think are kind of brag worthy. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily a weight problem or if people just aren't even aware that they can get a citation for a spot. Alrighty, I think we are done with this one. Moving on to what is actually my favorite program, which is the saltwater state record fish. I've been very fortunate to actually be able to see a lot of these specimens that have been brought in. And as I mentioned before, this is housed within the citation program. We currently have 85 state record species. 11 of those are confirmed all-tackle IGFA world records, and there is one that is pending. If you go in and you start looking at the line class records, we actually have a lot more fish that came out of North Carolina. All of our state record rules do mimic what the International Game Fish Association has. And in 2023, we also added an all-tackle length or release category. So species like red drum and tarpon that you couldn't handle or restrain are now eligible for state records based on their length. In 2023, we had 6 new state records, including a new pudding wife world record, which is a photo up there. And this year, so far in 2024, we have had 4 new records. And with that, I think I might have answered a lot of questions already.
Yes, you have.
But I do, again, want to encourage everybody to please donate if you're out there. Reach out, let us know. If you can't make it to a donation site, I'd be happy to come collect some fish from you. But please donate. I do have some more goodies and information if you need it up on the screen, but also out in the hallway. So please come talk to me.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
This looks like I've participated in in both of these programs with clients, and it seems like this has been, especially with the addition to the QR code, this has just been a really great step forward with this program and the incentivizing the carcass collection is such a great idea. Have these ideas been put forward with the mandatory reporting that will be coming up and trying to incentivize that and QR codes being used on boats and things like that?
I'm going to let Jesse handle that because I'm not necessarily on the specific team that is handling the mandatory reporting.
Jesse?
So Sarah, I will say that we are talking about QR codes to pass out to people that they can put on their boats to get to the reporting form and everything. And included in the legislation is we have to do a legislative report every year about mandatory harvest reporting, and it specifically states in there that include information about incentives. So that incentives are something that we're looking into for mandatory harvest reporting.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Commissioner Bethea.
Thanks, Chairman. This might be dumb, but has anybody talked about like doing any kind of shellfish, like for biggest oyster, biggest crab, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, that was something that has not been brought up or that I have necessarily considered, but again, it might be something that's worth looking into, for sure.
Good thought. Yeah, crab in particular, yeah. Okay, anything else from anybody? Great, thank you, man. Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Next up is a standard commercial fishing license eligibility report and to set the eligibility pool cap. Captain Yop, Sharon Lewis, and we're going to have an action item with this.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Captain Garland Yop. I'm Chair of the Standard Commercial Fishing License, or what we call Scuffle Eligibility Board. Sitting next to me is Miss Sharon Lewis. She is the License and Statistics Program Manager. Today, we are here to give you a short presentation about the Scuffle Eligibility Pool determination that the Commission makes each year. We're going to give you a brief overview of some rules. The eligibility pool is for an individual who does not hold a standard commercial fishing license but wants to purchase a license through the Division of Marine Fisheries. They can apply to receive the license through the eligibility pool process. The application goes before board, which determines that the applicant is qualified based on criteria set out in rule. Session Law 1998-225, Section 4.24, part of the Fisheries Reform Act, established the Scuffle Eligibility Board. This law also requires the Commission to adopt rules to govern the operation of the board. Your rules are found in 15A NCAC 030.0400, and they set the requirements for the eligibility board operation, the MFC setting the eligibility pool cap each year, 030.0403B, the application process for the eligibility pool, and eligibility criteria. You readopted the Scuffle eligibility rules June 1st, 2022 to make minor conforming and technical changes. So these have been recently updated. This chart shows how the number of available licenses are determined for any particular year. The temporary cap for licenses was set at the number of valid endorsements to sell as of June 30th, 1999, plus an extra 500 for the eligibility pool. That cap, as we call it, is 8,896 licenses, less the number that were issued or renewed the previous year. Those that were issued or renewed the previous year in 23-24 were 5,276. And we also had 5 approved scuffles that were not yet issued. And that's sometimes because individuals that are approved in the spring meeting have until June 30th of the following license year to purchase their scuffle. So that brings the total licenses that are available in the pool to 3,615. This graph shows the eligibility pool data for the last 10 years. Oh, nope, sorry, I'm looking at that next. Sorry, this shows considerations from the 23-24 license year. We had 37 scuffle applications received, 29 approved with 8 denials. We had a 12% increase in total applications from the previous year. This graph, trying to get ahead of myself, shows on your left, the vertical line equals number of licenses. The bottom line equals license year. The green line indicates the number of licenses available, and the blue line indicates number of licenses approved by the commission. From 2015, 2016, the commission approved the total number of licenses that were available. The last 6 years, the commission has set the total number to 500 available for the pool. You will see in license year 2017, it was a low of 100, and it jumped back up in 2018 to the total number of licenses that were available. That was just what the commission, who was sitting here at that time, decided to do. So your action item, we need you to vote to set the number of scuffles in the eligibility pool for the 24-25 license year from the 3,615 that are available. And remember, last 6 years, you've set it at 500, and that has been adequate for the number of applications received.
Commissioner Blanton.
Commissioner Roller was actually ahead of me.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
that-
go
that's
ahead,
fine.
Commissioner Roller.
So just a question about the program, if I may.
Okay.
So, you know, when you look at the application, I think the word is significant participation in commercial fishing.
Involvement.
Significant involvement.
Yep.
How do you define that?
I
Like
think
what
it's up-
sort of minimums?
There is, if you read the rules, it's up to each board member to figure out what that is. There is no set criteria. There is not built into it.
I mean, so there's no set criteria, but is there any policy you follow? Is it like $100, $500, a percentage of income?
No, my mind, I look at trips a lot of times.
Yeah.
We don't have value there necessarily, but we have trips. And that's in my mind how I have. Talking to my predecessors, that's kind of how they did. I can't speak for Commissioner Blanton, he's on the board.
Would you address that?
Commissioner Blanton.
Yeah, so to try to answer your question, myself and Captain Yop have had actual conversations about what significant involvement means. I've sat on this board since I've actually taken a role as a commissioner, so that's been 6 consecutive years of it, and I've enjoyed it. But there's a little heartburn to me as to how open-ended significant involvement and what that means, because there's no clear definition as to what significant involvement is considered to be. That might be something that might need to be addressed within this, because packets are only as good as the person's effort to put their packet together is, and so it's clear sometimes when a packet comes in that there might not be significant involvement. However, there's truly no way to tell how involved a person really was other than how robust and complete their packet is. And so there's only a certain requirement for the documents to be there and the notarizations that come along with that. And so long as their packet is complete, it is to be considered. Am I wrong?
Correct.
And so it has been a gray area at the board, and I have personally have had to say no on packets that others have said yes on, because I did not feel like there was significant involvement. And so that has, in my opinion, been one of the gray areas that the board really doesn't have a whole lot of guidance on. But, you know, we do our due diligence. If you listen in on our board meeting, we debate quite often packets. What another downfall to being a member of that board is that I don't have access, or the Marine Fisheries Commission member does not have access to the same documentation that Captain Yop has, because there's privacy issues
Correct.
involved in landings and whatnot from vessels that are sponsoring these people, because it's sort of a sponsorship thing too. They have to, somebody has to speak for the person, the applicant. And so I don't get to see how involved the sponsor, I'm going to use that word sponsor, is in a fishery or anything, other than by Captain Yop sort of giving us very, very vague information, meaning like number of trips. He gives no specific details, but he'll say, this person, in license year whatever had 18 trips, and license year whatever had 10. And so it's basically a huge gray area, and the combination of documentation within that packet is what really helps guide us to whether somebody is eligible or not. So I hope that helps out.
Yeah. Who would be able to define significant involvement? Would it be the board or the commission?
So I would think that, I'll read to you, if you give me just a minute, what it says in the rule book. It says, for the purpose of this rule, significant involvement means persons or corporations who are engaged in the actual taking of fish for sale from the waters of the state or other states, jurisdictions, or federal waters, or any licensed dealer or the dealer's employees who purchase fish at the point of landing. So that's what it says in our rule book that we try to go by.
Is that a code, or what is that?
So a rule.
It is a rule.
That's, yep, in 030.0404.
Okay, so basically, anybody goes commercial fishing one time is significantly involved.
I think that is for every board member to figure out whether that is. That's why, since I've taken over, I try to give them as much information, since I know they cannot see trip tickets and stuff like that, to detail. And this year, this is how many this person went. And I just go through the years, whatever data they have, or that we've been able to pull up to show that they have.
And so they make a determination on an individual basis.
From their application and any information I can give them that they cannot physically see.
Okay. If the board thinks it would be helpful to have a number attached, maybe we need to consider rulemaking going forward on this.
I wouldn't be opposed to that idea, and the idea of looking into what significant involvement would be as defined.
Yes.
Or the definition of significant involvement now as what he read, and then investigating that further and then trying to put a number on that. I think it would be extremely helpful in the future to have some more clear-cut criteria there and guidance that would help the board make those decisions even easier, instead of, and we haven't been challenged yet that I know of.
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
And like I said, we do a pretty, I feel as if we do a pretty good job at vetting each packet and making sure that we're, because, I mean, we have denials, we're not just giving them out.
Right.
We do deny, we do look diligently into it. And we find sometimes where people are trying to use loopholes, and there's been a couple of instances where one of us has seen something or whatever and been like, hold on just a minute, call it into question, holds up their whole packet, and they ultimately might not end up getting that license because of things that they've tried to do or say or whatever. And so I think it all depends on who's sitting there and who defines significant involvement, how they define that. But it's tough sometimes to look at a packet and be like, okay, yes, this person is legit, or this person is not.
Gotcha. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would recommend that if the commission let us have some internal discussions about this and look at this a little closely. A lot of times we deal with this type of issue with vague language in either statute or rule, and there may be some recommendations that we can put together short of rulemaking, or it might be rulemaking, but let us look at this internally, and then we can come back to you with some additional information if that suits the commission.
I think that'd be very appropriate. Okay. All right, yes, Commissioner Roller.
So a follow-up for Officer Yap. So as in your Marine Patrol capacity, you look at the sponsoring license and provide that information in?
So that's in the packet that they received.
Okay.
We have, I call them reference letters.
Okay.
So people submit and say, I worked for so-and-so for 5 years, from this date to this date. That gentleman or lady normally puts in a reference letter. It says, so-and-so did work with me from these dates, and then we have trip ticket data that goes along with the sponsor letter that shows whether, okay, did they even have any sales during that time?
But the sponsor sales, correct?
Yes.
But for the person applying, are you requiring things like, do they have to show that they had income? So they have to say, here's a W-2, here's a pay stub or something like that?
I'm not sure that it's required, and he has the language here. However, it is appropriate for them to submit their income tax forms or whatever to show that they actually submitted income tax documentation under the guise of a commercial fisherman or a mate or what have you. There have been instances where somebody's like, yeah, I work for such and such, and then Officer Yap can offer the information of, well, that guy only went fishing one time in that 3-year period that the dude said he worked for him. So then you can sort of parse that out and be like, bud, that's, you might have just went and helped him that one day, but that ain't enough. And so that's what I say. There's these gray areas where, somebody will make a statement and their statement just really doesn't line up. It doesn't seem with their sponsor's trip ticket information and whatnot, what the state has for that person.
Gotcha.
So it's a complicated issue, and I think maybe Officer Yap would agree with that as well. But it's taken me a cycle or two to get the hang of it. But it's fairly straightforward. We meet twice a year, so that makes it fairly easy. And then we've tabled some packets as well that we've had questions about, and have come back to them to give the person that's applying due diligence to help, to help make their case or not. And so I think what the director's offered is just to look into it a little bit more and maybe come back with more information. That would be great before we initiate anything formal. But it is worth taking a look at, in my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner Corbett.
So I was the chairman of that committee for 7 years before we turned it over to the officer being chairman. And I don't remember very often people turning in W-2s. They turned in how many trips they were with I didn't see a requirement as a W-2 had to come in.
It is not a requirement, but it says if you show proof of income, it will be tax records.
Yeah. And so, I have people that go with me a lot because they want to get into the business, and pretty much, and I know you've seen my people come through there, and I pretty much tell them, in order for me to write you a letter, you've got to go with me at least 50 trips in a year for at least 2 years, or I'm not giving you a letter. And so that's why when my people come there, they're pretty much, they're in pretty good shape, because most people that have a license don't get 50 trips in a year. So.
Okay. All right, back to the real issue at hand. We need to vote on setting the temporary cap on the number of licenses in the eligibility pool. Keep in mind, excuse me, for the last several years, it's been at 500. Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer that motion. I'd like to move to set the cap of commercial licenses in the eligibility pool to 500.
Okay. Is that your motion as you made it?
It is.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Gardner, seconded.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
bet you
Just a little justification.
Sure.
So 500 is what, the plus 500 that was given to the eligibility pool? That's sort of what I use
Yeah.
from year to year when I make this motion. It was a guideline that I thought was great. And so we haven't needed anywhere near that many. You see our numbers are sub 100 mostly every year now. However, it was just based on the guidance of what was given to the eligibility pool. So I just feel like that number consistently should be there. And if we need to adjust it, which we do every year, approve that number. But I just think it's just good to be consistent with that.
I
Thank you.
agree. I agree. Any other discussion on this? Not, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bethay?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hopgood? Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for
Thank
your
y'all.
work. Okay, we are at our lunch break. I think we got down an hour and a half for that. It should be more than enough. This is about the closest we've run to schedule ever. Yeah. Okay, we'll see y'all back here 1:30. Smile on your face. I know. Marine Patrol, can y'all check out in the hallways? I'm missing 4. Doing what you do so well, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay. Great, thank you. 1:30, let's get back on the agenda, our annual fishery management plan updates, Charlton and Brandy.
You ready?
Look, 11, 1:30.
Okay, take it away, please.
All right. Okay, so I'm Brandy Salmon. I'm the section chief for our licensing statistics section. So sitting here with me is Charlton Godwin. He's the biologist supervisor for the fisheries management section in Elizabeth City office. So we are going to talk to you today about the annual monitoring of fisheries management plans, or what we call FMPs. So just to give you an idea of what we'll be discussing, so here's sort of an overview of the presentation. So first, I'll talk about the history of FMPs, and then we'll talk all things data, the collection, the storage, and the analysis. And then we'll go into the FMP review process and give some examples. And then we'll talk about management and the draft FMP schedule. So why do we create fisheries management plans? So the Fisheries Reform Act was enacted in 1997, and the goal was to ensure the long-term viability of fisheries in North Carolina. So the act mandated the state to develop fisheries management plans for all commercial or recreationally significant species or fisheries in accordance with the guidance criteria to meet the goals of the FRA. So the state's first FMP was for blue crab, and it was approved by the MFC in December of 1998. So now that you know where FMPs originated, we're going to delve into the FMP process. So here's the overarching flow of data as it moves through the division and to the MFC. So the first step is to collect and store the data, pretty simple. Step 2 involves the analysis of the collected data and updating FMPs. And then finally, the last step uses the FMP updates to inform management decisions. And as you can see in that first picture there, we've got one of our commissioners that came out and did a little bit of sampling with us, so it gets really fun. Okay, so now going to briefly explain what data we collect and how we collect it and how we store and process that data here at the Division of Marine Fisheries. So there are so many different variables of data that the division collects, but a few examples of them would be lengths and weights, the age of fish using their scales and otoliths or their ear bones, sex, which the first photo here shows the gonads of a mature female spotted sea trout. We collect genetics, water temperatures, and water samples. One of our technicians in the second photo there is collecting water samples from the surf, socioeconomic data, fishing effort, and then habitat, just like the oyster reef that's in this picture that sheepshead calls its home. So now that we know what data we want to collect, how do we go about collecting it? So there are two types of methods that we use, dependent and independent sampling. So dependent sampling means that we collect that data directly from the fisheries for a particular species. So that includes collecting lengths, weights, sex, and age information directly from the fish houses and the recreational fisheries at the dockside, the beach, the piers. And then independent sampling is referring to the sampling the division is conducting in the form of a scientifically designed survey using various gears to obtain the relative abundance of a particular species. So we also collect information on length, weight, sex, and age composition of everything sampled. So some examples of programs and surveys that collect fisheries dependent data are the trip ticket program, fish house sampling, creel surveys, and even the Fisheries Economics Program. So a few surveys that collect fisheries independent data are the juvenile trawl surveys and the red drum long line survey. So a lot of the independent surveys at the division are referred to as programs, and they're assigned a specific number for that program. So for instance, the independent gillnet survey is known as program 915. So we sound like savants around here sometimes, saying a bunch of names and numbers and whatnot, but they have a purpose. So of course, there are a lot more other programs and surveys that I haven't listed. So if you're interested in more information about our sampling projects, then you can reach out to our new Section Chief, Jason Rock, for Fisheries Management. So now that we know what data we want to collect and we know how we collect it, but where does that collected data actually go? So the details are a little bit nerdy, so we're just going to stick to the basics. The data gets entered into a database. So some databases are division-owned. The biological database we call the BDB, and the Fisheries Information Network, which we call FIN. So other databases are hosted by other agencies. So for instance, the Go Outdoor system or the old Alvin system that's hosted by WRC for recreational license sales. And then MRIP is hosted by NOAA for a recreational catch and effort. So then the data is reviewed and edited to look for any mistakes or errors using quality assurance, quality control measures. And then once all of those QA/QC checks are complete, the data is officially stored as final and is ready to be used. So now I'm going to hand it over to Charlton to talk about the annual F&P review.
All right, thank you, Brandy. So I'm going to build on the information Brandy provided to show you how the data collection and analysis leads to our annual FMP review. So North Carolina General Statute requires the division to review each FMP at least once every 5 years. The division reviews each state-managed species, including those with state FMPs every year, so above the mandate. So this is consistent with what the ASMFC and federal councils do for their managed species. The divisions pulls all this information together in a compilation of reports for each individual species that is posted on our website every year. Guidance criteria set by the commission requires a report on the status of the state FMPs be presented at your first business meeting that occurs after July 1st each year. So that's why you see this here at your August meeting. The division satisfies this requirement with the annual FMP review document. So how is this annual FMP review document developed? Individual reports are drafted for each state-managed species, regardless of whether there's a state FMP, state rule, or interjurisdictional FMP for implementing management for a given species. Each year, annual FMP reviews are done for the 13 state-managed species or species groups, and also the additional 21 species or species groups that are managed by the ASMFC or one of the federal councils, either the Mid-Atlantic or the South Atlantic that we are part of. As Brandy mentioned, the FMP annual reviews are informed each year by the new data that are collected by the division. Each spring, the species leads review the available data, perform appropriate analysis, and provide the results through the most recent year in graphs and tables for their species. Providing trends in the surveys and characterizing the landings allows the division and the Marine Fisheries Commission to monitor trends in the data for each year. All of this information is provided in each report. Staff also include data from the most recent stock assessment in each species report. Stock assessments occur approximately every 5 years or so these annual reviews allow for an interim review of data trends in between these stock assessments. Finally, after review of the data each year, division staff review and assess ongoing management based on the most current information. Any recommendations for changes or highlights are provided to you in this presentation each year. And I do want to mention this year we've added false albacore to the list of species that we review annually. This is in support of the Commission's preferred management action, including to propose false albacore rule that the division monitor false albacore landings and provide a landing summary. So this satisfies that request by the Commission. So the full report, as mentioned, is comprised of the smaller species reports. We call these smaller reports the FMP updates. For each of the FMP update, the sections included in the report are the same. The sections are listed here on the slide to the right there. You can see how reviewing these reports can provide a very good background for each managed species. FMP updates include prior management for the species, goal and objectives of the plan, monitoring and landings results, research needs, and more. In the description of the stock section, you will find details on the updated stock status for the species. And finally, for the 13 state-managed species or species groups, any needed recommendation for the timing of the next FMP review are included based on the information provided in the annual review. So first, let's look at some of the information contained in the annual report for sheepshead. Sheepshead is on the species that we do not have a state FMP for, but we do manage them, and they were added to the annual FMP review in the 2018 report. And I will, before I go on, I'll just give another plug for this document in general. Commissioner Roller, I'll use your question earlier about the citations. So bluefish, number of citations for bluefish, that's in this. That's one of the pieces of information that's in here. So really, I use this document a lot. I know you'll hear our director say she uses it a lot, but if somebody asks questions about a species I'm not familiar with, you can find the size limits, regulations, anything right here in these reports and the trends in the landings. So anyway, we'll look at this. I'm going to use this little, if you can see on the screen there, the laser pointer I'm using here just to talk about some of these graphs as we go through them. So this is a graph of commercial and recreational landings for sheepshead, 1996 to 2023. On this vertical axis here, we have the weight of the landings, which we usually show in pounds. Up here in the legend, it'll tell you that the commercial landings are shown with the gray bars, and then the recreational landings are shown with the blue bars. So we can see commercial landings increased to around 180,000 pounds in 2013 and then declined slightly through 2022 with an increase of 120,000 pounds in 2023. For the recreational landings, you can see they're a bit more variable from year to year. Recreational landings range from a low of around 200,000 pounds in 1998 to over 1.4 million pounds in 2017. So since 2017, recreational landings have ranged about 600,000 pounds to just over 1 million pounds. So here, we're going to look at commercial landings just a little bit more in detail. So you'll notice here we've got two different pieces of data that we have on this one graph. Again, you can see up here in the legend, we're looking at landings and trips. So again, on this left axis, we have pounds landed, which is going to be in the gray bars. Now here on the right axis, we have the number of trips, and that would be the number of commercial trip tickets that have landed sheepshead in that particular year. As you would kind of expect, the number of trips and the landings, they kind of track pretty good from year to year. Trips and landings have been down in recent years from the high in 2013, and still you can see trips since 2020 have also kind of declined and are some of the lowest in the time series. Again, this is for commercial landings and trips. So we'll often show the gear breakdown composition for the commercial landings. We usually put that in a pie chart, and typically that's just for the most recent year. Here you can see for 2023, pound net accounted for 62%, followed by estuary and gill net at 29%, and then the rest of them were a little bit different. But this can change from year to year. So now here we have recreational landings. So again, we've got the landings over here on this left vertical axis, and they're in the blue bars. And then here, this is from MRIP data, we have directed trips in this black line. So you can see in recent years, we've seen an increase in recreational landings and directed trips for sheepshead. In 2022, directed trips reached a high of over 500,000 trips and then reduced in 2023 to just over 450,000 trips. So these are the types of the trend in the data, effort, trips, that we keep an eye on to determine how the fisheries are changing. If the data is telling us that we may need to take a deeper look at the data, potentially make any management changes or FMP schedule changes. So here we have the length composition of sheepshead from the commercial harvest, 1996 to 2023. So let's take a moment to look over this graph. So the first thing I just want to point out is that within each year, this is, we've got the total length over here. So this would be the length of the harvest that's measured at fish houses and whatnot. Year here, the size of the bubble is going to be, the larger the size of the bubble, the greater percentage of harvest in that particular length bin. And of course, the x-axis is here is year. But let's just take a look at 1 year just to kind of get you to kind of understand better how these graphs work, right? So as mentioned before, the size of the bubble indicates the magnitude of the percent. These bubbles in here, the big bubbles that represent about 20 or 25% of the fish measured, the smaller bubbles are getting into 2 or 3%. So you can kind of see 75% of the commercial fish heights we measured were between 11 and 14 inches. So last thing for the commercial length frequencies, some of these are some of the trends that you can kind of see. You can kind of see how we, the length frequency of the fish we measured increased in these couple of years. That's probably a couple of strong year classes of sheep's head moving through the fishery. You'll see that in some of the recreational slides as well. So that's the kind of things that these bubble plots, they look a little busy at first when you look at them, but once you see them with all of the years there, those are the kind of things that you can see in that data of those bubble plots. So here we have the same graph for the recreational harvest. In general, you'll see the range of the length measured is a bit wider than the commercial graph we looked at. There are a few larger fish here at the top in the harvest. And again, you can kind of see some of those year classes moving through as big bubbles at the bottom as they kind of move up through the years. Again, just looking at 2023 for an example, they do have a few larger fish that were measured in the recreational survey, but in general, the majority of the harvest are in between 10 and about 14 inches. So here, moving on to some of the indices of abundance. So these are the fishery independent surveys that we do. This is from the Division's Independent Gillnet Survey. There's been a kind of steady gradual increase since the early 2000s in the abundance of sheep's head through the time series. Pretty significant increase in the last couple of years. And then you can still see that data gap we have for most all of these surveys that occurred due to COVID in 2020. So finally, for sheep's head, we have a graph of the average length at age and the age structure observed in all of the divisions sampling for sheep's head. So this is data from the commercial and recreational fisheries and from our independent sampling. So we do, sheep's head are pretty long-lived species. The maximum age that we have observed in all of our samplings through the years is 34 years old. Even though they lived at 34, the dominant age in the harvest ranges between 1 to 5 years old for a given year. Most of them are 2 to 3 years old. And we really don't see a lot of fish over the age of 24. So again, this is the average length at age, and these little bars here on the top and bottom of the mean just give you the range of the min and the maximum that we've seen within that age. So now let's move on to the annual report for black drum. Black drum are managed through the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. They range from the Gulf of Maine through the east coast of Florida, all the way down to Argentina actually, but the majority of the harvest comes from the Chesapeake Bay south to Florida, really with North Carolina and Florida being the biggest players. So before we take a deeper dive into North Carolina's landings and the indices for black drum that we'll show in our FMP review, let's just really look at one graph that ASMSC has on their webpage. So on our webpage, you will see a link to the ASMFC webpage, and of course the North Carolina Annual Report for black drum describes the management strategies contained in the ASMFC FMP for black drum. The North Carolina report also provides an update on the most recent stock assessment for black drum, which was approved by the ASMFC board in 2023 and showed black drum were not overfished nor was overfishing as was occurring. So again, we've got a couple of different pieces of data on this graph looking at the legend. Commercial harvest is down here in kind of like the dark purple. Recreational harvest is here in the lighter purple, and both of this correspond to harvest in millions of pounds on this left axis here. And then recreational discards is in this line. And this is just releases. And you can see that's in millions of fish. So recreational harvest so commercial harvest, the darker purple, is around several 100,000 pounds per year. Recreational harvest is quite a bit higher, around 5 to 7 million pounds in recent years, with a peak of over 11 million pounds harvested in 2008. So there is a lot of interannual variability in these landings sometimes. So again, the red line, which corresponds to the right axis, measured in millions of fish, is the coast-wide estimate of recreational releases each year. So you can see there's been a steady increase in harvest and releases through the years, with a pretty big increase in releases in recent years, but then here in the past couple of years, they've gone back down. So these are the types of trends that not only ASMFC Technical Committee for Black Drum monitor, but also the state for all of our species. Some of these, trends we monitor in between stock assessments to get a better idea of what's going on in the fishery and if we need to take a deeper dive and look into something else. So now let's look at black drum data contained in the annual report. So here we have, again, recreational and commercial landings. Again, weight in pounds on this axis. Commercial in the gray bars. You can see they've been in the 500,000 to a couple of 100,000 range. Again, there is some pretty big changes in harvest for the recreational sector from year to year. The one that sticks out the most is 2013 to 14. And in last couple of years, you can see recreational landings have increased a little bit over 1.5 million pounds in recent years. So looking at each one of these harvests from the sectors individually, commercial landings and the number of trips. So again, you can see those commercial landings and you can see the number of trips. Kind of variable, stayed about the same, between 4,000 and 10,000 trips. In recent years, they've been between 4,000 and 5,000 trips. So here we have recreational landings and directed trips. Harvest again on the left axis, and trips in the black line. Again, some pretty extreme harvest fluctuations from lows of less than 500,000 to over 2.5 million pounds. Recent increasing trend in trips over the past 7 or 8 years. Some of the highest trip levels in the time series is also something we're keeping an eye on. So trips in North Carolina have really been increasing over the years, the last 10 years. So we also show length frequencies in a different way. This is a little bit different than the bubble plot. So this type of graph is a little easier to read. You're just looking at 1 year's worth of data, so we can show both of those on the same slide. Of course, that previous bubble graph is when you want to look at a long time series of data. You'll see the length frequencies presented both ways. So this just shows the commercial and recreational length frequency for 2023. Recreational is up here in the blue. Commercial is in the gray. I guess really the takeaway home is, you can still see the majority of the harvest is in the 13 to 17 inch range. And overall, the recreational sector does see a few larger fish typically than what the commercial sector sees. And you can't see it on the presentation, but if you have your document open or if you have it open in your in PDF, you can see that there are a couple little small bars in the 32 and the 35 inch range. So there were a few fish measured that were pretty large for black drum in 2023. So here we have program 915, Independent Gillnet Survey. You can see that data gap from 2020 COVID. This is another trend that and the juvenile index, also the ASMS CTC looks at. Not a lot of trend in this index, but again, monitoring several of these trends is something we do between stock assessments and providing our FMP updates to monitor these fisheries. And finally, for black drum, we have the average length at age data. Black drum is also a very long-lived species. The oldest black drum we have aged is 60 years old. Annual growth is pretty rapid each year until black drum reach about 30 inches in length, about 9 or 10 years old, and then it kind of levels off. And again, you can see, even though we do have some older fish in here, the majority of the fish that we see are less than 11, 12, 13 years old. All right, so now that we have covered what types of information we include in the FMP updates and how they are structured, I just wanted to highlight the utility of these updates to inform the management discourse and how we at the division use these to monitor the fisheries, make recommendations to you on management under these FMPs. So in practice, the division uses the annual reviews to evaluate the current state of the stock relative to landings and survey data to consider if any changes to the management or monitoring are needed. So the data informs the decision to adjust management or not. Management changes can be implemented for different reasons under different processes. So adaptive management measures are predetermined in a fishery management plan where the Marine Fisheries Commission adopts a list of actions and/or frameworks that empower the director to utilize proclamation authority to adjust management in more real time. These adaptive management measures essentially specify what those actions may be. Since adaptive management is built into an FMP, no schedule change is required. We don't have to open up an FMP to change these things. So that's kind of the purpose of adaptive management. Right, other types of management changes require a change to the FMP review schedule. This can range from modifying the timing of stock assessments and assessment updates if information suggests that this may provide better and more timely management advice, adjusting the timing of FMP reviews and development if an emerging issue necessitates more immediate action. Trends in the landings or abundance indices indicate a concern, or sometimes just to adjust the schedule to make sure there are not too many FMPs occurring at the same time. So we'll talk about this on the next slide for several of the state FMPs. So lastly, the DEQ secretary is the only person who can revise the FMP review schedule. So if a schedule change is needed, the division makes that request to the secretary based on the available data. So now let's finish up today's presentation with a review of the FMP schedule. So this is the draft FMP schedule for July 2024 through June 2029. And on the next slides, we will point out the proposed changes from last year's schedule that are presented in this draft schedule. So Red Drum is one of the couple that we are suggesting to change from last year's schedule. We would like to delay this until 2025, 1 year later than previously planned, and this is going to provide time for completion of the ASMFC coastwide red drum stock assessment, so we can use that information to inform management. So no need to open up that plan a year or so ahead of the results of the stock assessment coming out. So for blue crab, the division recommends the next review begin in 2026, 1 year later than previously planned, to potentially afford some time to implement new management measures adopted under the adaptive management in 2025 prior to beginning the next benchmark stock assessment. The next recommended change is going to be bay scallop. The division recommends delayed until 2026, the next review of the bay scallop FMP, since the division has not identified the need for management changes based on the most recent data and to reduce overlap in ongoing FMPs during that time frame. Lastly, the 2022 informational update for the North Carolina FMP for interjurisdictional species was adopted by the Marine Fisheries Commission in its May 2022 business meeting. And again, the goal of the FMP for interjurisdictional fisheries is to adopt FMPs consistent with law approved by the federal councils or the AMFC by reference and implement corresponding fisheries regulations in North Carolina to provide compliance or compatibility with approved FMPs and amendments now and in the future. The division recommends delaying the next review of this plan to 2028 to reduce overlap in ongoing FMP reviews. So again, with that, there's the draft FMP review schedule for DEQ secretarial approval. Of course, this is in your supplemental material that was sent out. It's not in your original briefing book, for look at that. So, all right, thanks for hanging in with this presentation after lunch. I know these are tough after lunch. Everybody stay awake. But before I turn over for questions, I just want to briefly acknowledge all of the division staff that worked to put these review documents together. I mean, this is not only the species leads, but numerous staff from several sections, especially LNS and fisheries management, several other sections, and they're responsible for collecting and summarizing all this fishery monitoring data just for the species leads to start even analyzing it, right? We have a couple of staff members whose sole job is just to put all of these individual reports together in the big final document, the PDF, whether you print that out or whether you just look at it on your computer, that takes quite a bit of time to do that, so we want to thank them. If you have specific questions about any of the species or information included in the FMP reviews, species lead contact information is included on our website for everybody, for all of these species, and I would encourage you to reach out to them often. They are the first place to go for any detailed questions about their species and sampling programs. So with that, Brandy and I are happy to address any questions.
Okay, questions or comments? You did have one, didn't you?
I said I did.
Oh, okay.
See, my microphone's already on accident. So first of all, thank you so much for the presentation. It's really helpful, and I really appreciate the landings information for Sheep's Head and Black Drum, which I know is a request of mine. My question for you is, and maybe we have to have the species leads address this, are there any concerning trends that you're seeing in Sheep's Head or Black Drum as we look at the landings, particularly recreational? And the reason I bring that up is it's my personal opinion that the harvest and size limits we have for those fish are very kind of rudimentary. We put them in almost as placeholders when we did them. Like, we were just so excited to have management for black drum. We were so excited to do something for sheep that I'm just curious if you see any trends that would facilitate any needed changes going forward.
So I'll start with black drum first, and if I misspeak, Chris, throw something at me, or and all of y'all for sheep's head and black drum. So black drum, they did just have the stock assessment completed. Of course, there is some uncertainty, as within all assessments. I think they're a little more uncertain about the overfishing or overfished status. Chris, overfished?
They're more certain about the overfished.
Okay.
And there was less certainty in the overfishing. And the TC usually meets around October, and we look at all the stock indicators. As Charlton said, and one of the ones they were concerned about were the juvenile and subadult indices. And our survey is a subadult indices, age 0, 3, up to 4 years is typically what we see in that survey. So as you saw, it was very variable. Actually kind of trended up the last little bit in the year, but that was after a pretty significant fall. But then we had that data gap.
Yeah, so there's the black drum, our survey of abundance, and as Chris said, that's kind of a subadult. I think black drum matured about age 4 or 5, so this is usually 1, 2, 3, 4-year-old fish. So I think another concern, coastwide too, that not only us, but the technical committee is looking at is the increase in trips you see here in the last years. I think with black drum, because they do have the stock assessment, they're kind of looking at these indices in between the next stock assessment update to gauge their whether management needs to occur. So that's relative to black drum. I think sheep's head, some of the same things that we've kind of discussed here with this group. I'll pass by the. So for sheep's head, obviously the abundance index looks good. Now it's kind of gone down here in the last year, and of course we're missing what it was in 2020. But as we've kind of discussed here, trips are going up for sheep's head. So that's one thing we're looking at. As our discussions, Ann's come up here, so I will just but we do discuss this at our annual biological review team meeting every year. And so these are the times when if we or you feel like a deeper dive needs to be taken into something to look at, these are the trends that we look at and the time to do that, I guess.
And so Ann Marquith, for those of you who don't know me, I would echo what Charlton said. The trends, especially for the directed trips for sheep's head in the recreational fishery, are slightly concerning because they were at a relatively stable level, and then in 21 increased pretty significantly and have stayed high. The other concern, there's a little bit of concern maybe with the age structure as well. We do have fish up to age 34, but we really don't see those older fish in our sampling, whether it's independent sampling or the dependent sampling that we do for the recreational or commercial fishery.
Commissioner Goss.
My question is probably one that virtually everybody on this commission probably knows the answer for, but so I'm new, and so my excuse is I'm new.
Right.
But the gap between when I see the trips versus landings, I'm trying to make sense out of that from my own experience, and that is, most times when I go fishing is, I'm going fishing to catch whatever I can. So how is it that if I didn't catch a black drum or sheep's head, how could it be that that I was taking a trip to do that
That's a great question.
and wasn't successful?
No,
I'm
that is,
trying to-
that's a really good question, and a lot of people, yeah, that's a great question. So, when the MRIP samplers, sample you, on your fishing trip, they're gonna ask you, do you have a number one target species that you're going for? Like, when you're going out fishing for sailfish, you're not going out just fishing anything, right? You know you're going for sailfish or marlin. Sometimes if you're just fishing bottom stuff, you absolutely may be fishing for whatever bites, or if you're fishing off the pier. So they ask anglers, what's your first target species? What's your second target species? And then there is an option for anglers to say just kind of whatever we catch. So when we pull this data from the MRIP query tool, there's also a couple of ways that we can pull it and we can provide you this data. And I should have pointed out that for this particular example, it is indeed any respondents to the survey that answered their first or second species was black drum. However, we could also pull this data and add the one more variable of first or second species, or if you just caught a black drum at all, whether you were targeting black drum or not, and that'll kind of get to that. So it can be presented in different ways. The trend is going to be the same. The scale might just be a little bit higher because you're getting the larger portion of the people that actually caught a black drum, but they said they were just fishing for anything or whatever. But that was a very good question. So that's actually asked at the time of the interview. Yep.
Anybody? Commissioner Roller?
Just want to follow up. Thank you, Chairman. So I just want to preface, I think it's interesting with sheep's head is how old these fish are. I mean, they grow so slow. And, you know, we can definitely see an uptick in trends in both of these species. Now, my experience as someone in the fishing community is anecdotal, right? I just see a lot of people, and particularly fishing guides, who I've never seen target these species, target them pretty extensively now because so many other things are closed, whether it's flounder, whether it's, you know, other federal species. We seem to be seeing a shift in these fisheries, and it's concerning to me. And my personal opinion is I felt that these bag limits were excessive from the day that they were put in. I think the minimum size limit for sheep's head is really small. Try to fillet a 10-inch sheep's head, by the way, and tell me how much meat you get off of it. And that in the black drum 10 fish has always seemed excessive to me. So I personally think it's worth looking into a deeper dive just to see if we need to modernize these regulations because, you know, even if it was 5 or 6 fish, that's a ton of fish for people to harvest. So I don't know what the impacts to that would be to like actually reducing harvest or changing things, but I do think it's worth looking at as we go forward, and we're seeing a lot of these other fisheries close.
I'll continue on Commissioner Roller just a little bit. He said some of what I wanted to say, but if, as you've shown in your presentation, if harvest for both of these species has increased the last couple of years and effort has increased, common sense would tell me that the stock will be negatively impacted going forward. I mean, that's just easy math. And a lot of times I feel like we're reactive in our measures instead of proactive. And why, to his point of a 10-fish bag limit seems a little egregious to me anyway. Why not be proactive and go ahead and reduce a bag limit? In my opinion, nobody needs to have 10 sheep's head and 10 black drum. They're not going to be eaten. They're going to go in a freezer and they're going to end up wasted, in my opinion. What are your thoughts on that, or how can we do that?
Well, I mean, so those are the types of data that we can, if you're interested in looking at that, we can come back and give you, as you say, a deeper dive into stuff. And just for a good example of that, and again, this is why to talk to the species leads about these two, if you have these questions as well. But just for example, Chris Stewart told me, he said, you know, looking at this, so this is black drum landings from 2022 to 2023. So, sorry, I think it's recreational. Yeah, rec landings have gone down from here to here. But if you actually look at the numbers of fish, and again, in your FMP update, we not only have these graphs, but we have in a table form, we have the numbers of fish landed, the pounds, especially for the recreational sector. So even though we landed, the pounds decreased from 2022 to 2023, they actually landed more fish because the average fish was a little bit smaller, right? So that kind of gets to your suggestion about stock size. If there is more harvest, is it hurting the stock? Well, that could be, or it might not be. It might be that just the stock still has plenty of fish in it, plenty of females to produce a good year class. Maybe they've had a couple of good year classes in a row, or there's just more people participating in the fishery. But to your point, those are the type of the things where we can give you more information, as a group, if y'all are interested in, again, proactively. We don't even really have we don't have a formal stock assessment for sheep's head like we do for some of the other species. So these are what we look at. So the age structure of the harvest is something very important. And so that's just, I guess, up to the body really to decide if they want to take a deeper look at something and ask staff to do that, I guess.
Wouldn't you agree that if harvest and effort increases, it's common sense that eventually you're going to have a reduction in any stock?
In general, I guess, but it can be a little more complicated than that. But yes, in general, that,
Commissioner Roller.
So this might be an Ann question. Don't get up here. Okay, come on up. So in previous discussions, it was my understanding that, I think it was NC State was looking at an academic sort of stock assessment for sheep's head. I was curious if there was any update in that, if that could potentially be used for management.
So you are correct. It was much more of an academic assessment. He looked at data poor models. He also looked at various different data-rich models, age-structured models using SS. For those of you who are familiar with that. There was never a model that they said this is the end-all be-all model to use. We have had discussions at the division about using those assessments, and we would really have to redo the assessment to use it for management. I can say that the trend in the models really didn't change no matter what model you looked at that Tom did. And that SSB is going down, but not overfish, but it is trending down. And then fishing effort, and I can't remember what the trend was in fishing effort, but we're not overfishing either. So the stock status is good, but the trends are a little iffy.
So that sounds like a formula for proactive management, in my opinion, but.
Cat, Director.
Cat's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the commission, we have had some internal conversations about this, and we too agree that we want to take a deeper dive, particularly into sheep's head, and not that we don't want to for black drum, but Chris, is there something going on at ASMSC that the timing we might do that a little bit later than sheep's head? I can't remember.
So as I mentioned, the TC will get together here soon, and we'll look at all the state's data, particularly looking at the juvenile indices and subadult indices. After the stock assessment last year we had 2 years worth of data. This will be the third year worth of data after the stock assessment, so maybe we'll have a trend that we can really look at to see, if there's something going on coastwide.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's our intent, Chairman. If that suits the commission, we'll get to work on the deeper dive on sheep's head, and then we'll look at black drum, kind of in line with how ASMSC is looking at it.
Okay. Commissioner Blanton.
I just wanted to offer some comments. I don't really have a question. For sheep's head in particular, so this is not as I'm opposed or anything, but there's some questions that come to mind when I think about sheep's head, like is it a coastwide stock? Management in other places like the Chesapeake Bay. I noticed the age trend here do the super mature fish go offshore and never really come back? So we don't get to see them in our assessments. There's a lot of questions that come to my mind when I think about Sheepshead. Particularly one thing about Sheepshead that I know, being from the north part of North Carolina, is that the Chesapeake Bay harvests quite a few sheepshead off of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. And with the sophistication in technology, they have really been able to zoom in on these bridge pilings and find the particular ones that are just chock full of sheepshead and sit right there on top of them and catch one right behind the other, right behind the other. And so I think that pressure on these fish are trendy, and as technology improves, angler technology improves, that the pressure on these fish will continue to, or the, pressure on these fish will continue to increase. So I'm not opposed to taking a look at this, but I would just caution that this is a pretty technical type of fish, and I don't know a crazy amount about it. I don't even know how much we know about this fish in general. And so that would be my main concern as to making management decisions based on truncated data and the availability of data for the mature fish that are, probably contributing more to the spawning stock than we, can put our hands on them and count them. And so those are just some of my concerns right off the top of my head when I start thinking about sheepshead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this report, both big books are fabulous, and it's a shame, really, I think, that you put so much work into it, and the public, I don't think, understands these and just how much high-quality professional work is going into producing them. So kudos to all of you, and if we can find ways to help get those messages out, that would be wonderful. I do wonder if there could or maybe should be a section before you dive deeply into each of the species that provides an overview about what's known about stock status and things like that in one or the other of the documents. And I'm not sure where, but just personally, I use the federal stock status reports just all the time to dive into things that I don't participate in myself, just to see what's known about that, and to realize in aggregate what the challenge looks like and how you're rising to it. So the sort of integrated overviews of stock status and how those might be changing, to me, it might be an important outreach tool as much as anything else, or maybe interface for casual users to find into those other things, because the report has a relatively small amount of material at the beginning and then dumps into tremendously fabulous things on every species. You see what I'm saying? And the second related question is, I think it would be useful somewhere, I'm thinking about the science resources that are needed and not available, and which of those scientific assessment and review processes are the aegis of this staff and the other interjurisdictional fishery management entities. And so to me, it would really be helpful if there were one place where you could see where what the stock assessment load is for all these different things in a given year. And what I'm getting at is something that we could use to go advocate. I think I was going to say criminal, but I won't say that. It's disappointing how little resources the General Assembly has put into this unbelievably important thing that we built together in the Marine Fisheries Reform Act in terms of the technical undergirding and support of the staff, not just on science, on social science and economics and all those other ends, to get this job done correctly. And so it feels to me like every time we want to do something new and important, that's a trade-off against something existing and important. And at some point, we ought to really know how relatively adequate the science and non-science resources are to get the job done. Which of those are our responsibility, which are other states, which are the commission, the councils, all those things. And so, I was thinking in my head, okay, what species aren't on here in addition to, bonito and things like that? Are there other things that we ought to be looking at managing, recognizing that every time we think about that, it pulls resources away. So anyway, just some way to look at an overview on the science needs and the management needs, and then the overall performance of the system.
Okay,
Can't
anybody else?
remember, didn't the state of North Carolina used to, maybe you still do, produce annual condition reports for stocks? Am I just forgetting that?
So we did produce documents that we called stock status reports, and now they don't look the same, but we do have, I believe they are on the website as web blurbs, and
I kind of searched for them and couldn't
effort.
find them easily, and so,
Right.
if somebody wants that kind of simplified, integrated information, it wasn't clear to me how you find that.
Okay.
Commissioner Rowland.
So Commissioner Blanton brought up some interesting questions regarding like stock structure and as well as behavior. I think we know a lot about that, and I know, Ann, you had your hand up. I was curious if you could address some of that.
So we do know a good amount about sheep's head for stock structure. It is considered, and this is my fault, I should have, when you had asked about the assessment, I should have said the way Tom Tiers had done the assessments through SS was as a coastwide stock, looking at different states, how different states would have, including or not including different states would have affected it, but Virginia was included in that, so it would include the fish in the bay. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and then Georgia, he looked at removing or including dependent, and Florida was treated as a separate stock. That is something we have to discuss internally at the division, because while the genetics support a coastwide stock, tagging information does not necessarily support that aspect of it, where there's movement of north-south migrations. It's more east-west. They're going offshore, coming back in. So yes, there is, to Commissioner Blanton's point, there is a subset of the population that is offshore and stays offshore, but there is also a subset of the population that does that east-west migration for spawning purposes. So it does take a lot of work for us. Like if we were to do an assessment to go down that road at some point eventually, we would have to do a lot of diving into the data to make sure we were using the appropriate unit stock.
So that's really interesting, because I mean, I remember years ago, there was a lot of discussions like, how can it be coast-wide if they just move east or west? Because it's my understanding is they form spawning aggregations on the nearshore wrecks, and I think that should be a concern to a lot of people. They're very vulnerable in those periods, and you see spearfishing, nothing wrong with spearfishing, but they become very easy to harvest large amounts of these old fish, and you're seeing a lot more people do that nowadays, so.
Anybody else with anything? Commissioner Blanton.
Just one follow-up, and this is a question. Black sea bass, they had a hard time assessing black sea bass because of those aggregations and how they form on the wrecks, and they're just not available everywhere. Would sheep's head kind of fall into that same type of situation, because they sort of have the same characteristics where they aggregate? It seems to me they aggregate the same way upon things or upon wrecks or upon a structural piece, and so what I remember some conversation of is that, black sea bass, it's hard to make an assessment of black sea bass because of such aggregations, and they're not being readily available just everywhere. Because I can tell you, right, and I say that because, the nature of a sheep's head, if you don't fish on right here, particularly on this one stump, 2 foot away, you wouldn't even know he was there if you tried to assess anything, and he is particularly hung on this one stump right here. So, I mean, that's just kind of my question. Is it similar?
So sorry, I'm having to think. There are definitely similarities in terms of that east-west migration. Now, black sea bass do have a north-south migration as well, and we do see that. I would say, at least, and there's a lot of nuances to it I could get into, but in general, I think that's where the deep dive into the data comes in. I do think our 915 assessment, or 915, the GillNet program that we use for stock assessments, we do get a good index. That's the index Charlton showed you. Is a good usable index for sheep's head in the state of North Carolina. There are some other indices in other states, so we do have the ability to look at the abundance of sheep's head. I am going to apologize because I cannot remember if Dr. Tiers used the CMAP index like we did with flounder for sheep's head. I don't think he did, but there is the possibility to also pick up the abundance of the fish in the ocean through some ocean sampling programs. So, and that's what they do for sea bass. They have a really good sampling program offshore that they use in their stock assessment for sea bass.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to change up the agenda just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and do Southern Flounder Fishery Management Plan Amendment 3 first under the fishery management plans.
All right, so y'all don't get rid of me quite yet. So good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. For the benefit of the new commissioners, as well as those listening online, my name is Ann Marquith. I'm a biologist out of the Wilmington office, and sitting next to me is Holly White, a biologist out of the Elizabeth City office, and we are the co-leads for Southern Flounder. Today, I'll be presenting on the 2024 update to the coastwide Southern Flounder stock assessment that Dr. C.J. Schlick, our previous stock assessment biologist, completed prior to leaving the division for a new position in South Carolina. This presentation is for information purposes only and does not require any action by the Commission. Before getting into the presentation, we would like to acknowledge a number of people from multiple agencies. A lot of effort went into the assessment, and it could not have been completed without their help. The model was completed with participation from staff at North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, Georgia Department of Natural Resources, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation, and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. Additional support came from review and model conversations with experts at Atlantic States, NOAA Fisheries, and others. In this presentation, I will review the biological information on Southern Flounder and the assessment history, both as an introduction to flounder for the new commissioners and a refresher for those of you who have been here for previous flounder presentations, but we haven't sat up here in a hot minute, so it's just a good refresher. Following that little bit of background, I will get into the model specifics, including data inputs, results, the stock status, and overall conclusions from this update. Now, before I get into the specific background on the assessment and species, I do want to take a second to talk about why we are sitting up here in front of you presenting an assessment that the division, with input from our other state partners, decided would not be used to inform any management changes. Now, in 2019, the last update to the Southern Flounder stock assessment found that the coastwide stock was overfished and undergoing overfishing. In North Carolina, the Fisheries Reform Act, or FRA, requires us to end overfishing in 2 years and end the overfish status in 10. Amendment 2 was adopted by the Commission in August 2019 and required a 62% reduction in total removals, or catch, in 2019 and a 72% reduction 2020 forward. These reductions are relative to the 2017 removals, as that was the terminal year of the previous stock assessment update. These reductions were to be achieved through seasonal management for both the recreational and commercial sectors. The adoption of Amendment 2 started the rebuilding timeline for the stock under the FRA. Amendment 3, which was adopted by the Commission in May 2022, was required to be started immediately upon the passage of Amendment 2 in order to implement more comprehensive management strategies. And as y'all are aware, this amendment requires quota management with pound-for-pound paybacks with the continued 72% reduction in removals. And so this brings us to the 2024 stock assessment update for southern flounder, which is a pulse check on how management is working to rebuild the stock. Now, I do want to note that I am talking coast-wide management changes, and this includes regulation changes not just in North Carolina, but South Carolina and Florida as well. So with that, we'll move into the background information for this assessment, starting with life history. Southern flounder occur in the Atlantic Ocean and through the Gulf of Mexico. However, tagging and genetics data support two different stocks. The first is the east coast of the United States from North Carolina through the east coast of Florida, and the other is the Gulf of Mexico from the west coast of Florida through Texas. Southern flounder are a demersal or bottom-dwelling species that are found in marine and brackish waters. Females can reach a maximum age of 9 years old, a maximum size of 33 inches, and female length at maturity, at 50% maturity, is approximately 16 inches. Alternatively, males reach a maximum age of 6 years and a max size of 20 inches. And North Carolina tends to have the oldest and largest fish of the unit stock. Similar to numerous other marine fish species, southern flounder spawn offshore during the late fall and winter. Larvae enter the estuaries during the late winter and early spring. Juvenile southern flounder then spend 2 to 3 years within the estuary before maturing and migrating offshore to spawn, thus completing their life cycle. And though the figure on the slide depicts North Carolina, the southern flounder's life cycle is similar in all the states. And so next, a little bit of stock assessment history. Over the last 20 years, several stock assessments have been conducted by division staff. Southern flounder stock assessments were completed in 2005, 2009, 2014, and 2018, each concluding that southern flounder was overfished and that overfishing was occurring. It should be noted that prior to the 2018 benchmark, the assessments were for North Carolina only. The 2014 benchmark did not pass peer review and was not used for management since it did not take into account the entire unit stock, again, that North Carolina through the east coast of Florida. The recommendation from the peer reviewers at the time was to expand the unit stock based on genetics and tagging data. In 2016, a coordinated effort between North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida commenced to develop a stock assessment of the entire unit stock. This model successfully passed peer review in 2018 with the contingency that an update would be done quickly with data through 2017 to incorporate expected changes to the recreational estimates. That update was completed in 2019. Today, the second update to the 2018 benchmark assessment will be presented and includes data through 2022. All methods and data streams from the 2018 benchmark and 2019 update were maintained unless otherwise noted. And so with that, we're going to go through those data streams now. So for stock assessments, we need information on abundance, biology, and the catch of the species, commonly referred to as the ABCs of stock assessment. The abundance is gathered from fishery independent surveys used to create indices of the population in terms of the number of fish in the stock. Biology are the life history traits gathered to inform the model about growth, maturity, and natural mortality, which are collected through fishery independent surveys, fishery dependent catch, and published peer review literature. The catch is the amount of southern flounder removed from the stock by commercial, recreational, and bycatch fishing. We are going to go over these different inputs the next several slides, starting with biology. And yes, I know we're going slightly out of order. B comes after A, but that's because I want to start with the model specifics, and the biological information is used in setting up the model. So for this stock assessment, the Age Structured Assessment Program, or ASAP model, was selected as the preferred model. ASAP is a forward-projecting statistical catch at age model. As previously mentioned, this unit stock was defined to occur through North Carolina through the east coast of Florida. The update uses data from 1989 through 2022. The year 1989 was selected as the start year because it is the earliest year for which the shrimp trawl bycatch estimates could be generated. The terminal year 2022 was selected because it was the most recent year of data that were available when the update was started. An assumed birth date of January 1 was used. Sexes were combined in this model due to the lack of data about sex in the catch, but female-specific weights at age were used for spawning stock biomass calculations, since females grow significantly larger than males. We used ages 1 to 4 in the model, where age 4 is a plus group. Southern flounder can reach up to age 9, but very few are observed in the stock over the age of 4. Therefore, the older fish are combined with age 4 to create that age 4 plus group. The model was run with age-specific natural mortality, and maturity was based on previous research with 100% of individuals being mature by age 4. So next we are going to cover the relative abundance surveys. To inform the model about abundance, 8 fishery independent surveys were used throughout the geographical range of the stock. All of the surveys were standardized using general linear models to account for environmental variables that impact the abundance of southern flounder. And I just want to take a minute to orient you guys to the type of figures you'll see over the next couple of slides. So the x-axis is the year on all the slides. It's very small since we were trying to get a bunch of figures on these slides. But years are on the x-axis, and on the y-axis is the standardized relative abundance. So depending on the survey, the y-axis values do vary. The first 3 relative abundance inputs are recruitment surveys, which measure the abundance of age 0 fish. Recruitment is the process where fish become recruited or available to the fishery. Recruitment in this model is age 1, so the age 0 surveys are bumped by 1 year and 1 age to become recruitment surveys in the age 1 to 4 model. The surveys were from the surveys used were the North Carolina Estuarine Trawl Survey, South Carolina Electrofishing Survey, and the Florida Trawl Survey. A recruitment survey was not available from Georgia. All 3 recruitment surveys show a decline in the relative abundance of southern flounder over the course of the time series. Even with South Carolina showing a slight uptick in the terminal year of the assessment, we are not seeing a response in recruitment that you would expect with the implementation of management changes by several states. The next 4 surveys were adult surveys from each state throughout the geographical range. The North Carolina Gillnet Survey, the South Carolina Trammellnet Survey, the Georgia Trawl Survey, and the Florida Trawl Survey. The 4 adult state surveys used in the model vary in relative abundance throughout the time series. However, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia all demonstrate a general decline throughout the time series. Now, the indices of South Carolina and Georgia do show some increase in the last few years of the time series, however, are still down overall, and these increases are minimal when you compare them to the entire time series. Florida has the only survey without a decline, but it also does not show an increase either. There is just high variability throughout the time. Like with the recruitment indices, we are not yet seeing a response to management change. The last survey used was the inshore component of the CMAP trawl survey during the fall months. This survey was used to estimate the relative abundance of southern flounder in ocean waters. We used the fall data from the inshore strata of the CMAP trawl survey, as this is when the adults are captured with high regularity to track trends in abundance. However, several strata were not sampled in the fall from 2018 through 2022 due to COVID restrictions and budgetary changes in the survey during this time. Since there is not a complete time series for these strata, they had to be removed from the analysis. Removing these strata with incomplete time series resulted in all of the Florida strata and 5 out of the 6 North Carolina strata being removed from the index, as indicated by the highlighted cells in the table on the slide. The CMAP index with truncated strata has a highly variable relative abundance without overall trend throughout the time series. So it's not decreasing, but it's not increasing either. Now, moving on to the C of the ABCs, or catch. For the catch, there were 3 fleets used in the model, which represented the commercial fishery, the recreational fishery, and the shrimp trawl bycatch fishery. Before we get into the data, I do want to remind everyone that catch is for all states combined. There is not a spatial component to the model, so catch is treated as a singular value for each year by fleet. And Holly will be discussing North Carolina's portion of the catch in the next presentation relative to the 2023 landings. So, again, as a reminder, this is coastwide harvest, pooled as is done in the stock assessment. The total catch or landings and discards in metric tons is on the y-axis and years on the x-axis. The commercial fleet, represented by blue on the bars, included harvest from gears such as gill nets, pound nets, gigs, and trawls. The different catches from each state within each gear were combined into a single commercial fleet. Discards were also combined into the commercial catch fleet and not modeled separately. The recreational fleet, represented by the orange portion of the bar, included harvest from gears such as gig and hook and line, with recreational catch from each state combined into a single recreational fleet. Discards were also combined into the recreational fleet and not modeled separately. The commercial shrimp trawl fleet was a bycatch only fleet and is represented by the yellow portion of the bars, and included all dead southern flounder bycatch from the coastwide shrimp trawl fishery from the South Atlantic Observer Program. There are 2 things from this figure that are worth noting. 1, the southern flounder fishery in the South Atlantic has switched from a predominantly commercial fishery to a predominantly recreational fishery. Again, coastwide catch. This figure is a stacked bar graph with the commercial fishery in blue, the shrimp trawl bycatch, so part of the commercial fishery, in yellow, and the recreational fishery in orange. The bars shown on the graph represent the percentage each fishing sector contributes to the overall coastwide catch, and that percentage is on the y-axis, and as you see, it goes up to 100%, so that's your scaling effect on this figure. With a few exceptions in the early 2000s, the recreational fishery has represented at least 50% of the catch of the coastwide stock since 2003. Another way to look at this is to compare the start and terminal years of the last 2 assessment updates for the primary sectors. As a reminder, and yes, I sound like a broken record, again, this is the coastwide catch pooled, as is done in the stock assessment, and Holly will be talking specifically about North Carolina's catch in the next presentation. So what these figures are showing, that in 1989, 36% of the catch was recreational, represented by orange, and 64% commercial. In 2017, the terminal year of the last assessment update, 54% was rec, 46% commercial. And then in 2022, the terminal year of this update, 82% was recreational, 18% was commercial. Now, while these figures do not include the shrimp trawl bycatch values as the previous 2 tables did, the overall trend remains the same if they are included and differs only by a few percentage points. We do want to take a moment, though, to talk about shrimp trawl bycatch since it is not included in the pie charts on the previous slide. The amount of shrimp trawl bycatch has declined over the time series, as shown by the graph. As with the previous slide, this is for all states combined. Now, I do want to point out one major difference in this graph versus the other 2 bar graphs that I had shown. This, instead of being in metric tons, this is actually in pounds, so the y-axis is in pounds, just to make it a little bit more relatable. I do want to take a minute to talk about shrimp trawl bycatch since there is some misinformation being shared publicly. The bycatch estimates shown in the figure are based on annual observer data for shrimp trawls in the ocean and estuary in all South Atlantic states, North Carolina included. These estimates are CPUE based, which accounts for the effort in the fishery and is the preferred method for estimating bycatch. This method also accounts for the bycatch reduction device changes implemented in North Carolina in the past few years and uses the most current and robust data available. All right. Now, with all those inputs, the model did successfully converge, and so here are the major results. This figure depicts model estimated recruitment through the time series with year on the horizontal axis and the number of recruits on the y-axis. The black line represents the observed data from the recruitment indices, while the blue line is the estimated recruitment from the model. In both cases, recruitment has declined through the extent of the time series, and there is no evidence of good recruitment in recent years. Here, the estimated spawning stock biomass is shown through the entire time series. The x-axis is year, and y-axis is the estimated number of females capable of spawning in the population. Notice that the spawning stock biomass reached an all-time low of the time series in 2021 before rebounding slightly in 2022. And finally, the figure here depicts the proportion of southern flounder in each age group within the estimated population. The 4 colors represent the 4 age groups used in the model. Dark blue is age 1, the orange, age 2, green, age 3, and the light blue at the very top, age 4 plus. Note the difference in the proportions of the dark blue and even the orange compared to the light blue. The majority of the population is still ages 1 and age 2, with very few older fish. As a reminder, southern flounder can live to be 9 years old, and we are not seeing any expansion in the age classes necessary of rebuilding. This is important to keep in mind, as we often hear how many fish are currently around. And this is great anecdotal information. We believe y'all, I swear, and it means that management is working. However, the stock won't and cannot be considered recovered until the age structure recovers as well. So, what do the results mean? And really, I know what everybody is interested in. What is the stock status? And before we get into this, as a reminder, stock status is determined by the reference points. The reference points adopted for this stock assessment were decided by the Southern Flounder Stock Assessment Work Group and decided at SSB 35% for the target and 25% for the threshold, while fishing mortality, which is F-weighted at ages 2 to 4, was compared to the threshold of 25% and a target of 35%. Stock status is determined by comparing the reference points against the current stock trends. If the current stock size or spawning stock biomass is less than the threshold, then the stock is overfished. Alternatively, didn't say that right. Anyway, if the fishing mortality, or F, is greater than the threshold, then overfishing is occurring. This figure shows spawning stock biomass. The x-axis is year, and the y-axis is SSB in metric tons. Our management target is the dashed line, and the threshold is the solid black line, which determines overfish status. Since the population estimate is below the threshold, the stock is overfished based on the SSB estimate of 1,019 metric tons, lower than the model estimated target of 5,689 metric tons and the threshold of approximately 4,000 metric tons. It should be noted that these reference points increased from the benchmark assessment. In 2018, the reference points were estimated with a target of 5,400 metric tons and a threshold of 3,900 metric tons. The increase in the spawning stock biomass reference point is mostly caused by the change in the MRIP FES estimates in the last update. CJ did run a sensitivity analysis on the 28 benchmark model, where she used the original model and time series, but changed the recreational catch to the MRIP estimates using FES rather than the CHITS, which was the previous way of MRIP calculating effort. And these results were SSB reference points closer to current estimates than the 2018 original estimates. Additionally, there are concerns with the scale of the model, since the population is overfished the entire time series. However, we are confident in and do believe the trends, as everything points to a decreasing stock, but this scale does indicate an issue with model performance. Now, before I leave this slide, I want to make something very clear. Southern flounder are just as overfished in the other states as they are in North Carolina. And let me repeat that again, because this is something we hear all the time. Southern flounder are just as overfished in South Carolina, Georgia, and the east coast of Florida as they are in North Carolina. The differences between the states are the mechanisms for management that each uses, not the stock status. All right, moving on. This figure shows fishing mortality. The x-axis is year, and the y-axis is F for fishing mortality. Our management target is the dashed line, and the threshold is the solid black line, which determines overfishing status. Since we are above the threshold, the stock is experiencing overfishing through most of the time series. The terminal year F was 0.68, which is higher than both the target at 0.38 and the threshold at 0.57. The fishing mortality reference point increased since the benchmark, and the benchmark estimated the threshold at 0.46. As with the SSB results, there are some concerns with the scale of the reference points. It is not common that fishing mortality is above the threshold for all but 1 year in an assessment. However, also like SSB, we believe in and are confident in the trend. As I stated with the overfish status, all states in the unit stock, not just North Carolina, are experiencing overfishing. So, conclusions. In conclusion, the model shows the stock is overfished and experiencing overfishing. The division has confidence in these conclusions because all indices show the same trend. Recent management has affected fishing mortality, and F has decreased over the last few years of the assessment, but there is no evidence indicating a rebound in the population at this time. This is not surprising, as SSB lags behind changes to fishing mortality. Additionally, length composition or age composition have not expanded throughout the stock range. And then finally, the landings are still comprised of mostly smaller and younger fish, and there is no evidence of good recruitment in recent years. As were mentioned in the presentation, even though we are confident in the trends of SSB and F, there are concerns about the scaling of the reference points, indicating an issue with model performance. There could be a lot of reasons for this that would need to be diagnosed, but it is one of the major reasons we are not using this model to inform any changes to management this time. Additionally, this model is constrained in gauging management effectiveness because the model does not allow for selectivity to vary through time. The fishery has changed dramatically through management since 1989, but the current model can only use one selectivity block for each fleet. A model that uses multiple time blocks for selectivity is needed to properly manage the size changes that have occurred in the fisheries in the model. I will also note that not enough time has passed since management was implemented to gauge the population response to management, as was mentioned in the previous slide. North Carolina passed Amendment 3 in 2022, the terminal year of the assessment. South Carolina and Florida implemented regulation changes in 2021. At least 4 years or one full generation of the species is needed before successive management actions can really begin to be evaluated. Thus, a benchmark stock assessment is highly recommended to occur no sooner than the availability of the 2026 data, as this would allow for one full generation of southern flounder after the most recent management changes. And with that, we will take any questions. If we can't answer them, we will get up with CJ, and Jesse will send you the answer that she provides.
Commissioner Roller.
I've got a few, not too many. So I won't make you go back to the slide, but I just bring this up because we had this discussion a lot of times when we went through the rendition of that FMP, and there's only a few commissioners here that are still on the table. When we look at it coast-wide, and we just break it down commercial recreational, it's important to note that North Carolina is what, 97, 96, 98% of all commercial catch in fishery?
93. It's 93 or 94.
Okay.
I was
a couple
with the
off.
years added. It was a little bit more in the previous iteration when we went through Amendment 3, but with the years added to the assessment and with management changes.
So we're
it was a
looking
little
at
less.
North Carolina's 94%.
Yes.
of commercial catch throughout the whole East Coast. Okay. So now, that being said, we're looking at needing to use 2026 for the next stock assessment for
Correct.
management. So that means it will be 2028, 2029 before we see any changes to current management. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Kat answer that. Or the
Yeah,
director,
yeah,
sorry.
and we talked about that, internally, and that's something that, the commission definitely needs to be aware of. If we have data in 2026, you're looking at 2027 for the stock assessment at best, and then management would be 29 at best. So it's, that's a long time from now.
And so we continue to hear from fishermen on several issues, well, a lot of issues around this, but one of them is the ocean fishery, which is very small in your data and is predominantly summer and Gulf flounder. Since it's tied to the harvest of southern flounder, we can't address that, correct?
So what we currently have for the oscillated fishery in the plan, if you somehow want to change what we have in the plan, then you would need to amend the plan.
Okay. So if we want to try to look at the ocean fishery, we would have to amend the plan. Because I disagreed with that aspect of the last amendment because I didn't think that season was reasonable. And I don't think that the data that the division had to justify closing that was valid. I mean, it's a small fishery. I thought it was basically done off of gut instinct that there would be more harvest and targeting of the fish in the ocean. And I don't think that was a justified position, in my opinion.
Commissioner
Okay.
Roller, can I just respond
ahead.
real quick?
Yes.
So we chose, at least in the plan as it is currently, we chose that because of the fact that southern flounder were less likely to be encountered in the ocean at that time. That being said, depending on where people fish, there is MRIP data that shows that southern flounder can make up to 50% of the recreational catch in the ocean. I do want to put one other thing out there, and which has to do with the oscillated season, and that is we are bound also by Atlantic states because of how we manage flounder and flounder. And currently, summer flounder are experiencing overfishing even though they're not overfished. And so we can't, the current seasons we have for flounder, we cannot change until 2026 when they no longer require the reductions in harvest. And Chris Bat-Savage can explain it a little bit better than I am, but we are also, it's kind of twofold with the oscillated season. It is tied to some southern flounder, but there is that summer flounder aspect as well.
That's interesting, and that's going to be another conversation, I think, for some of us to follow up with outside the meeting. I guess what I'm surprised with is to see no sort of uptick in SSB, because anecdotally, the plan seems to be working a lot better than the data shows. I mean, just as one example, I mean, just when we had a season, you could go on social media. I have never seen as many big flounder being caught the last few years. And I'm not just talking, oh, look at all the 5-pounders. You're seeing double-digit fish coming into the tackle shops every day. Now, maybe that means we're harvesting too many of them, hypothetically, but they're still out there in much greater numbers than we've ever seen. And so I guess just anecdotally, I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing any uptick in SSB, given what we are all experiencing on the water.
But, and then again, it is a coastwide assessment, so South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida also play into that some too, so.
Okay.
And the lag, yeah, and the lag and the fishing pressure decreasing. We should, in theory, see an uptick with more years under management, but we won't know until we do the next assessment.
Two quick comments. Just remember, our ratio is going to be shifting over the next several years, which will give recreational fishermen some more opportunities to catch southern flounder. But I'd also like for us to really consider an amendment to allow also an oscillated season. I think we need to give that opportunity, and I think we need to look into that. You got something else, Commissioner Roller?
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because I think we're in a really unfortunate position here with this closed season. And you can go back and you can read the record from the February 2022 meeting in New Bern, where I sat there and argued with Commissioner Posey and Commissioner Tom Hendrickson about their motion to delay the reallocation was going to cause this to happen. And I said their motion was kowtowing to commercial industry and was going to cause a recreational overage, which was going to cause a closed season and was going to be really disastrous, just what we're seeing today. And yet they chose to push that motion forward and gave us what we have today. And I think a lot of people should be upset about that. We could have avoided this, because that 50-50, this allocation that we have was antiquated when the FRA 97 was passed, and it is extremely antiquated now. And we should be addressing this. 50-50 was a really good compromise, and going forward, the recreational sector should be asking for a lot more than 50%, particularly given the economic value of this fishery.
Okay. Commissioner Corbett.
So we've seen what's happened with the breakdown between commercial and recreational, and we see that we have no way to keep up with how many fish the recreational industry is catching. And I don't catch flounder commercially, I don't catch flounder recreationally. But if you take, and let's just say that when it goes, or if it goes to 50-50, we still don't know how many fish they're catching. So the recreational sector is going to catch 20% more plus an overage again, because we have no idea how many fish they're going to be catching, because we're not going to have this legislative thing that's going to make them supposedly report by the time the 50-50 takes place, or the 60-40, whatever comes first. So, you know, I just don't see how, and frankly, I don't think the recreational thing is going to work, because you're dependent on everybody to call in and tell what they caught. And I think they've all learned by now that they don't want to do that, because that's going to close them. You know, I think that, like Chairman Bizzle said, you know, we need to look for maybe trying to do an amendment, and maybe we go back and change this thing to where we have a limited days, you know, over the summertime, instead of when this fish is gathering up to spawn, you know, and shorter amount of time fishing, and, you know, just, and we go in there and we make it to where we don't go with a tack, which everybody that's ever done anything with fisheries management, anytime you put a tack in, somebody gets hurt really bad. And maybe we could get it to where, you know, the wrecks can fish a couple of days a week through the summer, and the commercials can fish a couple of days a week through the summer with a limited amount of fish, and we can get a reduction and still let people fish. There's got to be a way we can do that.
Commissioner Roller.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Corbett. I do like where you're going with a lot of that. I think it's important to note that as we go forward with reporting, it's going to be a long time before it's usable for management, right? And it still doesn't address discards. MREP has been, through all of its faults, has been adequate for managing a lot of fisheries, particularly these accessible fisheries that are well sampled because they're accessible to a lot of people for many years. Now, it's a problem when we have short seasons, obviously. This is something we've discussed here on the record many, many times. But recreational discards and this focus on it in all fisheries is kind of a new thing. There's always been recreational discards in this fishery. There were a lot of recreational discards when the commercial size limit was 14 inches, and the recreational size limit was 15 inches for, 20 years? And the commercial industry had proprietary access to this fishery for months before those fish matured enough. It was very hard to catch a keeper southern flounder for many, many years. No one cared about discards then. I shouldn't say no one, but I didn't hear much complaining about recreational discards then. But we do hear a lot about it now, particularly as things shift. Though I want to go back to the chairman's comments regarding at least an amendment to look at oscillated fish, the oscillated fishery. I'm very much in agreement that we need to do that, and I don't know when the time is, but I'm looking for suggestions.
Director Rawls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are conversations that we have internally as well and have had about flounder. This is a tough issue. One of the things that I would like to speak to first is the rebuilding of flounder, and we talked about this internally, and we talked about it with this commission and with the public about the potential for, as this stock started to rebuild, and Commissioner Roller touched on that, anecdotally, we hear people are catching more fish and bigger fish. And we talked about the implications of that as this began to happen over the years and this stock began to recover. We were going to see that, and it was going to be it could potentially be a problem for particularly the recreational fishery, and that there could be multiple years in a row when this fishery could be closed based on not having any quota. So we talked about that, and we knew that that was going to be an issue. There was even discussion about potential moratoriums if sectors continued to go over their assigned allocation. So we had these discussions about rebuilding and the difficulties of rebuilding a stock, and this is absolutely one of them. I think one of the things that we can't lose sight of is that this stock was overfished and overfishing, and you implemented a 72% reduction. That is huge. And that's still, even if we do an amendment, that is totally up to y'all. If that's the direction y'all want to go, we'd be more than happy to ask the secretary to do that. But even if you do that, you would still be under a 72% reduction unless you change that by a supermajority, but you would still have the concern of the species and the viability of the species to be concerned about. So you still would be somewhere 50 to 72. Either way, it's a big reduction, and without any additional fish, so we would be doing amendment with no stock assessment to go by, except for the not this one, not the update, but the one before. So that's what we'd be using. You have no additional fish, so we would be very limited on the things that we could do and address. We're more than happy to do it, but I just want to try and manage expectations about what we may actually end up back in front of you with if we open an amendment at this time. The other thing that we have discussed a little bit internally and everybody's thinking about is the MRIP recalibrations. And I think 2026 is when they're saying they're going to have that taken care of, and we're going to know what those might look like. And I don't have a clue. That may be 2026. It may be 2028. Who knows? But the timing of that and the piece relative to the southern flounder management that would have to change in 2026. So timing is terrible. Not that we expected anything different with flounder, but those are just some of the things that I wanted to just mention to the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller.
Since I've been vocal on this issue in the past and now, I just want to reiterate the director's comments there. This commission, the division, and the department really owes themselves a pat on the back for doing this reduction. This was something that we've been unable to do in fisheries for decades. The problem isn't the fact that we're rebuilding this fishery, and we owe great credit to everybody involved in this for doing that. It's just what it looks like and what we want our fishery to look like going into the future. It's just an antiquated picture, and it's just not going to work for a modern fishery. And that's where I'm getting at. But we do need to remember that we still need to rebuild this fishery.
Anybody else? Okay, great, good comment. Yes, sir, Commissioner Patay.
Sorry, guys, I'll try to be short. My questions were, the first one was about the other states, because I think that is something with the public we hear about, I hear about all the time. I'm sure they understand the SSB, how that works. Why do they have different laws?
So, as I said in the presentation, the mechanism for management is different between the states. We don't have an overarching umbrella for southern flounder like we do for summer flounder or cobia or any of those species that we manage through the councils or Atlantic states. What we have with South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida is more or less a gentleman's agreement. South Carolina in particular, they have management that comes through their legislature. So when they want management changes made, they have to go to their legislature, advocate for the management they want, and what comes out of the legislature is not necessarily what the biologists take to them. And that did happen with southern flounder. They took much more stringent management measures, and what came out is the 5-fish bag, 10-fish vessel, and the increase in the size limit. Georgia has not made any changes to management. Florida does. They have a similar structure to us with commissions, and so it's just when they get it on their schedule and what's their commission priority at the time. But all of the states realize the importance of the assessment and what's going on with flounder. It's just the mechanism is very, very different, and without an overarching umbrella, it's very hard to make them do anything.
Thank you. Sorry, Mike, do you mind? And then my next one was about the pounds of bycatch. We heard the thing earlier about the shrimp. Were you saying that with that chart, was that flounder in bycatch, or was that bycatch for flounder fishing?
So you're talking, sorry if anybody hates when I scroll. You're talking about this one in particular?
Yes. Okay, I see the shrimp trawl.
Yeah, so it is from shrimp trawls. That is the southern flounder. That is as the estimated bycatch from shrimp trawls in the South Atlantic coast. And that does include North Carolina in this estimate.
And I know we're talking about flounder, but we heard that thing about the 3 pounds to 1 pound. Is that accurate in your mind about shrimp bycatch?
I'm going to have to call Chris up here because he is the shrimp biologist, but the method used in the assessment is the CPU-E method, which takes into account effort. The ratio does not take into account effort, but Chris can definitely come up here and talk about it. And I would recommend reading Amendment 2 to the shrimp plan. They have I don't remember which issue paper, but there is an issue paper on bycatch that talks about methods of estimating bycatch in there.
Chris?
Thanks.
You getting your steps in?
Yep. That number has been thrown around. As Ann mentioned, the catch per unit effort method is what was used in flounder. It's been used in spot, croaker. The ratio method overestimates. There's not a direct relationship, pounds of shrimp caught to pounds of flounder. If you even look at a more common species like spot, even that's a shotgun blast. It's a very poor relationship, and as she mentioned, look in Appendix 1 of a shrimp plan and has a complete write-up about it, so.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Rader.
I just note again and think we ought to take under advisement this problem and continuing challenge with the disjunction between the scales at which management occurs. In North Carolina, stocks that are structured biologically that require for success other partners to manage effectively. And in my mind, I kind of think about it like a load on our own management. You know, to what extent does the lack of scale integration create an additional liability about success? Think about it as, you know, if other people don't act, how much less likely are we to achieve our goals that way? And I just think we ought to have some standardized way of thinking about the proportion of the stock and the SS spawning stock biomass, but also maybe the proportion of the landings and maybe landings by sector that are that accrue here as opposed to in other parts of the stock distribution, just so that we can factor in the likelihood. I know we're still obliged to do it. As that loading gets higher, you know, as we have a smaller and smaller proportion of the stock and the fishing mortality under our aegis, that creates a bigger and bigger challenge. And you know, one would hope that as we have less and less ability to actually change what happens, that those things would have a formal mechanism for reestablishment or reallotment for management jurisdiction. And in fact, that's, I guess, what happens with ASMSC, and for that matter, with the councils or with jointly management plans between the commission and one or more of the councils. But as we try to get ahead of the curve on stock, we've had the same discussion before on some of the other species who are ahead of that curve for good reasons. I just think we ought to have a way of thinking about the degree to which we are burdened by the lack of scale matchup between our jurisdiction and the scale of the stock. And so, you said 93 or 94% of the commercial landings for southern flounder. What about recreational landings? Do you have a view on that?
North Carolina now, like for 2023?
Yeah, you can be more general if you want.
Yeah, I'm
just
actually
trying to-
going to show you, I have that already prepared in another slide, but, Florida's always been kind of number one, and they've been about 60%, starting in 89. We were about 25%. Georgia was 5%, and then
So
South
I guess what I'm
Carolina.
looking for is not the case-specific data, but rather the context in terms of how relatively burdened are we by the fact that we're trying to go it in a fragmented fashion or alone. And that's just a standardized way of thinking about that.
Yes, Commissioner Rawls, Director Rawls. I gave you a demotion.
Yeah, no, you did not. We are all equally demoted in this place. So I think to your comments, Commissioner Rader, we are very impacted by this, in my opinion, and it's difficult, but we are carrying this load. I don't think y'all touched on this, but the state of North Carolina is the only state that has gotten reductions, correct? None of the states to our south have gotten any reductions.
And we
Is
do
that-
have a pocket slide I can show if you
Right, so that might be something worth throwing up there, but, so it is a burden, and I see what you're saying, I'm not sure, we can talk about that and figure out how to do that, but I think at some point, we have to figure out how we are going to work with what we have, and if we have and if this situation continues, where North Carolina continues to carry the burden, and still we don't see recovery down the road. I'm hopeful that we will, even despite this, but you don't know, and it's going to be an issue for sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond? Yes. And so I'm not trying to get us out of the obligation that we put ourselves in by putting this law and management structure in place. I just think that it's important for the public particularly to recognize the degree to which there's a mismatch on these things and the heroic nature of some of the work we're trying to do against that sort of accidental biological context. And that's, to me, in my view, that's really an important thing.
Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Blanton.
I'm not sure that I'm going to say anything much different or just going to try to put my thoughts out there for a second. So I happen to have the luxury of going through the Amendment 2 and Amendment 3 as a sitting commissioner. And so I had put flounder to bed in my mind for quite a while, and it was a little bit of relief to not talk about flounder every meeting for a while. I'm going to say the same thing Sammy said, because it is true. I have not landed a flounder. I have not targeted a flounder since we started talking about flounder. I quit flounder fishing. I have caught flounders in my life, and I have, participated in the gillnet flounder fishery years back, sure. But ever since we have been trying to rebuild this stock, I have not landed a single flounder. My biggest fears have come about, it seems, my biggest concerns back then was that it would be, people would be disproportionately affected by what was getting ready to happen in flounder, and based on the path that we had chose to go down with Amendment 3 with a quota, and somehow we got caught up really deep in there of who got what and how much percentage here and there, and we got away from the fact of other states were going to allow access in a different way than we were trying to allow access. And it was going to come to a place to where access for a certain group of people in our state was going to be diminished or go away. And that's kind of where we're at. And no one has lost access to these fish other than the recreational North Carolina angler. And it's unfortunate. I don't know that that was the intent. I think people had a better outlook on it, that was going to go differently. There was commissioners that argued for that we should, move allocation immediately, which I could not fault them for that. But I think, going back to the conversation about an amendment, that it's not unreasonable to think about doing such thing. Okay? And so, as a citizen of North Carolina, I think it is reasonable to believe that is unfair, this has unfairly affected the recreational North Carolina angler. And that's plain and simple. I think there were folks at the table at the time that were trying to get other commissioners to realize that we didn't have to go the direction of a quota. We could have implemented other management strategies. And I think we still can. And so the question that comes to my mind is, how do we get back to the amendment? How do we ask the secretary, where are we at with flounder at the present moment? Because there is, with lack of better words, some headbutting going on, right? And so we shouldn't be putting ourselves, the commission shouldn't be putting ourselves in that situation, right? We should truly be looking out for the best interest of all, and number one, the resource, okay? And so I think there's ways and ideas to achieve such a thing, and we have, and the staff of the division has poured over flounder for years and years and years now, and so their documents are still written, and ideas are still out there on paper. And so none of that got thrown in the trash, it still exists. There may be some updates to some percentages here and there, some updates, some data, but I do believe that rightfully so, we should give the angling public another shot at getting access to these fish during this whole rebuilding process, and look at it in a whole, look at it, take another look at it here, I guess is my biggest deal. So my question is, how do we get back to an amendment from where we are today?
Director Rawls.
The way that you would get back to an amendment to the plan is to have this body vote to ask the secretary to change the schedule and allow an amendment to the fishery management plan.
Okay. If there is, yes, ma'am.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes.
Staff provided that at the time that we took these reductions, I believe the state of North Carolina were responsible about for 50% of the removals. Is that correct?
Over 50%, almost 60% of the removals at the time we.
And now the state of North Carolina is responsible for about 30%?
Correct.
And that's just because of our management and the reductions that we've taken.
All right. Commissioner.
Does that amendment allow an opening for the upcoming season for flounder, and then let us go back to making adjustments to get that the necessary reduction?
The amendment does not. it does not. The amendment allows for a quota allocation shift in 2025 to 60/40, and then in 2026, it would shift to 50/50 and then that is what it allows for at this point.
Commissioner Roller.
The original motion before it was amended on the reallocation shift, do you remember when 50/50 would have happened? Would that have been 2025 or 2024?
2024.
So we would have 50/50 this year.
Excuse me, 2025, excuse me.
So it would have been 60/40 this year and 50/50 next year had they not delayed that.
Okay, if anybody cares to make a motion, Chair will entertain it. I think this amendment is probably targeting isolated flounder primarily.
Chairman, can I?
Yes.
If y'all do ask us to reopen the plan, can we ask that you very specifically direct us to make our lives a little bit easier?
Absolutely. We'll be very specific. Yes.
Chairman, I have a motion.
Please go ahead.
I move that we ask I'm going to need some help with this wording. Ask the division to look into reopening this amendment to look at having an oscillated flounder season as well as adjusting allocations.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Hobgood. Discussion. Is that your motion as you made it?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is the assumption that the division will go through the necessary steps to look at reopening it. Because I don't know what that curtails.
There's no necessary step that the division can do to reopen anything unless the motion is to ask the division to take to the secretary to try to do an amendment to the flounder. So whatever the division will have to take to the secretary to ask for an amendment, it needs to have in there that you're asking for an amendment to the Secretary of DEQ. Kat, am I right in saying that? Am I right that you've got to take it to the Secretary before we can do an amendment?
Yes, that is correct. So
Okay.
we would need to, if this body would like for us to amend the plan, we would need to go to the secretary and get her approval to change the schedule,
And-
which we would do and
And
get
two,
her
what you
approval.
would probably say at this point would be that when we do get the amendment, which I think we need to do because I think the recreational fishery has been unfairly dealt with, by people who thought that a quota was going to make things better. That we need to make sure that we examine all options once this gets on the table. I think it needs to be something we go back to and we get the division to come in with a lot of data, and we need to do some creative thinking as to where we get some way we can open fishing up for recs and commercial, even if it's a shorter period of time with less fish, but without a tack, so. But I know that the first thing, first thing Kat has to do is she has to go and the secretary has to approve it before we can go anywhere. So our motion is pretty short and sweet. We want to ask Kat to go to the secretary and see if we can get FMP, and then we go from there.
And just looking at this motion, and staff shoot me or do whatever you need to do, but there may be some things that we may want to look at other than the oscillated season and allocation adjustments. Is that correct in an amendment? without an assessment or anything. I mean, but there might be some other things that we could do. So it may work better if we just have, to Commissioner Corbett's comment, if we just have a motion that you ask the division to get approval from the secretary to amend the timeline and open the amendment.
Okay. Would that be acceptable to you? Okay.
That is acceptable for me, but I think I am still comfortable with having those two items in there because that's what we hear from the public on. But if the stated intent on the record suffices for that and it's not in the motion, I'm okay with that too. I do want to preface that.
Once you do that, you know, when it comes from the secretary, I mean, you're going to be locked into what you ask for.
That's a good point.
You know, and it's just like when you originally got this thing and it came back and it had criteria and you couldn't go outside that criteria. If you want to give them time to look at other stuff that could be done so that you could get an extended recreational season without attack, then you don't want to limit yourself to what you send up there. You want to send it up there so that you can sit around and hash with the division and us try to come up with something that's fair and equitable for everybody.
I concur with your logic, Commissioner Corbett, so I'm okay with that. But I do want to preface, my intent here is to not start overfishing again. My intent is to look at other ways in which to manage this fishery while still trying to rebuild it. Because recreational has been disproportionately affected.
Commissioner Hobgood, do you concur with the motion? Since you said, okay. Commissioner, Director Ross.
And I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Roller, and I do just want to make this point, and again, I'm not, if this is the route the commission wants to take, we're more than happy to go down this road, but I just, again, want to manage the expectations of this body into that very thing. And because looking at this fishery out of the gate and trying to come up with management options that would protect this resource and balance access. And when you have to have a 72% reduction, that is very, very difficult to do. So we are more than happy to go down this road with this commission and try to see, you know, what we can do in the alternative. But I just do want to just make that point that this is not going to be, we won't come back with these management strategies that everybody is going to go, oh, this sounds great, I can hardly wait. And so I just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page with us on this, but we will absolutely look at everything that we possibly can in order to try to work on this, because we agree that this is not a good situation to be in, and it doesn't really matter that we talked about this ad nauseum when we were developing this plan. It's really, that's irregardless, but this, we know that this is not the best situation, and we'd like to see it done differently. But when you need a 72% reduction, then there's a complexity there that you're not likely to get rid of, even with an opening amendment. I just want to make that clear.
We understand that very well. Commissioner Rader.
I support this. I do think it seems kind of strange not to have a to do something as part of this. Just, we're going to reopen it. I mean, I would have added some language like to improve recreational fishing while meeting rebuilding goals or something like that. Just because it just seems like, you know, I mean, the motion is to modify it. And, you know, we need to say why or for what purpose or to what end, or something like that. Commissioner Roller.
Yeah. Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm going to go, first of all, I'm going to go back to your comment here in a second. I just want some rationale for what I'm pursuing here. Going back to the discussions in 2021 and 2022, when we did the 72% reduction based off of decades of commercial industry overfishing, going to the allocations and quotas that we were at, it was very clear that the recreational sector wasn't really going to have much to work with even in a 2 or 3 week season. And that's why an allocation shift was really necessary to have any sort of access. Now, going back to Commissioner Rader's comments, that was a friendly amendment. I would gladly accept it. I don't think he's listening to me at the moment. I would be okay with that because I do think that reiterates a lot of the discussion here on the record. So.
A friendly motion, amendment to his motion would be welcomed.
Well, I was suggesting that there is a clause that targets that presents a goal for the reopening, which is to do something somehow. And I do think that the recreational fishery is the primary problem. The question is whether you want to address other issues. You could say but while maintaining the rebuilding trajectory or progress or something like that. To improve management while maintaining rebuilding.
Well, the intent is to allow for more recreational access while maintaining rebuilding.
Great, that's great.
Okay, can we add that to this motion if Commissioner Hobgood goes along with it?
I concur.
Commissioner Bland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to offer some more comments, I was going to offer a friendly amendment, but that captures it. Okay. I just want to offer to the members of the commission and the division as well, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We had Amendment 2, which was a seasonal approach, and we had Amendment 3, which was a quota approach. That's kind of, we already tried both. And so we tried Amendment 2, it didn't stay in place long because everybody was concerned that we had to have a quota for flounders, and so we started immediately on Amendment 3, and that's where we went, and that's where we ended up today. And so, listening to the director, give her comments. The division, in my opinion, and I might be wrong, has already done quite a bit of the work that we already want done. We just want them to bring it back to the table, and we want to be able to talk about it more openly and freely. And that's kind of where we're at. This is not reinventing the wheel. This is not asking the division to do a whole bunch of extra work, in my opinion. Because like the director just iterated, there's not but so much more work that can be done and so many more ideas that can be led, that we can be led to here. And so, I guess there is if you want to go down a rabbit hole, but we're looking at to generically balance the access, to find a way. And so, I've been keeping up with the flounder stuff. I've been silent on it, but I've been keeping up with it because I was intently involved with this stuff, both amendments. And so I can't say that either amendment went the way that I wanted it to go because, like Commissioner Corbett offered, we could have broke it down a little bit further and spread the access of these fish out just a little bit more, but we chose to crunch everything down. In these 2 weeks, we're going to catch everything. And so, I guess there is a couple of other things we could explore, but I can't see where there's going to be so much more work done and have to reinvent the wheel here. And so what we're looking for is just to balance access a little bit more in the state of North Carolina. And I don't care for the quota. It works great for a commercial. It works almost flawlessly. Make a trip, make landings, tell your dealer, write it down, call it in, bim, bam, boom, same day reporting, next day reporting, whatever. Easy access. The General Assembly comes down with a directive and makes it into law that the recreational angler, hey, we want y'all to report these 4 species, and you would think that the world's getting ready to end because we want to know a few more things about how much access that the recreational public is having and how much interaction they're having with these species. But you would think the world was getting ready to end. But you would think they would be more willing to give some data versus to hide it. And so I would love to see this issue balanced out. I would love to see all this headbutting go away. I would love to see the angling public have access back to the fishery. And for the record, and quote me if I'm wrong, but the recreational season is like 3, 4, or 5 days. They don't get no access. And so to think that the commercial fishery gets so much access at the immediate moment, that is not true. And so I think this is a good thing. I think it's a good thing to revisit this. I think with the right mindset that you're not out to get anybody, but just to make a fair and balanced decision here is a good thing. And that's where we're at. And I believe that it can be done, and especially with the right minds around the table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion on this. Is there any other? If not, let's have a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton? Commissioner Claus? Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood? Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for this. Okay, moving along to the next presentation. Please note that the end of the agenda today does not have a timeline, so this is up to y'all when we get out of here.
I can just click right through this.
I can't make it work.
We want you to cover your stuff, but you being expeditious would be appreciated.
Would you like me to just go to the last slide?
No, you do what you need to do.
All right. Let me get that later. There we go. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Holly White. I'm the Southern Flounder co-lead, and y'all already know Ann. She's with me here as the other co-lead. We're here today to provide an update on the Southern Flounder landings that have occurred since the implementation of Amendment 3. Sorry about that. Where do I put it? Okay. For the benefit of commissioners who are new, we'll briefly review the statutory requirements and estimated reductions, and what landings were in 2017, which is the terminal year of the last stock assessment, and the associated reductions that were achieved under Amendment 3. For the benefit of the new commissioners, and just a reminder for the others, we wanted to provide some background on the requirements needed to rebuild the stock. Amendment 3 built on the seasonal closures from Amendment 2 and directed the division to implement quotas with paybacks to reduce the total harvest in southern flounder fishery by 72% for the North Carolina portion of the southern flounder stock. This reduction is from the 2017 removals, or the terminal year of the last stock assessment, and the reduction is greater than statutorily required by trying to achieve a larger reduction than the minimum to increase the chance of success by being more conservative. For stocks that are overfished and undergoing overfishing, North Carolina's Fishery Reform Act requires that overfishing be ended in 2 years and the stock rebuilt in 10 years. For flounder, the reduction needed to end overfishing is between 31 and 51%. However, this is not enough to rebuild the stock. The reduction needed to rebuild the stock and end the overfished status is between 52 and 72%. The 10-year time period to rebuild the stock started with the adoption of Amendment 2 in 2019 and ends in 2028. Since we'll be looking at this table over several slides, I want to take a few moments to orient you to the columns in this table. This column highlighted in blue is the total allowable catch, and you will hear me use this term, total allowable catch, or TAC, throughout this presentation. So when I say TAC, that's what I mean. And the total allowable catch In this highlighted blue column is what was established under Amendment 3. Adjusted TAC represents the total allowable catch after adjustments are made to account for overages that occurred in the prior year. This column represents the adjusted TAC, and the commercial sector did not exceed its allowable catch in 2022, therefore no adjustments were required in 2023. But you will see there is one number in there, and for the recreational sector, the 2022 TAC was exceeded, and the adjusted TAC column represents the 2023 adjusted TAC after the 2022 pound-for-pound paybacks were accounted for. The total removals column represents the annual landings plus the dead discards. We will be discussing the specific values that go into calculating the numbers in these columns later on in the presentation. And for the purposes of this overview, it's important to illustrate for each sector if the total removals exceeds the number in the TAC or adjusted TAC column where applicable, then pound-for-pound paybacks are required. The overage column represents the amount of catch that exceeds the TAC or adjusted TAC where it's applicable, and you will note that in 2023, the commercial and the 2022 recreational exceeded their TAC, and 2023 recreational exceeded the adjusted TAC. The percent reduction is the total removal in pounds as compared to the 2017 value. We're using the 2017 value as a reminder, since that's just the terminal year of the last stock assessment used to develop Amendment 3. As a reminder, 51% reaches the overfishing target in 2 years, and 72% reaches the stock rebuilding target to end the overfish status within 10 years. Let's go over the commercial sector first. Highlighted here are the overages for the commercial sector, as well as the percent reduction in catch achieved when compared to the 2017 catch. Again, we are using the 2017 value as the terminal year in the stock assessment, as well as the year used to set the management under Amendment 3. The 2017 value is up here in the top left, and we compare this value to total removals to determine the percent reduction achieved annually, and that is highlighted in the blue circle right here. In 2023, the commercial sector exceeded their TAC by 5,551 pounds, but still achieved a reduction of 72.6%, meeting the 72% reduction target to rebuild the stock for the second consecutive year. The commercial fishery is managed under 5 specific gear area combinations. In the following slides, I will be reviewing the 2023 landings and catch, as well as the values we will be using to manage the 2024 season. Highlighted in blue, the total allowable landings or quota and total allowable catch for each area as established under Amendment 3 for the 2023 fishing year. Again, the commercial fishery did not exceed the 2022 combined TAC. Therefore, the total allowable landings and total allowable catch from Amendment 3 were used to manage the 2023 season. Highlighted in this slide are the actual landings during 2023 season as reported through the NC Trip Ticket Program. And you can see that this is reported for each of the gear-specific management areas. And dead discards from the large mesh gill net fishery are added to the actual landings for mobile gears to determine the total removals for the commercial fishery. The combined total removals, 382,930 pounds, should not exceed, so this number right here should not exceed this number right here, 377,379 pounds, which is the TAC established under Amendment 3. As you can see, the combined total allowable catch was exceeded in 2023. The combined total allowable catch is subtracted, so this number is subtracted from this number if an overage occurs, and the difference determines the total payback in pounds that is required. In 2023, the total allowable catch was exceeded by 5,551 pounds. This overage must be deducted from the total allowable landings and TAC in 2024. The overage equates to about a 1.5% reduction in the total allowable landings and total allowable catch for 2024. The gear area specific payback amounts are determined by the percent contribution of that gear area to the total overage. Southern mobile gear were deducted 1,326 pounds, therefore the allowable landings and catch will decrease by 2.1% in 2024. The Northern Pound Net were deducted 414 pounds, and their 2024 TAL and TAC will decrease by 1.1%. And the Central Pound Net were deducted 3,811 pounds, and their TAL and TAC will decrease by 3.1% in 2024. Highlighted in blue are the adjusted TAL and TAC for 2024. The gear area totals in the adjusted TAL columns, or this column right here, and these numbers in bold, will be used to monitor the commercial fishery through daily quota monitoring. Moving on to the recreational fishery, we'll return to this landing summary table, and highlighted here are the overages for the recreational fishery, as well as the percent reduction when compared to 2017. The 2017 value is up here in the top left, so this value right here, and we compare this value to the actual catch to determine the percent reduction achieved annually. In 2023, the recreational fishery exceeded the TAC by 127,294 pounds, but still achieved a reduction of 55.7%, lots of numbers here, meeting the requirement to end overfishing but not rebuild the stock. In the following slides, I'm going to just walk us through this recreational landings and catch table. This table breaks out the values used to determine the actual catch for the recreational fishery as illustrated in the previous landing summary slide. So first, highlighted in blue is the total allowable landings and allowable catch for the recreational sector as established under Amendment 3 for 2022. And 2022 was the first year of management under Amendment 3 with our sector-specific allocations. In 2022, the recreational sector exceeded the allowable catch by 56,340 pounds, and the overage for 2022 was deducted from the allowable landings and catch for 2023. It's important to repeat that pound-for-pound paybacks are only required when the combined TAC or the adjusted TAC, where applicable, is exceeded. Here, we are only looking at the actual landings for 2022 and 2023 as attained from MRIP for the hook and line fishery and the NCDMF MEL survey for the gig fishery. I do want to note for the MEL survey that in 2023, a new licensing system was implemented and the license database was restructured. This restructuring disrupted our ability to query the full license data set to establish a sampling frame of eligible anglers for the MEL survey. As a result, we were unable to administer the MEL surveys and expand potential responses, and survey estimates are not available for 2023. Therefore, 2022 data has been used as a proxy for this landings estimate. And again, if the actual landings exceeded the allowable amount, this doesn't actually, it doesn't start the pound-for-pound paybacks unless the TAC is exceeded. Highlighted in blue are the total dead discard estimates. These dead discard estimates include releases during the open season for the recreational sector, as well as catch and release that occurs outside the open season. Again, the 2022 gig fishery, we had to use those discard estimates to supplement 2023 because of the MEL survey issue. For 2022, dead discards were estimated at 53,022 pounds and 41,559 pounds in 2023. Adding the actual landings to the total dead discards gives us the actual catch highlighted in blue. In 2023, the recreational fishery exceeded its allowable catch by 127,294 pounds. After applying pound-for-pound paybacks, there was not enough quota remaining to open the recreational fishery in 2024. This is the available quota right here. For 2022, dead discards were estimated at 53,022 pounds and then 41,559 pounds for 2023. And this averages to about 47,291 pounds. Based off the dead discard data and the current angular behavior, we anticipate the 2024 allowed catch of 43,361 pounds will be consumed by dead discards that will occur due to incidental catch and release in 2024. Returning to the landing summary table, we're almost done. We'll just add all these pieces together and it'll bring us to the overall landings and reductions achieved under Amendment 3. Highlighted here are the overall overages as well as the percent reduction compared to 2017. Again, we're using the 2017 value up here in the top left. We compare this value to the actual catch to determine the percent reduction achieved annually. And in summary, the overall reductions achieved under Amendment 3 have met the 51% target to end overfishing, but have fallen short of the 72% reduction target necessary to rebuild the stock within the 10-year time frame. In comparing the last 5 years, which includes Amendment 2, overall reductions have met the minimum statutory requirements or threshold, which was 31% to end overfishing for the North Carolina portion of the southern flounder stock. The overall reductions from the last 5 years have not met the overfish targets. However, 3 of the 5 years have met the overfishing target, and those years are highlighted here in green where it says yes. Since 2022, the overall reduction compared to 2017 values has been greater than 52%, exceeding the overfishing threshold but falling below the target. The overall reduction achieved in 2022, 70.6%, during the first year of Amendment 3, was the highest so far. Despite our best efforts through season planning and daily quota monitoring, we still had overages to the allowable catch in 2023. For these scenarios, the adaptive management strategy implemented in Amendment 3 has been utilized to address these overages in 2024 in a continuing effort to rebuild the stock and achieve sustainable harvest. In summary, the management, while unpopular, is working. Reductions have met the statutory requirement to end overfishing since 2019. Since 2022, management under the current Amendment 3 is meeting the threshold reduction to end overfish status. The adaptive management strategies adopted under Amendment 3 have mediated sector-specific overages through pound-for-pound paybacks, and we continue to see an overall reduction in harvest compared to 2017 under Amendment 3. Continuing to meet or exceed the rebuilding threshold will aid in rebuilding the stock by 2028. This completes our Amendment 3 landings update for 2023, and at this time, we'll be happy to take questions.
Questions or comments? Don't see any. Thank you all for your presentation. Everybody's getting hungry, I believe. Okay, Director Rawls, I think you have something that you would like to have brought up at this time.
Yes, sir. You just thought you were done with flounder, but you're not really. Thank you, Ann and Holly, for the work that has gone into what is flounder. I call it the gift that keeps on giving, and I appreciate what you do every day. This is a tough species to handle for sure. And I just want to preface all of what I'm going to say after this about stock concern for southern flounder. That is still very much in the forefront of my thinking. So I just want to make sure everybody hears that loud and clear. As Ann and Holly covered in their presentation just then, based on the landings data from 2023, there is not sufficient allocation or quota left for a recreational flounder season in 2024. We recognize and heard the public outcry. That was something that the commission has heard, the division has heard, the Wildlife Resources Commission, I'm sure, has heard. And Commissioner Roller said it was like a pat on the back, and if that is what that feels like, it must have been by a Mack truck. But at any rate, we certainly have heard it. The WRC had initially proposed a temporary rule that would have kept the recreational season closed during 2024. However, the temporary rule they ultimately adopted provides for a one fish, 15-inch minimum size limit on September the 1st, the 2nd, the 7th, and the 8th in inland and joint waters. Our position remains that there is no recreational quota available to allow a recreational season this year, and as we announced in May, there will be no recreational season in coastal fishing waters. For joint fishing waters, just like last fall, there are two state agencies with conflicting regulations that cannot be reconciled prior to September the 1st. So this presents two significant problems, other than the obvious stock concerns that WRC continues to ignore. First, it places anglers in an extraordinarily confusing situation, and we don't believe that they should suffer the consequences of this disagreement with the Wildlife Resources Commission. And secondly, it has created an enforcement gap for our Marine Patrol. So our officers only have the authority to enforce rules and limits of this Marine Fisheries Commission. The possession of flounder in a closed season and possession of flounder over the limit are two distinct and separate violations. So currently, there is no way to accommodate anglers that are fishing within the WRC's limits and allow Marine Patrol to retain authority to take enforcement actions for anglers exceeding those limits. We anticipate a lot of effort, a lot of people out fishing on the water on the Labor Day weekend, stress purposefully, and being unable to force any limits on flounder and joint fishing waters during those WRC season is obviously very concerning to us. So to address both of those concerns, I am proposing to issue a proclamation that provides legal certainty to anglers and law enforcement alike, and I would like this commission's support for this. Just a little bit about what the proclamation is and what it definitely is not. So what it would do, it would mirror the WRC season in joint waters only, and this would be that Marine Patrol would be enforcing a one fish bag limit during the 4-day season. This would make clear to the public that they won't be punished, ticketed for obeying the WRC limits, and it would give Marine Patrol officers a limit with legal certainty to enforce against those that would violate the WRC limits. It would also make clear that the harvest authorized by WRC is recreational harvest and that it does not affect the commercial quota. And just as important to speak to what the proclamation is, I want to also talk about what it is not. It is not an increase in harvest, and despite our strong and repeated objections, the WRC approved a recreational season for 2024 with no recreational quota available. That season will take place in inland and joint waters regardless of any action taken by the division or this commission. We don't agree with it. We don't think it is in the best interest of the resource. It has created confusion for anglers and frustrates our enforcement efforts. But allowing for Marine Patrol enforcement of the WRC limit does not add to the harvest that will take place in 2024. As I said, it's going to happen regardless. It is not an endorsement of the WRC's limit or the way those limits were derived. It does not change the allocation. WRC discussed shifting quota from the commercial to the recreational sector. That is not WRC's decision to make, and this proclamation does not reduce the commercial quota or increase the recreational quota. It does not allow for recreational harvest in coastal fishing areas outside of joint fishing waters. It would only be allowed in joint fishing waters. So what I am asking of this commission is support for this proposal, for this proclamation. And I'm asking for a motion to support a proclamation to align DMF enforcement with the Wildlife Resources Commission limits for flounder in joint fishing waters for harvest occurring on September 1, 2, 7, and 8 of 2024. And Mr. Chairman, I think Catherine has probably got a draft motion of some description that we could entertain if the commission would like to.
Okay, one thing I'd like to add about this is this also does, we are not recognizing their sole authority for hook and line fisheries in joint waters. This is something that we don't want the public to get hurt on. We want to make it clear that that's the reason behind it. And so I will gladly bite my tongue and vote for this, so, because I want us to support Kat. She needs to be supported on this. Commissioner Corbett.
Yeah, and I agree, you know, the last thing I want to see is people get caught up in the battle between DMF and wildlife and, you know, wherever that line may be drawn at the sand at some point in time. And so I don't want to see our citizens get, you know, punished for something they had no involvement in. And with that, I would make the motion that you have on the board, and if anybody wants more discussion or a second, then that's fine.
Well, we need a second. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Hobgood. Further discussion, Director Rawls.
Yeah, just one comment, and Catherine has got a lot of detail up here on the motion, and I will tell the commission that the proclamation that would be drafted would have a lot of very unproclamation-like language in it, just for this very purpose, to make sure that our point is well described when we issue the proclamation.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, Commissioner Blanton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They've already left the table, but we just watched a presentation there on the landings update for southern flounder and all. And so if you notice, the state of North Carolina has realized reductions across the board. Okay, we're not doing something that's, you know, that's going to be detrimental here. And a recreational angler has sacrificed. And so I think, you know, our previous discussion sort of outlined that a little bit, and this continues on. But, you know, we have realized reductions, you know, across the board, and each sector has realized reductions. And so I can't see where a little mini season is going to throw this off track, but so far, okay? And so I support Kathy 100%. Like I said, I've been keeping up with this issue on the sidelines, but contently nonetheless. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner Rader.
I'm going to vote in support of this. The precedent really worries me, and particularly given the other pushes by the Wildlife Commission to work beyond their statutory authority in managing fisheries that extend into joint waters. I'm also concerned that we will get the blame for, first of all, having to quantify the additional mortality that occurs during the season as part of our plan, and to take that as an overage against next year. And it should be made, because it will, if the allowable quota and the likely discards already blend, then any additional mortality is actually over that. mark and would have to be paid back in the next year, I believe. And so we need to find a way to make sure in the public eye that any erosion on next year's season that might result is due to their action, not ours. And I'm correct, first of all, is that right? Okay. If we can find a way to make sure that that's either in the proclamation or somehow memorialized to the public, that there is a downside to this free lunch.
Director Ross.
Yes, thank you for those comments, and we share those concerns as well. And our position is that this season that the Wildlife Resources Commission is having is in violation of this commission's fishery management plan. And we share the concerns about the precedent and the issue that this has, the corner that this has forced us into. And I would also like to just also say to the commission that this is for hook and line only. No gigging, hook and line only.
Understood. Anything? Yes, Commissioner Rader.
Do we have the resources, or do they have the resources to have any way of guessing what the mortality might be during these 4 days?
Ooh, I'm having to bite my tongue this day. Whew, Lord help me. I can't speak directly to that. I have heard through the grapevine that the Wildlife Resources Commission does intend to have some type of creel survey during those 4 seasons and 4 days. And what we intend to do as a division is to do exactly like we normally do for our MRIP sampling, and the cookies will crumble like they will. But we will do exactly what we would normally do on those 4 days.
Okay. Anything else? If not, let's call for a roll call. One more thing, Director Ross.
Just one more smart comment. If anyone can figure out how to make this not stick to this division or this commission, please see me after the meeting, because I love you. That's all I'm going to say.
And we love you.
If you want an op-ed, come see me.
Okay, roll call. Jesse.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Kat, we appreciate where you are. Really do. Okay, pushing on through. Blue Crab Fishery Management Plan Amendment 3, Adaptive Management Update. Robert Corbett, McLean Stewart.
All right, good afternoon, Commission. I'm going to try to be brief. My name is Robert Corbett. I'm a biologist out of the Elizabeth City office, and today I have with me McLean Seward, who is a biologist out of the Wilmington office. And together, we are the co-leads for the Blue Crab Fisheries Management Plan. At your May 2024 meeting, we updated you on the results of the Blue Crab Stock Assessment Update. As a reminder, the division and external review of the assessment update identified significant concerns with the model's configuration and the results that can only be addressed through a benchmark stock assessment. Given these concerns, the division will not be using the stock assessment update to provide management advice or to inform harvest reductions. However, given the stock concerns voiced by the stakeholders and the concerning trends indicated by the division sampling program, it is clear Amendment 3 management measures are not working as intended. Also, at the May 2024 meeting, we heard from commissioners that while management changes should be considered, we need to take a measured approach, soliciting significant stakeholder input before considering management changes. With this direction, we began exploring measures that generally fall within existing measures that consider the biology of the species and fisheries characteristics. Please note, management changes issued through the Adaptive Management Framework adopted in Amendment 3 to the Blue Crab FMP are required to be quantifiable. Specific quantifiable measures that may be considered include extension of existing season closures, implementing limits to crab trawling, and/or increasing limits on harvest of specific life stages, such as sponge crabs. While these specific measures may not result in large harvest reductions, they focus on crucial time periods and life stages of blue crabs, so there may still be some positive impacts on the stock. We've also begun reaching out to crabbers and other stakeholders throughout the state to get their thoughts on the stock condition, the fishery, and current management. In addition, as part of the Amendment 3 adaptive management process, we'll be consulting with the MFC Northern, Southern, and Shellfish Crustacean Advisory Committees at meetings scheduled at the end of September. Our current timeline has us providing management recommendations to you in November for a vote on final approval, but that timeline may and is likely to change as we further explore these issues. We strongly encourage crabbers and other stakeholders to reach out to us about management ideas. The blue crab fishery is very diverse as you move from the northern end to the southern end of the coast, and we want to hear from people across the fishery about their experiences. The management measures we mentioned today are what we've analyzed to this point, but if members of the public or the commission have any additional ideas, we would appreciate that input. And at this time, I thank you.
Any questions or comments? There being none, thank you for your presentation. We're going to take a real short break, no more than 10 minutes, but see some eyes getting yellow. Okay, missing just one, two. Okay, let's go on with the oyster clam fishery management plans update. Joe, Bennett, Jeff, Lorena. I had a cousin named Lorena. That's an unusual name. It's kind of interesting with formulating the new advisory committee. First time it's ever happened, I had 4 after they accepted to decline. So Jesse and I were struggling to find people to go on there, but I think we got us a good one now.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bennett Paradis, and I'm up here with Lorena de la Garza. I am one of the co-leads for the Eastern Oyster Fishery Management Plan, and behind me is Joe Fischendela, who's the other co-lead for the Oyster Plan. And then over here in the blue shirt is Jeff Dobbs, who's the co-lead for the hard clam plan. So we appreciate the opportunity to come up here today and discuss the outcome of the recent advisory committee workshop for Amendment 5 to the Oyster Fishery Management Plan and Amendment 3 to the Hard Clam Fishery Management Plan. So for the benefit of the Commission, this is a bit of perspective of where we currently are in the development of these management plans. So here's a timeline. So far, we've held a public scoping period, established goals and objectives, drafted first versions of the FMPs, and we recently held a workshop with an advisory committee. At this workshop, we were seeking input from members on the advisory committee with various backgrounds and experience pertaining to the oyster and clam fisheries. In the coming months, we will be using their input and suggestions to revise the current draft FMPs before sending them out for further review in November. And so today we will review with you all what the advisory committee's suggestions were. And as we begin to incorporate these edits, we'd also like to remind the Commission that we're seeking additional input from you all as well on these plans. So between now and the next MFC meeting. The advisory committee workshop ran from July 15th to the 17th and was held at Craven Community College in New Bern. We had several days of productive discussions and received valuable input and suggestions from the AC for the oyster and clam base plans, the information papers and issue papers. From the scientific community, we had Dr. Brandon Puckett and Abby Williams. And from the commercial and recreational fishing sectors, we were joined by Thomas Newman, Wayne Dunbar, Perry McMillan, Barry Hodawanich, and Prasai Mustin. Several DMF employees who have participated in other FMP workshops mentioned how impressed they were by the discussions we had at this workshop. That is widely in part due to the engagement and genuine interest brought by these AC members. So on behalf of the oyster and clam co-leads, I would like to say thank you again to these people who spent the time over the course of 3 days to provide us with helpful discussion and input that we'll use in the development of these plans. So we'll review the input and suggestions brought forth during the AC workshop following this outline here. First, we'll talk about the inputs discussed for the oyster base plan, then move on to the recommended edits and additions to be made to the habitat and enhancement information paper. Following that, we'll cover the oyster mechanical harvest issue paper and then the intertidal oyster information paper. We'll shift gears after that, and I'll hand it off to Lorena, and she'll discuss the outcomes of the clam base plan. She'll also go into further details about the suggestions made for the mechanical clam harvest issue paper, and then wrap up with recreational harvest issue paper suggestions. And then finally, we'll go into an outline for the next steps for these plans, and we'll open the floor for discussion as well. To begin the AC workshop, the oyster leads presented an outline of the base plan, beginning with the biological profile and current stock assessment information for the eastern oyster. Currently, North Carolina does not have a stock assessment for oysters due to several large data gaps, which will be highlighted later in the recreational harvest topic. As this species is managed by several states along the Atlantic coast and Gulf of Mexico, a comparison of stock assessments has been created and is available in table format in an appendix in the base plan. So this table is a summary of how other states manage eastern oysters, including information about season length, license types, gears, and if they've done a stock assessment. However, the AC member suggested adding a summary paragraph of methods and findings from states that have successfully conducted a stock assessment on oysters, and that would include Delaware and Maryland. For the socioeconomic impact portion of the base plan, advisory committee members expressed interest in additional information on participants in the oyster fishery. Specifically, the AC brought up the point that in many reported trip tickets, oysters may be an opportunistically harvested species rather than the main focus for that trip. As such, not all trips have an equal impact. And so to this point, the economic analysis may be improved by breaking down the total landings brought in by the top 30 participants compared to all other participants. Additionally, the AC was curious about whether or not we could discern where the fishing efforts of the full-time fishermen were directed. And so since there are aspects in the mechanical issue paper about conservation sites, outlining the harvest landings for each management area would better contextualize any potential economic impact for large-scale closures. So after covering the oyster base plan, the AC workshop went through the information paper regarding the habitat and enhancement oyster programs. For both the sanctuary and culture planting program, a habitat suitability index model is used to guide site selection for future projects. This model considers environmental variables that influence oyster recruitment and survival, and that includes dissolved oxygen, salinity, bottom substrate, and depth, among several other variables. The committee suggested including more information on the weighting and scaling of these variables to clarify why certain areas scored higher than others. Additionally, they thought adding more information on the Army Corps permit that's used for culture planting would be helpful for understanding why there's extensive constraints for potential culture sites. Currently, the culture planting program very rarely uses recycled shell due to its limited availability. And to this end, the AC suggested elaborating on the status of the state's shell supply. So that would include describing why the resource might be shipped to other states that simply pay more for the shell resource. It is also common for other states to exclude the export of oyster shell out of state. These trends have resulted in limited shell supply, which could then be used for culture planting efforts and even for private aquaculture. The culture planting program also conducts monitoring of oyster spat recruitment on newly constructed reefs. And so the AC emphasized the importance of this data set and suggested that it should be analyzed and reported in the next iteration of the FMP. This data can also provide useful metrics towards a future stock assessment. Moving on to the oyster mechanical harvest issue paper. In this current draft of the issue paper, there's a 3-tiered approach that's described to manage the mechanical oyster fishery. These 3 tiers are independent of one another as far as possible implementation goes for management strategies. So this includes culture-supported areas subject to season closure, large-scale rotational culture sites that are open for the entire season, and establishing deep water conservation areas. For culture sites that are currently subject to in-season management triggers, the advisory committee felt strong about including more information about the current trigger sampling methodology. The trigger sampling methodology that is currently in place was established by Supplement A in 2010, and this determines the season length by opening and closing areas for mechanical oyster harvest. This methodology for trigger sampling will be undergoing a revamp to standardize sampling procedures regardless of which management strategies are put in place in this amendment of the oyster FMP. And to this end, the AC expressed its support in efforts to revise the trigger sampling methods. Another management strategy discussed in the mechanical issue paper is a proposal for large-scale culture sites that are open indefinitely for the mechanical harvest season. And this would be regardless to closures set by trigger sampling. These sites would be a collection of 16 10-acre sites with 4 located within each management area of Pamlico Sound. The status of these sites would rotate each year, with 4 10-acre sites or one in each management area being open to harvest for the entire season length. This strategy, however, is dependent on consistent funding for the Colch program. And that is why the Colch program has been tied to this current rendition of the oyster FMP. Overall, AC members were supportive in formalizing the Colch program as a management strategy and expressed the desire for increasing planning efforts. Along the same lines, there was a discussion about how best to align or assign harvest locations. So at the moment, there is no clear distinction on trip ticket data for whether oysters were harvested at a Colch site or at a natural reef. There was once a field for this in the data collection. However, due to misreporting and that field not being recorded by many fishermen, this is no longer collected in landings data. Additionally, management areas are not delineated in landings data. Rather, mechanically oyster harvest is reported as coming from Pamlico Sound only. And so the AC suggested incorporating a way to assign harvest locations such as Colch or Wild Reef for specific management areas. And then the last management strategy discussed in the mechanical harvest issue paper was the extent of deep water closure areas. So these areas would be completely closed to mechanical harvest with the aim of allowing natural subtidal oyster reefs to recover over time. The AC members recognized the importance of vertical relief for oyster reefs. However, there was no consensus for the recommended extent of these closure areas. While some believe these deep water areas are still harvestable, albeit those would be harvested once every 8 years, others AC members believe that the extensive closures were necessary to counter the impacts of mechanical gear on natural reefs. Moving on to the information paper regarding intertidal oysters and commercial hand harvest. At the moment, there are no proposed management changes to the hand harvest industry. Currently, a majority of hand harvest landings is collected in the southern part of the state, and there is no monitoring or trigger for in-season management of this gear. Rather, these areas are closed due to proclamation, and recent trends suggest that participation in hand harvest has been increasing while mechanical harvest has been declining. For the most part, the data gaps presented in this information paper reflect issues focused on in other papers, and namely the lack of stock assessment methodologies and the impact of recreational hand harvest. And Lorena will talk more about that in the recreational harvest paper. Members of the AC recognize the importance of filling these data gaps to even eventually move on towards a stock assessment of the oyster resource. As fishery independent data is required for a stock assessment, the AC emphasized the importance of researching intertidal sentinel sites. Currently, DMF is working to establish and monitor sentinel sites with the goal of estimating oyster metrics in intertidal areas in the southern part of the state. Additionally, the AC suggested another research priority in southern Colch sites. And in these sites, marl limestone has struggled to recruit and sustain oysters for commercial harvest. And due to the limited shell availability and the inefficacy of marl, the AC suggested researching other materials for future Colch planting efforts. So I'll hand it off to Lorena to discuss clam.
Okay, so now we'll discuss the outcomes of the clam base plan, followed by the suggestions made for the clam mechanical harvest issue paper and the takeaways concerning the recreational harvest issue paper. The hard clam base plan presented on the biological profile, the commercial and recreational fisheries, the socioeconomics, and environmental threats. The main suggestions from the AC were that they wanted more information on the demographics of the participants in the mechanical fishery. It was mentioned that while the older generation are the primary user group, it might be the case that a younger crew is running the boat. The AC also wanted to see more graphs showing the comparison between private and public harvest, and in addition to looking at landing graphs that look at just years where certain water bodies are open and seeing what those trends look like. One of the AC members noted that a reason private harvest numbers might be low is that there's only one seed producer in the state, so supply is limited, which in turn has hindered the growth in the aquaculture industry. After the clam mechanical harvest issue paper presentation, there was a lot of good discussion from the AC members. The management options presented to the AC were status quo, further limit mechanical clam harvest areas to protect habitat, and third, to phase out mechanical clam harvest. Points of concern in the issue paper that led to these management options were extremely low participation in the fishery, habitat concerns with bottom disturbing gear, and the expansion of SAV, and the cost to the state that go into monitoring and maintaining mechanical harvest areas open versus weighing the value of the fishery. Takeaways from the discussion were the AC was not in support of getting rid of or phasing out the fishery. Main points from the AC were that this fishery was supplemental income for retired participants, and there would be loss of heritage where participants would not be able to pass down gear. The AC was curious to know the number of violations reported in this fishery, and they suggested that simplifying regulations like boundary lines could lessen the difficulty in enforcing the fishery and the manpower it takes to maintain open areas. It was unanimous with the AC that SAV was important and needed to be protected, not just from specific user groups and gears, but from all gears that disturb bottom habitat. There was also an emphasis of concern with increasing water quality issues and that investigating that further was necessary. A research suggestion from the AC was to investigate and quantify mechanical gear disturbance impacts on SAV habitats like turbidity during the use of the gear. Since water quality issues are explored extensively in the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, like oyster, our takeaway from the AC is to strengthen the tie to the chip into the clam base plan. As Bennett mentioned earlier, you will be hearing more detail on these issues related to SAV habitat and water quality tomorrow. The overall takeaway from the AC with the recreational shellfish harvest issue paper was very positive, and they were in support of the importance and the need for the collection of recreational harvest data so that a stock assessment could be possible. The AC recommended that a license should be the end goal, but that in the meantime, to either recreate the 1991 recreational phone survey to get a new baseline estimate of potential users and trips, and that pursuing a permit in conjunction was needed. The AC raised a concern in relation to public health and the economic impacts it has on the shellfish industry. The AC agreed that a permit would be a great link for users to education and closure information, which would be beneficial for the industry overall. So again, just a reminder that we're currently in the development of these management plans, and this is our last chance before we bring the full drafts back to this group in November to get input from all of you. So in November, we're scheduled for you to vote to send the full draft FMPs for public and MFC advisory committee review. So in the coming months, we'll be using all input and suggestions received over the past year to revise the current draft FMPs before sending them out. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for all of you for further thoughts and input.
Questions and discussion? Comment, Commissioner Rader?
Thanks for all of that. I'm sure that the Habitat and Water Quality Standing Advisory Committee would love to hear your report at its upcoming meeting and to be able to add input from that broader perspective than the fisheries themselves.
Got one question for you. Is there anybody out there that's doing clam aquaculture?
Yes.
There is? Good. All right, good to know. All right. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Very good. Our last item of the day, it's about as long as we've ever gone. Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan Amendment 1. Lucas and Melinda, please step forward.
Excuse me. All right. Nothing like saving spotted sea trout for the end, right? So good afternoon, Commissioners, and thanks for the opportunity to come before you here today and review Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. I'm Lucas Pensinger, and I'm a biologist out of the Morehead City office, and I'm the co-lead for the Spotted Sea Trout FMP. So up here with me is Melinda Lambert. She's a biologist out of the Manio office, and she's the other co-lead for this FMP. Our presentation today will focus on reviewing the draft of Amendment 1. So after the presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And then you do have an action item today, which is to vote on sending the draft of Amendment 1 for public comment and MFC Advisory Committee review. I thought it would be helpful to start off by reviewing just where we are in the fishery management plan process. So far, we've held a public scoping period for spotted sea trout with several very well-attended meetings. The Commission approved the goal and objectives of Amendment 1, and Division staff has spent a lot of time, or a lot of hours, drafting Amendment 1. We held a 3-day Spotted Sea Trout Advisory Committee workshop, and then Division staff spent a lot more time updating the Amendment 1 draft to include all of the input that we heard during that workshop. And that all brings us to the we are here step. And I can promise this won't be the last time you're going to hear this today. But the Amendment 1 draft and the preliminary division management recommendations included in it are still in the drafting stage. So those are subject to change based on the input we receive from the public, from the MFC standing and regional advisory committees, so from those MFC advisory committees, and from you all. So in other words, there aren't any management measures to decide on or to adopt today. Just reiterate that action item today is just for the Commission to vote on sending the draft of Amendment 1 for that public and MFC Advisory Committee review. So before we get to that action item, though, we'll start by reviewing the structure of Amendment 1 and just cover what's contained in it and discussed within each of those major sections. And then we'll review each of those sections, starting with the base plan, then an overview of the information and issue papers, the division's preliminary management recommendations, and we'll finish up with just another brief review of the timeline of Amendment 1 moving forward. So kind of those next steps. So the first part of Amendment 1 is the base plan. This section provides a short history of the FMP. It states the goal and objectives of Amendment 1, reviews the life history and biology of spotted sea trout in North Carolina, and reviews the stock status and the management unit, as well as characterizing both the commercial and recreational fisheries. Amendment 1 also includes an information paper characterizing the use of small mesh gill nets in the spotted sea trout fishery, and 3 issue papers. The first of those issue papers is a sustainable harvest issue paper, which discusses quantifiable management options to achieve sustainability in the spotted sea trout fishery. We'll also review the supplemental management issue paper. This issue paper discusses non-quantifiable management options that we can't say would lead to a reduction, but might still provide benefits to the spotted sea trout stock. And then finally, there's the cold stun management issue paper. And that one just discusses management options to preserve spawning stock biomass in the event of a cold stun. So the base plan provides a lot of the background information for Amendment 1. Like I said, that includes like the goal and objectives, life history, management unit, a lot of those more basic things, as well as a summary of the 2022 spotted sea trout stock assessment and the stock status. So we'll really briefly review all of those today, but all of these topics are covered in a lot more detail in the base plan of Amendment 1. So the Commission approved the goal and objectives of Amendment 1 at their May 2023 business meeting. The goal of this plan is to manage the spotted sea trout fishery to maintain a self-sustaining population that provides sustainable harvest based on science-based decision-making processes. The following objectives will be used to achieve that goal. Implement management within North Carolina that ends overfishing and maintains the spotted sea trout spawning stock abundance and recruitment potential. Promote restoration, enhancement, and protection of the critical habitat and environmental quality in a manner consistent with the CHIP to maintain or increase growth, survival, and reproduction of the spotted sea trout stock. To monitor and manage the fishery in a manner that utilizes biological, socioeconomic, fishery, habitat, and environmental data. And finally, to promote outreach and interjurisdictional cooperation regarding the status and management of the spotted sea trout stock in North Carolina and Virginia waters. And that includes practices that minimize bycatch and discard mortality. So the management unit for this fishery management plan includes all spotted sea trout within the coastal and joint fishing waters of North Carolina. Spotted sea trout are distributed coastwide in North Carolina and really are found everywhere from the rivers, the sounds, and marshes to the ocean. So while they generally reside in estuarine waters for their entire life cycle, they do have some seasonal migration patterns. So in the winter, they tend to move south and aggregate in the creeks and bays of the upper estuary. And then in the spring and summer, they move north and spread out into the rivers and the sounds. The spotted sea trout fishery in North Carolina is predominantly a recreational fishery. So here we're looking at recreational and commercial annual landings from biological years 1991 to 2023. The biological year is from March through February of the following year, and we use that biological year just to match up with the stock assessment. So the height of each of these bars is total landings in that year. The yellow portion of the bar is commercial landings, and the purple portion of the bar is recreational landings. Since current management was put into place, was fully put into place in 2012, recreational harvest has accounted for about 86% of total spotted sea trout harvest, and commercial harvest makes up the other 14%. So landings in both sectors are variable, but generally over the course of the time series, the general trend for recreational landings has been one of increased landings, and there are those periods of really low harvest in both sectors following cold stuns. And these red arrows just show where those years where the director actually closed the spotted sea trout fishery due to a cold stun. Landings in both sectors increased dramatically in 2019, and they remained high through 2022. In 2023, however, recreational landings did decrease sharply. Commercial landings also decreased in 2023, although that drop wasn't quite as steep as what we saw recreationally. It's really hard to say exactly why landings were down last year, because it's really unlikely that that drop was due to any one specific reason. So this graph is just pulling out just recreational landings, and it shows the average percent of recreational landings by month since 2012. This represents that current period of spotted sea trout management. So recreational harvest does occur year-round, although most harvest occurs in the late fall. There might be some minor regional differences in the patterns that we see on this graph, but they're pretty broadly consistent across the state. So approximately 70% of recreational harvest occurs in that peak kind of October through February season. We do see a small increase in landings in June and July, and that's likely due to tourism and vacationing anglers. So here we're just looking at that same pattern in the commercial fishery, though. So this graph is just showing percent of commercial landings by month for that same period of current management since 2012. So similar to the recreational fishery, we see that large peak in landings extending into the winter, and approximately 71% of commercial spotted sea trout harvest occurs in these months. Harvest of spotted sea trout remains a bit higher in those colder months as fish aggregate into smaller water bodies where they overwinter, and they can be landed in larger numbers. And then harvest tends to decline again as waters warm and those fish disperse. So this graph is just showing the proportion of commercial landings by gear type. We don't show a similar graph for the recreational fishery because it's overwhelmingly a hook and line fishery. But again, we're looking at the biological year, and the color of the bar corresponds to that gear type. So historically, anchored gill nets, which if I can get my pointer here, anchored gill nets are this blue portion of the graph. Historically, those were the predominant gear used to harvest spotted sea trout. But in more recent years, we see that runaround gill nets, which are the gray portions of the bar here, have become the most common gear. So you can kind of see that trend if you look from left to right on the graph, where that blue portion of anchored gill nets has gotten a bit smaller, and that gray portion that is the runaround gill nets has gotten larger. The single asterisks on 2016 and 18 are showing years that the beach seine landings are combined with other gears. So it's not that there weren't beach seine landings in those years. And then that double asterisk on 2022 is showing when beach seine and long haul seine landings were combined with other gears. So again, it's not that there aren't landings in those gears in those years, it's just that we combined some gears because of data confidentiality. So some of y'all are probably sick of hearing me talk about this, but I did want to briefly remind everybody of the stock status of spotted sea trout, and we'll start with whether or not the stock is overfished. So in the final year of the stock assessment, spawning stock biomass, or SSB, was well above the threshold SSB, meaning that the spotted sea trout stock is not overfished. So in other words, in the final year of the stock assessment, there are plenty of mature female fish out there available to sustain the population. However, on this graph, we're looking at the overfishing status of spotted sea trout. So the individual points are the ratio of estimated fishing mortality, or F, to the 20% F threshold. F is just the rate at which fishing activities are removing fish from the population. The solid black line at 1 is the maximum ratio where fishing mortality is sustainable. In other words, what we want to see is points below that black line. But if we focus on that final year of the stock assessment, the ratio is above the black line, which means that overfishing is occurring. So long story short, there's plenty of biomass to sustain the spotted sea trout fishery, but we're fishing them at a rate that isn't sustainable. To keep spotted sea trout biomass at levels that support that great fishery that we've seen in recent years, we need to end overfishing by reducing fishing mortality. So for the rest of today's presentation, we'll focus on the appendices of Amendment 1, which include discussions of management options to end overfishing, as well as discussions of supporting information and other options that might benefit the stock. I'll start with Appendix 1, which is the information paper characterizing small mesh gill nets in the spotted sea trout fishery. At their August 2021 business meeting, the Marine Fisheries Commission passed a motion to not initiate rulemaking on small mesh gill nets, but to refer the issue through the FMP process for each species, and for any issues or rules coming out of the species-specific FMPs to be addressed at that time. So in North Carolina, small mesh gill nets are the predominant gear used to harvest spotted sea trout commercially. So per direction of the commission, small mesh gill nets have to be addressed during review of the spotted sea trout FMP. Appendix 1 characterizes that small mesh gill net fishery for spotted sea trout. So the information paper presents details to guide the potential management measures discussed in the Sustainable Harvest issue paper. And this includes things about, includes how things like mesh size restrictions, trip limits, and yardage restrictions could be expected to impact spotted sea trout harvest and bycatch in both the spotted sea trout small mesh fisheries, but also in other small mesh fisheries that harvest spotted sea trout incidentally. So the best example of both of those is striped mullet. Especially in the fall, striped mullet are the primary incidental catch in the spotted sea trout fishery, and spotted sea trout are the primary incidental catch in the striped mullet small mesh fishery. So this information paper also discusses ways to mitigate user group conflict to the greatest extent possible. And just to give a real quick example of how the information paper can inform sustainable harvest, this figure that we see on the right here, so this figure, is showing the relationship of stretched mesh size to the total length of spotted sea trout sampled in our commercial fish out sampling. The solid black line coming through the middle here is just a trend line, which is shown for reference. The slope of that trend line, so how steep or shallow it is, shows the strength of the relationship between fish length and stretched mesh size. And you can see here that that trend line really isn't very steep, which means that for spotted sea trout specifically, the relationship between fish length and mesh size isn't very strong. So in other words, while small mesh gill nets do a very good job of avoiding sublegal spotted sea trout, once those fish are recruited to the fishery, small mesh gill nets probably don't do a very great job of selectively harvesting trout by size. And it's likely because of spotted sea trout body type and shape. So they're a soft-bodied fish, and larger trout aren't necessarily as deep as larger fish of other species, which means that even those larger fish can get entangled in the net. So to complete that link between the small mesh paper, information paper, and the sustainable harvest issue paper, this graph can be used to inform the effectiveness of using mesh size and changes in the allowable mesh size to try and reduce discards that might result in management changes. So Appendix 2 is that sustainable harvest issue paper. The North Carolina Fisheries Reform Act requires management measures to be implemented to address overfishing as determined by the peer-reviewed spotted sea trout stock assessment. So management measures discussed in this issue paper are quantifiable. That means we can put a number to them, and projected to meet the required reduction in spotted sea trout harvest, again, which is based on that terminal year of the stock assessment. So at least a 19.9% harvest reduction is required to meet the fishing mortality or F threshold, while a 53.9% harvest reduction is needed to reach the F target. Harvest reductions in the issue paper are based on harvests from 2019 to 2022. So this graph is currently empty. I am going to spend a little bit of time on it because I think it underscores a lot of what we'll talk about here today. So what I'm going to show here is the probability of spawning stock biomass, or SSB, staying above the SSB target under various levels of fishing mortality, or again, F. And just as a reminder, fishing mortality is that rate at which fishing activities are removing fish from the population. So the x-axis, which is the years along the bottom, begins at 2020, which is because the terminal year of the stock assessment was 2019. And what we're doing here is projecting spawning stock biomass forward from that time through 2035. And I do want to mention a quick caveat here. These projections assume that recruitment stays pretty steady with recent recruitment, which has been pretty decent, and assumes that there are no cold stuns over that time period. I'm specifically focusing on the probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the target because that was the state of the spotted sea trout fishery in North Carolina in the final year of that stock assessment. One thing that has come through loud and clear through this amendment process is that people are very happy with the current state of the spotted sea trout fishery. So management that keeps spawning stock biomass above the target should keep the population at the levels that people are currently enjoying. So that's why we're focusing on the target here target SSB rather than the threshold. So the red line represents a 50% chance that SSB will stay above the target. If the probability falls below 50%, we consider management unlikely to succeed. However, the dashed black line at represents a 75% chance that SSB will stay above the target. Above that line, we've got a pretty good chance of this fishery continuing in its current state. Between the dashed black and solid red line, we are still above that 50% that the Fisheries Reform Act defines as successful or likely to succeed, I should say. But we are getting into territory where we should probably be a little cautious. So over the next few slides, I know that's a lot of setup, but I think it's going to help over the next few slides. So over those slides, I'll add lines for different rates of fishing mortality. Each line is going to show the probability, again, of spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass staying above the target if that rate of fishing mortality continues through 2035. So in other words, each line is showing the probability that the spotted sea trout fishery remains at that level that people are happy with. So this light blue line is the rate of fishing mortality in the final year of the stock assessment. There are a lot of things that go into that rate year to year, but we can kind of think of it as a snapshot of the current fishing mortality rate. If we continue harvesting spotted sea trout at that rate, projections show a steep decline in the probability that SSB stays above the target. Long term, we fall below that 50% chance of keeping SSB above the target. So this means there's a very good chance that the rate at which we are fishing in the terminal year of the stock assessment causes SSB to drop well below, or I shouldn't say well below, to drop below current levels, although SSB would still probably remain above the threshold. So this purple line represents the probability of SSB staying above the target under threshold fishing mortality rate. So that's that 19.9% harvest reduction that I mentioned earlier. That would reduce F to the threshold. So the probability of staying above the target eventually settles around 70% under threshold F. So again, in other words, if we reduce total harvest by 19.9%, there's about a 70% chance that SSB stays above the target. And then this final black line represents the probability of SSB staying above that target if we reduce harvest to the target fishing mortality rate. So that's that 53.9% harvest reduction that I mentioned previously. At the F target, probability of SSB staying at that, kind of what that target level, that more current level, it's basically 100%. So in other words, if we reduce total harvest by 53.9%, there's an excellent chance that SSB remains at the current level. So I know there's a lot going on with this slide, but there are a few things from the graph that I'd like you all to focus on. So first, under the current fishing mortality rate, it's unlikely that SSB stays at the level that folks are so happy with. Second, while the threshold fishing mortality rate does keep us above the 50% line, and it does end over fishing, the probability of SSB staying above the target falls into that area between 50 and 75%, where we probably should be a bit more cautious. And then finally, management that reduces harvest so that F falls somewhere in between the threshold and the target. So in other words, a reduction somewhere between 19.9 and 53.9% should give us a really high probability of SSB staying above the target, which is actually a perfect segue into the management options that were explored in amendment or in Appendix 2. So as I mentioned before, the specific management measures discussed in the Sustainable Harvest Issue Paper, those are quantifiable and they're projected to meet the required reduction in spotted sea trout harvest based on the final year of that stock assessment. These options have been refined based on input from the Spotted Sea Trout Advisory Committee during the spring workshop, the Spotted Sea Trout Plan Development Team, and the Commission. Options to achieve sustainable harvest include changes to size limits, season closures, changes to recreational bag limits and commercial trip limits, management of the Bogue Bank stop net fishery, and combinations of the above management measures. Current spotted sea trout management is actually a great example of combination management. So it combines size limits, trip and bag limits, and area closures to commercial harvests and joint waters on the weekends. So we also looked at updating the adaptive management framework. Adaptive management is what allows the division to adjust management measures if management strategies implemented in Amendment 1 aren't achieving their intended purpose. The management measures that can be adjusted through adaptive management are things like season closures, day of the week closures, bag and trip limits, size limits, and then gear restrictions in support of any of those. That process starts with the division evaluating the management strategies through things like our indices of abundance, the length frequencies of fish in our independent and dependent sampling, the age structures of fish from independent and dependent sampling, things along those lines. So Brandy and Charlton gave a presentation earlier about the division's annual FMP updates. And adaptive management is actually a perfect example of how those annual updates, of how the division can use those annual updates. All of those metrics I just mentioned are reported in the Spotted Sea Trout annual FMP update. So if it appears that management strategies implemented in Amendment 1 are not achieving sustainable harvest, then the division can revise those measures using adaptive management. These next two slides are adopted from Table 2.10 in Appendix 2. which is on page 64 of the Amendment 1 draft. Table 2.10 summarizes the management options presented in the Sustainable Harvest issue paper for your consideration. I've highlighted the division's preliminary management recommendations on these slides, but all of these options are presented in more detail in Appendix 2. So there are options for changes to the minimum and maximum size limit and seasonal closures. There are also options for changes to the recreational bag and commercial trip limits, management of the boat bank stop net fishery, combinations of individual management options, and again, that updated adaptive management framework. So at this point, I'd like to turn things over to Melinda, and she'll go over the rest of the issue papers and then the division's initial management recommendations.
All right, you're halfway through, I promise. Thanks, Lucas. I'll start with Appendix 3, which looks at supplemental management options for spotted sea trout. These supplemental options are ideas that would probably benefit the population, but we can't really quantify how much of a benefit there might be. Supplemental management options that might benefit the spotted sea trout stock include things like vessel limits. Vessel limits could be used to limit the harvest of spotted sea trout, or the number of spotted sea trout per vessel, or it could be used to limit or eliminate the captain and crew allowance for for-hire trips. This issue paper also discusses effort controls. In theory, effort controls could be used to limit entry into the spotted sea trout fishery. I say in theory because the bar to limit entry to a fishery is very high, and it's pretty unlikely that the spotted sea trout fishery meets that bar. Various gear requirements, like requiring circle hooks with live or natural baits, eliminating treble hooks, or requiring rubberized landing nets, and the idea of regulating fishing tournaments in some manner are also discussed in this issue paper. Both gear requirements and tournaments are complicated as requirements for these in the spotted sea trout fishery, just because this would likely affect a variety of other fisheries as well. And finally, the issue paper also discusses commercial hook and line harvest of spotted sea trout. This is another area where management could have widespread effects beyond the spotted sea trout fishery. Appendix 3 discusses all of these options, even if the division does not have an initial management recommendation for them. This slide is adapted from Table 3.2 in Appendix 3. This table can be found on page 74 of the Amendment 1 draft and summarizes the management options in the supplemental harvest issue paper presented for your consideration. And again, the preliminary division recommendation is highlighted with blue boxes, but these options are presented in more detail in Appendix 3 and include options for boat limits or eliminating the for-hire captain crew allowance for spotted sea trout. The final appendix we'll talk about today is Appendix 4, which looks at management in the event of a severe cold stun. Currently, the director can close the spotted sea trout fishery by proclamation through June 15th in the event of a severe cold stun, which allows surviving fish a chance to spawn before being harvested. This issue paper discusses additional management options on top of that seasonal closure through June 15th. Management options include extending that seasonal closure through more of the spawning season, size limits, commercial trip and recreational bag limits, and an adaptive management framework which would allow the director more flexibility in reacting to severe cold stuns. The adaptive management framework allows the division to adjust management measures if a cold stun is especially severe. The management measures that can be adjusted through the cold stun adaptive management are temporary measures like season closures, day of the week closures, bag and trip limit changes, size limits, and gill net yardage restrictions. The cold stun adaptive management process starts with the division evaluating the cold stun through analyses of water temperatures, review of cold stun reports and on-site data collected by division staff, and analysis of fishery independent data like our indices of abundance and leak frequencies from our independent sampling. If a cold stun is especially severe, then the director can implement temporary management measures using the adaptive management framework. This slide is adapted from Table 4.1 of Appendix 4 with the preliminary division recommendations, again highlighted with the blue boxes. This table can be found on page 83 of the draft of Amendment 1 and summarizes the management options in the cold stun management issue paper, again presented for your consideration. These options include extending the season closure, size limits, bag and trip limits, and an adaptive management framework. So moving on to the preliminary recommendations. We include the preliminary DMF management recommendations in the draft of the amendment so that the public and standing advisory committees can provide their specific inputs for these recommendations. Much like the options considered in each of the issue papers, these recommendations were refined using input from the Spotted Sea Trout Advisory Committee and the MFC. In developing these recommendations, we considered management across both the spotted sea trout and striped mullet fisheries, as there's a co-occurrence of seasonality and gear types between these two fisheries. We also aim to strike a balance between access to the fishery for both sectors, the potential for recoupment of harvest, the biology of spotted sea trout, the necessary reductions to end overfishing, and maintaining the current abundance of spotted sea trout available. I cannot stress this enough that we are still in the drafting stage of Amendment 1. This amendment, including the division's preliminary management recommendations, are subject to change based on the input we receive from the public and standing and regional advisory committees. So we'll start with Appendix 2, or the Sustainable Harvest Issue Paper. Remember that management measures discussed in this issue paper are quantifiable and projected to meet the required reduction in the spotted sea trout harvest based on the terminal year of the stock assessment. The preliminary DMF management recommendation to achieve sustainable harvest is for a January through February statewide closure for both sectors, a 14 to 20 inch recreational slot limit with an allowance for 1 fish over 26 inches, a 3 fish recreational bag limit, and a commercial harvest closure from 11:59 p.m. Friday to 12:01 a.m. Tuesday, October through December. These mirror the fall weekend closures recently adopted in Amendment 2 of the striped mullet FMP. Additionally, the preliminary division management recommendation is for no changes to the quota in the Bogue Bank stop net fishery, but to formalize the management of that fishery in Amendment 1. And finally, the preliminary recommendation is to adopt the adaptive management framework to allow the division to respond more quickly to ensure sustainability goals are met. Here we're showing the reductions in pounds of harvest and percent for each sector, as well as the total harvest reduction we expected from the division's preliminary management recommendation. Pounds of harvest is based on average harvest from 2019 to 2022. The preliminary recommendation from the previous slide would result in a recreational harvest reduction of just over 1.3 million pounds, or 39.5%, while commercial harvest would be reduced by about 230,000 pounds, or 40.2%. This would combine to a total harvest reduction of 39.6%. If you remember towards the beginning of the presentation, Lucas mentioned that recreational harvests account for about 86% of this total spotted sea trout harvest, with commercial harvest making up the other 14%. Well, the breakdown of each sector's contribution to that total harvest reduction shown here aligns almost exactly with those harvest proportions. The preliminary division recommendation in Appendix 3 is to eliminate the captain crew allowance for spotted sea trout. This idea did have some support from the for-hire industry and would stop the practice of harvesting multiple captain crew limits in a day. The preliminary division recommendation for cold stun management is to extend the harvest closure in the event of a severe cold stun through June 30th and adopting the cold stun adaptive management framework. Extending the closure through June 30th protects spotted sea trout that survive the cold stun through that first large peak in spawning. The adaptive management framework allows the division flexibility in responding to an exceptionally bad cold stun. Finally, I would like to remind everyone again of where we are in the FMP process. As we've mentioned a couple times today, the Amendment 1 draft and the preliminary DMF management recommendations included in it are still in the drafting stage and are subject to change based on input we receive from the public and from the standing ACs. The action item today is for the Commission to vote to send the draft of Amendment 1 for public and standing and regional advisory committee review. Today, you are not voting on final management options. You're voting to send this draft of Amendment 1 to the standing advisory committees for input and review. If approved, this draft is expected to go to those standing and regional ACs in October, with a public comment period held around that same time. At your November meeting this year, we'll be back in front of you to review all of that public and AC input and you will then have the opportunity to select your preferred management options. And at your February 2025 meeting, you're scheduled to vote on the final adoption of the plan. At this point, it's been a while, but we are happy to answer any questions you might have about the presentation today or Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan.
Just to be clear, we're voting on this whole paper, not just the highlighted areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also, at our last commission meeting, we were asked about suggestions that we would have for this plan. I know there was 2 suggestions made about recreational equipment. One, the use of rubberized nets, and one of no treble hooks. Notice that wasn't in here. Is there a reason for that?
So those are, they're addressed, both of those things are addressed in the supplemental management plan, but you're right, neither of them are as a specific management option. And it's a lot, again, that Appendix 3, I want to say that one is, whichever appendix is the supplemental management one, goes into a whole lot more detail.
Okay.
But a lot of it is just the impacts across, broader impacts across multiple fisheries. And a lack of consensus maybe in research on, the effectiveness of things like that. There's just not a lot of information saying, on treble hooks specifically with spotted sea trout. Probably wouldn't hurt, but it's hard to say. It would definitely help. And then I think the combination of that and just the impact across a lot of fisheries is the only reason we don't have a specific management recommendation on that. But there's definitely a lot. That discussion is in way more detail than I just gave you right now in Appendix 3.
I can give you anecdotal information on. I have seen firsthand 12-inch speckled trout going belly up once you catch them with a mirror lure. So,
Fair.
all right. Commissioner Corbett.
I would like to, when you come back, have some information on, what reduction would be like April, May, and June closure with the same size limits and all. Something that's not during the wintertime. Can we get that when you come back? So that we have that as one of the things we can see what reduction we would get with that.
So you'd like to see that in the, in
your
the
little
table?
list here, in your little list here where you've got everything's January, February,
Okay.
as an option
So you'd like to see that
looked at.
as an option?
Yeah, like April, May, June, maybe one April, May, June, and see what reduction that gets us to with the 3 fish or whatever you're doing in 16 to 20. Just something other than just in the wintertime.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hopgood.
First, thank you for y'all's presentation. It was really good. Obviously, I'm for proactive management for the protection of the stock and resource, but had a few issues with this plan. First, to me, it seems like we form these advisory committees in order to have advice and recommendations to come back to us, yet to me, so far, since I've been involved, seems like we don't take those recommendations, and I've already heard that some advisory committees get frustrated and end up quitting. So it kind of seems like we're missing the point on forming some of these advisory committees. As far as the specific plan goes, 3 fish I'm fine with, a slot limit I'm definitely fine with. I think, most all species should have a slot limit. As far as the 1 fish over 26, I mean, to my knowledge, being a fisherman, most people have never caught a 26-inch trout. So that seems a little bit, egregious on the size of that. Me personally, I practice releasing every trout over 20 inches just from the spawning purposes. And then the closure, I mean, again, I'm against the closure. To me, I think, that's not going to get a reduction. All it's going to do is cause an effort to go into other months. And so you're not really going to achieve what your desire is or intentions are. And then captain crew allowance, I'm for captain crew allowance. And then we're talking about trout specifically, but if we implement captain crew allowance or disallowance for trout, in my opinion, I think you should disallow it across the board for all species. So those are just some kind of the issues that I had. Again, some of the plan I like, some of it I don't.
Director Ross.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to speak to the AC comments from Commissioner Hopgood, because we heard quite a few of those last night, and we've had some input from some of our AC members not happy with the division's recommendation. And I just want to remind the commission and the public and the AC members that these FNP advisory committees are a little bit different than your standing and regional advisory committees. So these FMP advisory committees are done in a workshop format, and we are really interested in getting input from those folks, but not necessarily, having specific recommendations from that advisory committee. It's more about making sure that individuals on this FMP advisory committee can give their input to the division, and that we can take that into consideration when we formulate the plan. Now, just because the AC gives us input, and we got a lot of great input from this advisory committee, no doubt, but that doesn't necessarily translate automatically into the division's recommendations, preliminary or otherwise, because we factor in our own considerations of science and those types of things as well. So it's not that we're not listening to the advisory committee or that we didn't hear their input or appreciate their input, but it doesn't necessarily translate from their discussion, may not translate into our recommendations, and two, which both Melinda and Lucas have talked about. These are preliminary recommendations, and we will consider public input, additional input from this commission as this continues on through the process, and most likely some of those recommendations may change. So the AC's discussions influenced the options in this plan, and the public's input will also influence the option in this plan as it continues to go through the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Hopgood touched on a lot of what I was going to say in a very kind way. I'm going to try to be kind here, so sorry in advance if I'm not. So one of the first things I just want to state, I want to stress the economic value of this fishery. It's a $500 million recreational fishery. It's probably our most important recreational fishery as it stands currently, versus a $7 million commercial fishery, which is obviously much smaller in proportion based to the recreational fishery. But I would say that I think we might be kind of unrealistic about what this fishery looked like. What I mean by that is people are really happy with it right now. It's not looked like this before because we haven't had a cold stun in 6 or 7 years. When we have a cold stun, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like this for 3 or 4 or 5 years. We've had pretty remarkable conditions. So I think we may be kind of pie in the sky with some of this stuff. One of the issues I have, and let me just state point blank, the division's recommendations are dead on arrival with me. I do not support them. I support them individually. I just believe in combination, they're pretty draconian, particularly recreational. As someone who targets big trout and catches a lot of them, let me state that a 26-inch fish is a lifetime fish for most people. They will never, ever see one that big. And you're going to be eliminating a lot of people's trophy catch. A lot of people will fish a very long time to catch a 22 or 23-inch fish, right? So what I see here as these recommendations in their entirety is almost like a Southern Flounder 2.0. And what I mean by that is a couple years down the line, if we were to take these recommendations as they stand, you are going to see a ton of anger and angst. So a question that I have here is we have this recreational slot that I view as pretty draconian. Why are we not having the same slot for the commercial fishery?
So that's a great question. And I think I can go back to the slide, but the slide that shows the mesh size selectivity, there, in an effort to not increase discards in the commercial fishery, we're able to get a comparable reduction in using other methods. So really, it's just a matter of, that slot is likely to increase dead discards.
So what you're saying is gill nets are going to have a lot of bycatch and may not be a sustainable gear for the harvest of this fishery. On top of that.
That is not what I said.
Well, that's not what you said. That's my take on it.
Okay.
Okay, that is my take on it.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Absolutely. So, no, that's totally fair. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. So, however, you recommend a winter closure, but don't recommend taking the gill nets out of the water.
I mean, preliminarily, you're right. We don't.
So we're saying we may have bycatch issues or discard issues with a slot, but we're not going to have discard issues with a closed season and all the nets still in the water.
So there's absolutely the potential for some discard issues, just like there's the potential for discard issues in the recreational fishery as people continue catch and release fishing, which are
That's the economic value
absolutely
of
correct.
recreational fishing.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, there absolutely are the potential for discards in that fishery. Some of the input that we have received from commercial fishers and folks who, fish for trout is that there's certainly overlap with the striped mullet fishery and the spotted sea trout fishery in timing and in gear. But for a lot of those folks, again, the input that we've heard is when you wrap up a school of mullet, you're not necessarily wrapping up a bunch of trout with them. You're going for trout on that same trip, but not necessarily in that same strike, if you will. So our thought process there is, if you're not fishing for trout because you're not allowed to harvest them, those discards are potentially not as bad as they could be. But you're right, there's absolutely the potential for them.
And you said, and I mean, you had a fisherman, commercial fisherman in the advisory committee say that a lot of the netters use larger mesh earlier in the season to target larger fish, and then will decrease the mesh size throughout the season as they become depleted in those areas. So what my issue is with your recommendations is with the slot recreationally and without it commercially, this plan is a reallocation. It's going to put a lot more bigger fish in the water, which we do have a growing commercial component as people are forced into this fishery. We're going to be reallocating those fish, and we're going to see that fishery expand. So I can't support that without some sort of harvest cap like red drum. Or, like what we should be doing, is going to 100% hook and line fishery.
Commissioner Corbett.
So first off, I do speckled trout fish some in the wintertime with a gill net. And in the last 4 years, I don't think I've come close to having a 75 fish limit any day that I've gone. And second off, I fish either for everybody, 3 3/4 or 4-inch stretch webbing most of the time. And I don't never go downsized. Whoever told you that's crazy. Because the fish we're targeting at that time are bigger mullets. And maybe and last year I didn't get the mullet fish because I didn't have a season because of the way it was broke down. But the year before, I think I caught, if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere close to 250,000 pounds of mullets. And during mullet season, I may have had 6 speckled trout during the whole mullet season. Now, when it came from February to March, and I was looking for something other than roe mullets, I may have had 10 one day, 15 one day, 20 one day, and that's pretty much the norm now. Now, you may have some guys up, in that I guess I can't, Adams Creek or somewhere like that are going in and they see the guys trout fishing and they circle Tom up or something. I hear that all the time. it don't happen down my way. I mean, if Garland's in here somewhere, he can tell you. You know, we don't have that problem. But I don't foresee that the slot limit, you know, to put it on the commercials, put it on the commercials too. I see no problem with that. We don't catch fish under 16, my nets won't catch fish under 16 inches unless his teeth get tangled in it. And for the most part, they don't catch a fish over probably 21 inches unless his teeth get tangled in it. And you can ask the charter boat guys down my way, they'll tell you, if it's over 2.5, 3 pounds, it don't come on my boat, you know, because that's our spawning stock. And so I would greatly love to see the 16 to 20 or 22 or what you're doing on the commercial side too. I got no problem with it, because when we catch those big fish, they're hung by their teeth, and you snatch one time, he swims right off. You don't even have to pick him up and put your hands on him to take the hook out. All you got to do is pull on the webbing one time and he's gone. So, you know, we're not the killer of everything that some people would like to make us out to be. And I think if you look at the slide where you showed the percentage that directs catch versus the percentage the commercial catch, you can see who's, you know, taking the majority of the fish. But, I mean, rather than get upset about it, if, you know, I'm great with a slot limit. You know, I'll vote for a slot limit. It don't matter to me.
Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had hoped that it didn't go to that, but here we go. Gill nets are a tool, just like a hook, just like a gig, just like a crab pot. They can be configured all kinds of different ways. You can hang them this way, that way to catch this and not that. It could be a whole school, a whole university, nothing but fishing gear. You could take a 4-year, I could make a whole 4-year school with nothing but fishing gear. And so to sit here and to make gill nets out to be the most evil thing, I'm tired of hearing that. I can promise you that. So let's clear something up. We're bound in the Albemarle Sound to 3.25-inch webbing because of striped bass, right? There are already regulations in place in places that we really don't have an option to change sizes or to do this or do that during certain periods of the year. We are bound to that piece of webbing, and that's what we get to use. Now, like Mr. Corbett just mentioned, there are times where you catch a larger fish here and there. There are times when you catch a smaller fish because his little gill plate got hung up one little special spot and he could not get away from the net, or his tooth got hung in there, or he got hung in there and might have been a hole in the net, and he got in the webbing and swam through the hole in the net, and now he's trapped in there. There's all kinds of scenarios that come along with fishing a piece of gear. Now, I can tell you this. I've caught one limit of 75 trout in my entire fishing existence. One. And it was before a week of 20-degree weather showed up, and them fish were running for their life. And they were running to find a place to get to not die. And that's the only time I've ever caught a 75 fish limit of trout. Now, the perception that a gill net is going to end the speckled trout population, but that is false. If you look, the discards just aren't there because we don't catch enough fish in the net to have to discard them. And so to bitch and complain about a slot limit on the commercial guys, it's a non-issue to me because we don't catch enough of them to even make a difference. The landings are like sub 500,000 pounds the entire time series. Now tell me how in the world you can justify such an argument when the data and the science just don't show it. So I think it's fair to not offer the commercial a slot limit because you're going to create dead fish and throw them back in the water at times. Why would we do that? You're devaluing our fishery even more when you start your conversation by it's a $500 million this and we ain't nothing but $7 million. But the overall arching of every fishery combined is what makes the economic value. One particular or the other does not. Nobody goes and buys a boat to catch a flounder, then buys another boat to catch a sea trout. It just don't work like that. You don't get to pick and choose how much a fishery is valued at. So yes, fisheries in North Carolina are worth a lot of money. It really don't matter who contributes what because all in all, at the end of the day, it's just worth what it's worth. So I just kind of want to squash the whole argument of gill nets right to start with because it's invalid anymore. There's not enough users out there anymore. The trend is every year people are quitting commercial fishing and letting their license go back to the state, giving the possession of the license back to the state. Here, y'all have it back. I don't even want it no more. So it really strikes a nerve with me when we get at the table and get off in left field way out there somewhere, when there's issues at hand that we could do and have a knowledgeable conversation about and really get to somewhere and not get tangled up in a bunch of stuff and cross everybody up the wrong way. I think the division staff has done a great job of parsing out some of this stuff. I looked through it and I had a little heartburn at first the other day when I spoke with Kathy. But then I've been crabbing so hard, I've crabbed harder this year than I've ever crabbed. So I hadn't really had time to take a look at it, but when I did sit down and take a look at it, it started to make a little more sense to me. And so I appreciate the division, the staff that's put time into this for a couple years now. So my thing is that before you speak out, understand what it is you're really speaking out about, because I don't believe you do really know. And so let the commercial make their commercial recommendations and what they can live with. And recreational, what you know about it, make your recommendations. Off that subject, and the only heartburn I have is that the adaptive management part of this gives the sole direction to the division to make a change without coming back to us or any other authority to make a change to the plan under adaptive management. And that's the only heartburn I have. Other than that, it looks to be fairly solid. I do agree with Commissioner Corbett. I would like to see a longer time series, April, May, June, July, and how that would affect the closures or whatnot. But other than that, I think y'all have done a fine job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner.
I think when I'm hearing about the extended closures and also the extended closures for commercial fishing on this, that makes me really concerned because I think that the law of unintended consequences is going to play out again here in the northern Outer Banks. We are a summertime speckled trout fishery. It starts in April and continues through, and it is a very important component to the charter industry. So that scares me a lot. And the other thing too is I'm really concerned about my small family commercial gill netters in my area too. They have really taken it on the chin with this striped mullet, and this falls right on the back of the striped mullet closures. And I would really love to see if there's a way to maybe line the closures up with speckled trout and striped mullet a little bit better so that they're not facing a wintertime closure. Maybe just stay with a day of the week closure that would line up with the striped mullet. But these guys are it's a little pluck here and a little pluck there and a little pluck and a little pluck, and it's getting reduced and reduced and reduced to the point where they're like, Sarah, man, thanks for trying, but we don't even know what to tell you anymore. So I'd like to get a little more stakeholder input, maybe on the commercial end and maybe from the Northern Outer Banks end. From what I understand, there wasn't a lot of representation at the speckled trout AC meeting. And you know, the thing that I have learned so much about being on the commission is that this state is so diverse from top to bottom. And even though we're fishing on the same fish, we're doing it so differently throughout. And I know we're all here on good faith and we want to do the right thing, but we just have to make sure that we are looking out for everybody. That's all. Thanks.
Before we go a little bit further, just remember what we are voting on is to approve the draft Amendment 1 for Public and Advisory Committee review. That's what we're voting on. Commissioner Rowland.
Thank you, Chair. So one thing that was sort of missed in Commissioner Blanton's monologue was that, yes, you're right, participants in the commercial fishery are going down, but trips are not. Same thing with striped mullet. And while trips in the commercial fishery are not at historic highs, they're pretty close. We know commercial trips in mullet trips are historic highs as well. Oh, those are historic highs. My point is that just because you have less participants doesn't mean you're not having the same amount of impact or more. And I'm not sitting here trying to vilify the fishery. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned today that we've heard a lot of from stakeholders is that this is really the last recreational fishery that people feel they have access to. I mean, we've lost a lot federally and in the state, particularly looking at flounder. There's not a lot left where people can go out and harvest a couple of fish. This is one of them. And so people are really, really worried about taking away access in this fishery. And that was one thing that was prefaced in that AC, was people wanted to retain access the best they could and also retain some harvest.
Okay, anything else? Director Rawls.
Just one quick comment, Chairman Bizzle, just about the division's recommendation, just a reminder to the commission. What we want to make sure that we do in this draft plan before it goes out for public comment is to include any options that we haven't included for the public to consider. This is not really about having an in-depth discussion about the division's recommendation. This is making sure that if there are options that are not in the plan that the commission would like to see, to let us know, and we can work on putting those in there before it goes out for public comment, like the ones that Commissioner Corbett offered. So that's really what the focus is here. And again, to reiterate that these preliminary recommendations are preliminary, and we are going to learn from the public, just like you are, as this process goes along.
All right. Commissioner Rader.
Thank you, Director. I think that's a critically important point, and I did have a question along those lines. We had a lot of comment from public members that there was purported to be, and having been supported by the AC, at least in part, an option without a season closure that would reach 32 or some percent. And I just don't see that in Table 2.8 of the combination measures. I just wanted to make sure that whatever the option that is also in the draft for review, along as you were suggesting.
It's because it wasn't a combination measure. So the recreational portion of that is included in Table 2.10, I want to say, with or no, I'm sorry, 2.10 is the combination ones. It's included in the size limits option table, or the size limit example table, and the January to March commercial closure is included, I believe, in the table with the commercial options. So it's just they're not in the combination one because they weren't a combination management strategy. They were individual management strategies.
So turning it back to you, is there a combination measure, though, that would use that as a frontispiece that could also achieve the kind of reductions you're looking at? You know, it's a presentation thing. I think they're sort of scattered all over. And then if you look in the decision document, it's very hard to find that as a front and center option, if you see what I'm getting at. I mean, I couldn't find it, honestly. I was looking through all the different tables and going, ah.
I don't remember the table number off the top of my head, but it's the last option. Give me like 30 seconds and I can tell you the table and the page.
Yes, Director Rawls.
Just real quick while he's looking for that, I hear exactly what you're saying, and this decision document is a little bit of a struggle because it basically does focus on the division's recommendations, but it also lists some of the other items, but it still does not have all the details that the plan does. So we do need to make sure that people can get to the options that they
And I think especially if
there's
there's a widely supported option,
absolutely.
alternative option, then it should be featured in the decision document.
Fully
Absolutely.
agreed. Yes.
Table 2.3, page 50.
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Roller.
So I guess, you're asking for recommendations for things looking forward. I just don't think we have enough options here on like size limits and slots. I mean, if we were to pass your recommendations, we're going to have the most restrictive trout regulations in the country, and North Carolina's getting to be known as the state with the most restrictive regulations for recreationals there is. I just would like to see a different approach to it. I don't know what it looks like, but I look at, and granted, I know you've done the math and that's your job, but like I look at Florida's slot, what's it, 15 to 20 or 15 to 19, 1/19 or something like that. That may not achieve our reductions, but there's got to be a way to look at it a little bit differently. So,
Commissioner Corbett.
So, once they take this out and everybody makes their views on it and brings it back, they're going to bring it back. They're going to put it on the board and they're going to show us all these reductions. And if we like the size limit on the first line and the take limit on this line and that's what we're here for. We can create between what you think you should get and what Mike thinks we should get and what everybody else thinks. We don't have to go with their option. We can piece together. So if you don't think what you like is there, then you can say, hey, I like this part, I like that part, I like that part. And we can make our own. That's why we're here. We can make our own thing. So it doesn't have to be that they have to bring back exactly what we're going to do.
Exactly.
Everything's open when it comes for us to make the final decision.
Exactly.
It's just a lot easier if they've already got it put together for us.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Anything else? I see not. Chair will entertain a motion in regards to this draft amendment 1.
You look like you're ready.
Well, I was just going to say, but Sam, you're talking about after you send this through.
Yeah, when it comes back to us, we can still change it. Yeah.
Raider, I'll make the motion to send this to public hearing as recommended by the staff with minor adjustments to the options as we have discussed here too.
Yeah, okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, second, Commissioner Corbett. Any other discussions? Okay, roll call vote, please. Well, hold on, got a question.
So with the minor adjustments, where is there a list of those minor adjustments that somebody's been keeping up with, or?
There's a transcript. They can
Sure,
go
I
back
get
and
that,
I
but
trust
I
them to
mean-
mine it.
So Commissioner
I mean,
Corbett,
minor adjustments could be a lot of things interpreted differently
Well,
and
I
what's
mean,
heard.
we can
and whatnot.
always have adjustments. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just part of the program. You
Sure.
don't have to put that in there. That's.
Right, well, I mean, there was concerns about slots, concerns about the adaptive management piece, there was concerns about this, that, and the other, and so those minor adjustments, I'm assuming the division's gonna go back and listen to this and sort of write a list?
I think we could absolutely do that. I also can kind of guarantee between Alan over here and Tina over here, they probably have them in their
Yeah,
notes.
I forgot Tina was back here.
Right?
She's got it. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry, thank you, Mr.
Sure
Chairman.
thing, all right.
The spirit of the thing is, as the director suggested, that we have broad enough recommendation portfolio to go out to solicit adequate input to the decisions we would make. We don't want to be put in the position of not having adequate input on an option we might put in place. That's the spirit of the motion.
Okay, no further discussion. Roll call, please, Jesse.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Corbett?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner? Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I think that's the first time we've passed everything unanimously at a meeting. Of course, we got tomorrow. Anyway, we are done for the day, finally. Y'all eat well, sleep well, and we'll see you back here in the morning, 9 o'clock.
People are like, they have one behind him, he picks his leg in front of him.
I've seen that.
So it's kind of funny, but it's good.
Let's try to set the table. Yeah, set the table.